the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning. You're tuned into the breakfast show right here on BDTV. It's a beautiful Thursday morning right here in Lagos City. And from our Lagos studios, we say good morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us a day after Independence Day. I do say so myself. Of course, on the show today with me, I've got
Onyeka Valentine.
Also
Destiny. Mama.
Destiny. I think your look has something to do with just patriotism, celebrating culture in the light of the independence, or is it just coincidental?
I will not agree, Les, because I know that you've got eyes and you also foresee things and you know the mood of everyone. You're gifted like that.
This woman.
I was going to say, looking at the hairstyle, what has been ringing in my head is,
Hey,
really? The South African vibe. Yes. Oh my God! Thank you so much.
Like them, though.
Are you serious?
Give you a name. I think I'll give you a few way.
I beg.
All right.
How you doing, Valentine?
Okay.
How was your not holiday, but how did you celebrate the independence?
So apart from the fact that we went out to ask people out there what they, what spirit they are in, and get some more information. Apart from that, I think it was all good. It was worth celebrating.
Was it worth celebrating?
I'll tell you.
It's debatable.
Yes, it is debatable. For some people, they will tell you that we've not hit our milestones. But I'm saying, if we hit even one milestone, it's worth celebrating. Let's celebrate our short-term goals so that the long-term goals will obviously come.
I saw one of those people who on the streets who you interviewed. One of them said, "Nigeria is 65 years and nothing has changed." I could feel the
pain. Saying nothing has changed is a big lie because it's been a long time coming, and we've actually evolved. Whether we like it or not, we might not be where we want to be, but we certainly So that there's been sort of a little bit of we've metamorphosed, in some ways, and we've also realized our mistakes, because even countries like America, that is getting it right now, we're once in the state that we are. Yesterday when was the Independence Day in Lagos, Nigeria, it wasn't like there was a public holiday because there was still traffic in some places like the Lekki axis, and even at Igamo, because the president was definitely commissioning the National Theatre, and I'll tell you for free, that place
was packed.
Apart from that, it is packed. The development that has happened there, the transformation.
Wow.
You don't want to know. Eco Hotel is learning.
Wow.
So again,
visit.
a lot of centers, a lot of event centers learning. And I'm sure that if like maybe our film entrepreneurs, get to see that place, they will never do any other premiere outside of that place if they have the access.
They're lacking. I imagine how it is because I haven't been there in a while, so I should definitely visit. But I think one thing that the hotel and the like have is the fact that they have the accommodations, the hotel.
And to add,
does it have that?
I'm sure, because if you get there, you see that hotel vibes, that 5-star hotel vibes.
Really?
No, it's somewhere that you need to go see yourself and experience the transformation. And I'm sure that you will commend the government that has done this, because that place shouldn't have been left dilapidated as it was some years ago. It's actually looking so good, just say.
Wow.
But the good thing is location. Professionals will tell you, no matter how nice a place is,
location matters.
Location matters, which is why the hotel gets a lot of events, because it is in a strategic point.
Strategic location.
And based on safety.
And then the hotel.
Exactly.
Accommodation. I'm sure there are good plans for that, because even if you see the car park that is the car park like a hotel standard.
Yes. But I want to add to what she said. Now, based on event and capacity, you cannot compare National Theatre to Eco Hotel. National Theatre surpasses because of its,
I'm sure that auditorium I saw,
because of its creative ambience and what we call the aesthetic. However, based on location, based on security, and the idea of someone coming out of the venue and not being mobbed, one way or the other.
Not everywhere is lighted up right now.
No, it might be neat, but you see,
I'm talking about lighting.
I know. I'm talking about.
That's what reduces crime, if you ask me.
On the contrary, once you leave National Theatre, you are looking at.
But the trucks and all of that.
Do you understand?
You hardly find them there.
Really, the trucks.
You hardly find them there. They're doing so much development around that axis. Just.
Oh well.
All right.
National assets.
It's good to. I can imagine your experience. I should experience it one of these days, very soon, and just go back in time, because I remember when I was growing up. Those were some of the sites, when during the holidays when my
National
parents are planning.
Bar Beach.
Oh, you have a memory with the place.
Okay. When my parents are planning for the places to visit, so it would be National Theatre. It will be Bar Beach, it will be amusement park. So my mom would say, oh, we're going to National Theatre today. We're going to amusement park on Thursday. We're going to this.
These aren't memories.
So I should go back again. And
of course you should.
Really? What's happening in the news, right?
Right, let's see what's happening in the news this morning. Lots of things are happening, but we start off with Naira gaining 50.75 in September as external reserves grow. Wow. That's the news this morning. And again, Pengasan suspends strike action, and we were looking forward to that, actually. Oh, wow. The CEO of Nigeria's Access Bank buys £50 million mansion on London Billionaires Road. This is according to Bloomberg. Wow. Gold hits fresh all-time high as United States government shut down debt and risk appetite. This is some of the headlines this morning. But let's start off with the first one there. Naira gaining 50.75 in September as external reserves grow.
I like the fact that this, there is this development. But then again, moving around Lagos, all right? Moving around Lagos, you find out that whether these things happen or not, prices are not coming down at any time. Talking about like when you were, trying, we're not seeing, okay, when we hear this news, we expect that, okay, all right, things are going to change. But then again, when you go into the public places, go into the markets, you don't feel these vibes. Why is it always like that?
So again, it's good that you mentioned this because it cuts across board.
Of course.
Now, whether the Naira gains or the Naira loses, the point is this. Is it gaining based on equilibrium, or is it gaining based on, let's just celebrate the fact that it has gained an extra, Naira or an extra kobo? Look, the quality of life needs to change, which is why it will trickle down to the ordinary man. It is good that we can say that, okay, that's gained 50 Naira, but can it be sustained? Can we see projection where every week 50 Naira, 50 Naira, 50 Naira? If that's going to happen, that's going to be great news. Why? I will tell you. Because if you look at the trajectory, if we're getting 50 Naira every week, 50 Naira every week, right? Yeah. In 1 month, 200 Naira. See now, in 2 months, 400 Naira. Then it become 1,000 Naira to $1. In 3 months, right? You do the math. So in less than 6 months, if we stay with this trajectory, somebody can confidently say that Tinubu is doing a good job. However, if it drops again, quality of life will obviously be hit hard. Cost of prices, cost of food items in the market will definitely, right, feel the ring. And this is even the funny part why I think as they feel the ring, they'll be knocked out. And it's not just a boxing bout, by the way, it is about life. It's the fact that it will trickle down to every other thing, transportation, trickle down to the fact that people will now start experiencing 101. Those who have kids and have a family that they run will begin to wonder, okay, who do we send back to school and who do we say wait till next semester? So you will have to juggle things. This is real life consequences, right? That the drop of the Naira or the rise of the Naira can give as a trickle down effect. This is the part that needs to be considered now.
Okay.
You want to say something?
No. It just got a little bit funny, remembering how you're explaining this thing and also remembering how that people have cut down to size on so many things.
That's true.
But can you imagine a lot of people now eat what they do not like?
Of course.
You hear people say they don't eat okra, and then you hear them saying again that I think okra is good. Why is that? Because of cost of things, cost of things in the market, right? And also here in Nigeria, whatever goes up, hardly comes down. But then again, we're hearing that the price of rice has also come down. I don't know how true. So, these things actually happen, and it's kind of very funny at the same time, not so funny.
We said it before. The day Nigeria depends 100% on what it produces. The day that happens, I bet you, in a twinkle of an eye, just like that, the drop of the naira, in fact, the match of the naira and the dollar will be far more favorable.
Okay.
Meaning to say that we need to look at producing what we eat and eating what we produce. The more we go import toothpick, import this, import earbud, import everything, import hair, import everything, we are simply appreciating the dollar for them and depreciating the naira.
I still agree with you, and also still can say that Nigerians are now appreciating made in Nigeria goods.
Absolutely.
A lot.
They are appreciating
yes,
made in Nigeria
like more than ever before. You see us patronizing our own. Even in the fashion industry, we don't want to go elsewhere.
Especially in the fashion industry, things.
A lot of things. Catering. We just love our own now.
And because the quality of, I think, you mentioned something at the start of the show that. When I talked about the man that says 65 years, nothing has changed. You said lots of things have changed. And I think in respect to what you're saying, we've really evolved. And now we like to rock African hairs.
We love our attires.
We love our attires. We're cutting them now. And these people are appreciating it. Even on global stages now.
Exactly.
You feel proud to put on your attire. And every time I was telling my friends that when you look at the African attire, woman,
there's something about
attire, it. Man, put on an African attire.
There's some aura around.
It's different.
It's different. Africa is colorful. It's beautiful. And then when we rock those outfits
with confidence and charisma,
people are asking, where's this from? Is this from Kenya? Is it from Ghana? Is it from Nigeria? It looks beautiful. The prints are beautiful. Now we're rocking that. Even makeup artists, makeup products.
Oh my
most
God.
makeup products now are Nigerian made.
Yeah, the Zion products.
Back in the days, I don't want to mention brands, but
you
mentioned back in the days we talk about Mary Kay and all of that.
Exactly.
They were making products that were really expensive and were not well suited to our own skin.
But we're just adjusting to it because it's foreign.
Well, it was foreign, and that's what seemed good. You can't even talk about this, and it was really expensive. Now, yes, we know that some of our brands are still expensive, but I think it's worth it.
The quality is top notch.
The quality is worth it. They are made for our own skin. Makeup products.
It's so easy to complement the black skin.
Well, listen to our own music now. How you good?
We just love
being on a yacht, and they're playing burners.
And we're on the global stage, and people are just loving everything Nigeria, and we're happy when people speak well of us, because even in medical tourism, when you go abroad, you find out that the doctors are mostly the best doctors are Nigerians. So I think we've evolved.
We've really evolved.
Speaking about evolving, I'll tell you, as much as we evolve and we begin to appreciate our own homegrown content, local content. And when I say local content, everything has to do with, like you said, print and every other thing. I think we should begin to now say, I think the government should think about it. And this is just me throwing that out there as a proposition.
What?
That should say, look, we should have a compulsory African week once in a year to say, look, whether you're going to work, whether you're going to the hospital, whatever it is, represent where you're from head to toe.
I agree.
Now, what that would do is that now the business opportunity there, what it will do, it will expand and blow up our local market scene, bringing more money to the country. Now, this is the funny part. If they pass that law and say, even if you are a foreigner, choose a local, what's it called, a local
delicacy
attire, identify with one culture in Nigeria. So far you live in Nigeria, you should be part of that in the visa as a company.
I will tell you what this will bring. This will bring about it will make our food tourism expand.
That's what I'm
it will bring, in fact, it will just all aspects of tourism you can ever think of. It will help it to grow.
Exactly.
It will metamorphose with speed and accuracy, and you don't even know how it's happening.
And guess what? It will not trickle down to one thing, which is making sure that issue of the dollar appreciating consistently.
It will now be easy.
Why? Because we'll be producing and consuming our local content.
Buy Nigeria to make the Naira grow. We should appoint Valentine now as
I'm open.
SA.
I'm open to that.
Anyway, moving on now. Pengasan suspend strike action. I think we're already looking forward to that.
Yeah, which is a very good step they've taken because if they do not do this, before you know it, I was experiencing a little bit of queues in the fuel station as at last week, but right now, because of this action they've taken, you don't find those queues anymore because Nigerians don't want to go through that again. We're buying this thing at a very expensive rate. Why do we want to start queuing to get it again?
I will tell you something. See, I think whoever it is that had to mediate between Dangote Group and Pengasan understood very quickly that we are all in the same boat.
And that's the federal government.
Most definitely. And now, if you're in the same boat and you are having nuclear quarrel in the middle of the ocean, sorry for you. Because whoever wins, everybody loses.
But do you remember yesterday you were saying federal government shouldn't have been the mediator?
I will tell you. So, again, federal government shouldn't have been the mediator.
Okay.
Does not mean that
go back there.
No, does not mean that they wouldn't have succeeded. You see, any other person could have been the mediator and even succeeded even more. Remember the outcome. Yet I will explain to you.
What does success even more mean?
I will tell you.
Success.
No, I will tell you. You see, you can succeed in this area by doing what? Calling off the strike. Okay. But to what terms? Understand this, like I said before, when two elephants fight the grasshoppers, to what terms? Is it going to favor the common man more or favor any of these big wigs more? That's why I use this word. That's why I use that saying. I said, look, you don't fight a battle on the ship with your friends because at the end of the day, everybody sinks.
Yeah.
Look, we're all in this together. If Dangote as a group did not stand their ground to get other people to run the refinery, haven't let 800 people go because they had the issue with Pengasan.
Yeah, a union issue.
This issue of fuel scarcity we experienced could have been worse.
Yeah.
You know why? Who could have operated refineries? Who could have made sure that fuel will come out of those refineries?
So are you saying that the foreign workers that have been employed are going to be learning on the job, that they do not know what they're doing right now?
On the contrary, no. They didn't have to go out to go and employ them. They already had them there. All the people did was they give them more tasks. I found out already. They give them more. Of course, just look. We know that you're a manager there. Now, we've let 5 persons go under you. So those 5 persons, right, you have to do their job. We might pay you more.
Okay.
Just for this while. And it worked. Yes, we experienced some queues. Can you compare those queues to when we had serious fuel scarcity, where you had to leave your car there for 1 week? If you drive an 8-cylinder vehicle like me, trust me, it's not funny.
Of course.
Right? 4 liters can't even start your vehicle. You need more than 10 liters to start it. Let alone go and queue.
So true.
You know, so you end up parking your vehicle. However,
so true.
To now say that Pengasan has called off the strike, and what's going to happen after now, simply means this.
What does it simply mean?
Simply means that Dangote will learn a lesson, and the lesson you will learn is, look, you cannot sneeze whenever you like and expect all of us to catch a cold.
All right. Okay, let's move on. Congratulations to us all, because Pengasan suspending the strike for us.
It's a good thing.
Means the best for us, because we don't have to go through queues. People don't have to be stranded at the bus stops, because when you're going through queues, it means the buses, the public transportations don't have fuel in their vehicles. So people that have to stand on the
I give people lifts. I give people lifts when I can.
Wait. You will not even be able to give people leave, because you'll be struggling to find fuel. You might have to also go and even take a bus. So thank God for that. So let's move now and see what's happening in the banking world, where Nigeria's Access Bank CEO buys £15 million mansion on London Billionaires Row. It must be nice. That's all I would say.
Are they?
You want to hear my 2 cents?
I mean, bringing up this report. Are we frowning at this, or happy for the individual that was able to achieve this after maybe like 35 years of working in the banking industry and knowing that, you know? But then again, let's hear from you.
So you see, obviously, ladies, you know exactly what I'm going to say.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I will say it too.
Go ahead,
right? Please. In a country where we are going through a lot, where the middle class has been totally expunged, where we have only the rich and the poor, and you tell me that as the MD or the top man of a particular bank, you deem it so fit to spend $15 million to buy a home.
Not dollars.
Is it dollars?
Pounds.
Pounds, okay, pounds, right? It's worse because pounds rates more than the dollar, right?
Well, when you say it's worse, he is an individual.
Hold on, I'm coming.
I agree with you. You're going to land. I just wanted to give you a soft landing, so to speak, right? He is an individual, right? He might have one way or the other invested in high stocks that have paid off, and then he wants to give himself a treat, you know?
So as an individual...
Like you sound so good when you want to give yourself a treat.
So I will tell you, see, as an individual, your money is your money.
Of course.
I'm not here to tell you how to spend your money. It's not my business. But once you bring it to the public space, as a journalist, as a broadcaster, we'll talk about it.
Of course.
Right? Look, whatever happened to CSR? I'm sure maybe they are doing some of this stuff.
Who says it's not doing CSR?
I'm coming now. Hold on now. Be patient and hear what I have to say. When I say CSR, I'm not saying that he's not putting together whatever it is to help society, but I'm saying, look, the same people who come and complain and talk about Nigeria is not working very well will still take money, right? Fly outside this country and go and buy a house. Not just him. It's not the hold on. It's not the only one that is guilty of this.
Of course.
My question is this, is that if you truly want to help this country grow, invest that money by putting together real estate in Nigeria, and business-wise, people get what? A lot of jobs. $15 million or pounds, a lot of money. I'm not saying you shouldn't have apartment.
Now this is because this story came out. Our politicians have more investment.
That's why I said not
much
just
more.
Yes,
with much more money involved than this. But this just came out, right? And like you rightly said, it's broadcast. We have to talk about it. But then again, we've heard about it as journalists. I think we shouldn't just go all out and criticize. You just talked about the corporate social responsibility.
Right.
You wouldn't know how many this particular individual would have involved.
Let them put it in the news so we'll know.
No, but the fact is, you were talking about him.
Because I'm not celebrating him.
Investing. No. I don't think it's a question of celebrating or not celebrating.
What's in the news?
It's just in the news because
of course.
When you're a public figure, certainly it's bound to come into the news.
Of course.
But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have properties in Nigeria.
Okay, so
it definitely has properties in it definitely has properties in Nigeria. It definitely has investment in Nigeria.
I would have done a lot of CSR as well.
Join the Billionaires League in London. Why not? It's a good thing because I mean.
Are you suggesting that he has used the money of customers to do that investment?
So you see, I will say it very, very clearly. If you champion a big organization where people depend on you for the safety of their funds and everything, look, in the financial aspect and financial world, there's a lot of secrecy and a lot of cloak and dagger. You know what I mean? What I mean, cloak and dagger means, cloak and dagger means you operate in secrecy in the financial world.
Okay.
If he was smart, that's why I'm throwing darts at him. If he was smart, keep it on the low key. The fact you brought it out, right?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
It could have come out somehow.
Bloomberg.
So what this means is that, see, when you climb up the ranks, be rest assured that you will get a lot of shots.
Of course.
The higher you go,
so he should be ready.
So what I'm saying right now, if he's watching, right, he should be biting and saying, "Oh, had I known, I could have kept quiet."
Yeah.
So he should get the shot and take it as a man. You spend £15 million or dollars, whatever it is, going to buy a house,
high current,
outside this country, with what we're going through in this country, seeing that the common man needs job and a whole lot of other stuff. I'll tell you, you're not doing the Lord's work.
But who says it's not doing the Lord's work?
Then she put it on the news.
It doesn't have.
I want to see him.
Says not doing things.
So I said so.
Should not enjoy the fruit of his labor.
35 years.
Valentine and because of Lizzie or something. Who says that people should not enjoy on earth? Who says that his mansion must be the one in heaven?
And who says that? Who says that it would have been him that has paid for this property?
So that's the point.
Of course.
But even at that, the fact that his name is attached to it, he spent his money to do it.
Okay, let's wrap it up there. We have almost story, but we'll take a quick break and be back to see what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy,
This is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. We've got the papers right in front of us this morning. We want to see what's on the front page of the paper this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper today. The top story here says top mutual funds extend 5-year inflation beating run as returns hit 65.3% in 2022 and 49% in 2025. And on page 4 of the papers this morning, it says Pengassan suspends strike action after federal government's intervention. Good intervention, if you ask me. Nigeria at 65, this is on page 30. Import-driven industrialization holds factories back. And on page 30 of the paper this morning, it says fintechs ride digital infrastructure boom on rising investor buy-in. And on page 28 of the papers today at the Africa Energy Week, which is holding, of course, in South Africa, it says Wale Tinubu honored with lifetime achievement at the Africa Energy Week. Those are some of the stories on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. Of course, we also have a picture story, this one of the Executive Vice President of Appeal of Conscience Foundation, as well as the Archbishop of New York and award recipient Rabbi Otho, and of course we also have Awele Lumelu, who happens to be the wife, and also she's also holding our own also in the UBA group. So we also have her on the front page of the paper this morning. But let's talk about which of the stories do we want to talk about. We already spoke about the Pengassan strike, which has been suspended. Maybe we should start off with Nigeria at 65, import-driven industrialization holding factories back.
Oh, wow.
Well, you want to say something?
Go ahead.
So, truth be told, it's good that we can see, that as we turn 65, there's, like I said, for this song to celebrate. We see the changes in, let's say, policy, but the way and manner people follow through with things based on the fact that we are now matured, right? It's not trickling down to business. We're seeing imports, driven in different sectors. Obviously, it didn't just start yesterday. It has been building up. So they had to now talk about it since we turned 65 yesterday. However, will this be sustainable? This is my question. Will we be able to say at the end of the day that the more we import, can we also have more export that will overcome the import? Why? I will explain why. As much as it's good for the idea of, business, shipping back and forth, the ports, we're making money, right? When there's activity, we're generating funds, generating revenue for the state. Even though Lagos State is taking the bulk of it. Why? Because he has a Papa port, which I don't understand why you can open up Niger ports and then other areas so that it can also be as fluid and as active the way the Papa port is. However, having said so, if we're looking at the increase of import, can we also, like I said before, also tell ourselves the truth? Are we matching up with export? 65 years that we are now, can we confidently say that our local content is getting out there and generating money for us? However, while we think about that, I'm about to answer that question. Let's also ask ourselves another question to follow to as a part two. Yes, our president once said that the export of the raw material for shea butter should be, withheld, right? Which is put on hold. Saying that whatever it is, we can create byproducts from it. It's not bad, it's good. What does this mean? What does this mean for business? It means that companies who want to come and invest in Nigeria will now say, look, Nigeria doesn't want to sell, the raw agricultural produce. They want to now draw them into the country to put together industries. So that way, the byproduct can now be sold and have Nigeria brand on it as partnership. What does this mean for business? It means that the idea of importing, right, will now be lesser than the idea of exporting. Are we going to make money? Yes. Will this be good for us? In many ways.
Definitely.
How? Number one, job creation. Number two, right? The fact
Our
that we have,
currency.
yes, Nigeria made goods with Nigeria flag, proudly Nigeria written there. And of course, to give NAFDAC even more space to be able to now say, for what it's worth, that we are in control of our own produce and not relying on foreign products that we don't even know the kind of chemicals that are being used for this. Let's not forget the level and the high rate of illness these days can all be attributed to those chemicals that we can't even be able to verify. And whatever they put on those containers or cans, as the case may be, we just read through and say, okay, it's good for consumption.
That takes me to the fact that our consumer protection rights has been dampened. They don't check. There are commissions for these things. They do not check products anymore. They just accept it, and a lot of times is because of corruption, if you ask me. And these and many more are part of the crossroads. Nigeria is facing at 65. Like our economy is facing, the crossroads our economy is facing, as in Nigeria being 65 right now. But then again, like you rightly said, if the exports can be encouraged and then imports minimized, it will bring about more advantage than we're facing right now.
Right. I just want to give a little bit of the statistics that we have here. Looking at from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, it says manufacturing contributed just 9.6% to Nigeria's gross domestic product, which and actually it was actually a rise from 7.6% in the previous quarter.
So from coma to life support.
Yes.
Are you sure that has been rightly what? Calculated?
I'm sure it was, because it's from National Bureau of Statistics, and it says that, but it's far below the 20% benchmark recorded in peer economies such as Vietnam and Indonesia. Right. And it says that export tell an even starker story, with manufactured goods accounting for less than 8% of Nigeria's total exports.
Oh, okay.
Less than 8% of Nigeria's total exports, compared to oil and gas, which still provides over 90% of foreign exchange earnings.
So this is the thing now. I've been saying it times without number. Look, we are basking in the
euphoria
of oil and gas will never as well, natural oil will not run out. Look, some so-called professionals have said maybe 30 years from now or so, or maybe we have it in abundance. But this obviously tied to fossil fuel. At some point it will run out. Why am I saying this thing is that we need to begin to understand that there are some countries who don't have this oil and gas. And what they've done is to look in depth and be able to harness those opportunities within them and create something from it. Look at what happened. See, when they came to Africa and they took cocoa, and so they had what? Chocolate, and they brought chocolate back. It took how many years for countries that actually export, they actually, have this cocoa in their country, their countries, to understand that, wait a minute, we can begin to have our own chocolate here instead of bringing in Swiss chocolate. See how long it took. So it goes to show you that, look, education is important. Awareness also. And opportunities all around us. What is the problem now? Most people don't have the eye. You see?
It still also goes down, to the point and the fact that, these things are there. You just said that people do not have the eye to identify. And also, as Nigerians, we do a lot of, should I say, schooling without practice a lot.
More theory without practical.
Yes, we do that a lot. We believe that it has to be school. It's just recently that people have started embracing the act of acquiring skills. Now, it's not enough to know that, you can turn cocoa into chocolate if you do not have the skill. When people are trained in these things, it's an eye-opener. When people are trained to use their hands to do a lot of things, then we can be able to achieve so much as a nation.
Right. But, on the good side of things, we're talking about import-driven industrialization, holding factories back. We're also seeing that fintechs ride digital infrastructure boom on rising investor buying. So we're having more local and global investors with billions of dollars flowing into the startups that are building digital infrastructure, digital payment systems. We understand how the fintech system over the years have really metamorphosed. Yeah, that's the word, with the likes of Flutterwave and the likes. And what we're seeing here is that going into just a little bit of statistics, it says across the African continent, fintechs raised more than $2.7 billion between mid-2021 and 2023, with Nigeria accounting for about 1/3. It says this trend was carried into 2025, where fintech continued to lead in startup funding, securing more than $1 billion, which outpaced other fast-growing sectors such as insurtech and edtech. So we're seeing that fintech is still the place to be. So now maybe if you're thinking of pivoting careers,
apart from just fintech, there are a lot of mouth-watering places to find yourself right now. I was talking to an economist, and he made mention of a fact that I had not really thought of. The jackpot syndrome has really eaten deep. It's still eating deep, because of the unforeseen wealth Nigerians are going out there to get, as greener pastures. He said something that you find out that the Chinese, or even people from the Western world, they're trooping into Nigeria in their numbers. What are they looking for here that we are running away from? It's because they've seen a problem that can be solved, and they're doing extremely well. So if you judge from that fact, you will know that there's something here that these people are running to get. And because of the ignorance in Nigerians, we always find ourselves running, doing the jackpot syndrome and enslaving ourselves and thinking we are enjoying when there's so much problem to solve here and make wealth.
So I will tell you, just to underline with double lines, I will tell you, the truth of the matter is that Nigerians have now woken up well good.
Very well.
This is the problem now. Our institutions have not been looked into properly. See, we cannot run a nation that has woken up and is catching up with the international world based on education. Nigerians are doing very well. And we can't run such country with mundane institutions. You see, we need to not only upgrade our institutions, also make sure that those regulatory bodies, right, are folked with what we call the right auditors. Because you see, one of the reasons why any international body or any investor might get frustrated is if we have regulatory bodies in Nigeria who boycott the system, forget due process, and go to look for ways to witch hunt, look for ways to stifle people's business. You see a company being built, constructed, right? You know already that this person has gone through
a lot
to get money, to borrow money, to put things in place. You still come and put something on the gate and say, stop work. And it tells you, look, I have all necessary documents, right? And that's a factory that's about to come up. And such factory, if it comes up, simply means one thing. Industrialization goes up. Means one thing. Job creation go up. Means another thing. Business. Because we're a business team, let's talk about it. Business will go up. What does that finally mean? GDP will increase.
I like the fact that
that's the problem.
I like the fact that you've made this point. I like the fact that you've made this point. But that also goes to show that as Nigerians, we've started appreciating our own. Unlike before, if you see a little boy trying to make like a toy car, you don't put him out there for fear of one thing or the other. But now you're proud. Thank God for social media. You're putting, things out there. People that are being creative. You're celebrating them.
I like what
it's
social media.
Yes.
What happened?
Was it yesterday or 2 days ago that we mentioned the fact that so they are looking at getting tariffs from social media.
Exactly.
Taxing those who are
exactly. They're making money.
What that would do?
Because they've seen that
it's productive.
It's productive, and they've seen how much young people now.
They should allow it evolve more. Allow a lot. They should allow it evolve more. Allow a lot of things to still happen before trying to still do that. I know that in more developed countries, they might have even started doing something like that because they know the importance of this tax.
Taxes, you're right.
Yeah. They know the importance. So, but then, since now that this thing is making the rounds that, okay, there's something in here, I still believe that it's going to be a good thing, but the timing is not now.
Okay, let's see what we have on the other papers this morning. Let's look at what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning.
So Vanguard here says Nigeria 65. We're talking about the sense opposition leaders. Others take Tinubu to task, right? We already understand. We understand what that means. But let us jump to the very top. It says Tinubu not jittery about opposition, says presidency. All right, Tinubu not jittery about opposition, says presidency. I'm so
it's like a tongue twister.
Yeah, it is a tongue twister. I'm caught up with the G3 and then the presidency, so that's fine.
Okay.
And then here it says the death of Arise TV anchor was spoke about today. Pastor rest in peace. Such a very painful thing. And of course, Benghazi suspend strike after FG intervention. I think you're kind of right saying that FG should have come to the date. But I think I have my other reservations.
Okay, keep it.
All right, so over here we have, you see the picture, we have Professor Wole Soyinka, we have the president, that's Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have his wife, Oluremi, and of course we have Sam Olu there in that picture. It says, at the commissioning of Wole Soyinka's Center for Culture, at the commissioning of Wole Soyinka Center for Culture, they all attended there. Then I think this is just a replica of what you
a little bit of that picture from the Appeal of Conscience Awards.
But there's a news here. 2027. Amechi Obi, Utomi as a question push to end courtroom democracy. Amechi Obi Utomi as a question push to end courtroom democracy. I wonder how that's going to play out. If you ask me, I don't see how much.
Are they trying to?
I think they're the right people for the job, though.
Are they trying to stop people from going to the courts after a loss or something?
That's in page 8. Maybe we'll check as he was saying. But very quickly said, you think they're the right people? Do we? I was going to say we don't need a good or bad person. We need the right person. So use that word. I might just agree with you. If you are saying I think they're the good,
the right
I could have said you never can tell. That seat has a way of changing your perception. That's a fact.
And how you think.
I'm trying to say that power intoxicates. So
it does.
Power intoxicates, absolutely. Also,
it does actually, but wow.
So let's read more. Page 8 about that story. Here it says, let's see it again. So that's it. Amechi Obi Utomi Ezekwesili push to end courtroom democracy. It says demand overhaul of Nigeria's electoral system for credible polls. Amechi recalls U.S. pressure that shaped 2015 election democracy meaningless without free, fair polls. That says Obi. He told me as a person. Of course, it says accused judiciary of weakening legitimacy. Let's be honest, right? The reason why they say 3 tiers of government, why that's emphasized, is so that way you can have checks and balances. By the time one presses down on the other, you have issues where rights of people, especially when they have a point, because Nigeria, I love this country, has refused to budge, has refused to bow down, have refused to, to play the, what we call, you have the puppet and you have the master. We don't want to play puppet any longer. And so this is the price we have to pay. And I come back to the same thing our president said, when he said, if you want omelette, you break the egg. So right now, we'll feel the brunt. For people who want to jackpot and go to the US, you might feel,
it's quite right. Getting to that right now, it's a little bit of a. It's looking like trying to get into the US right now. It's like such a huge deal.
And then, so if you're going for holiday or business, there are other places where you have rest of mind. Don't think US doesn't have these problems.
Yeah,
I know what's going on within US itself. How the Democrats are pointing fingers and poking Donald Trump. Recently, I don't know if you saw that video where Nancy Pelosi went to have a meeting with Donald Trump. It was supposed to be a closed meeting. And you know what happened? Donald Trump said, hold on, and got cameramen and everybody in the Oval Office. And she was like, we're supposed to have a
which is literally
he's learning the hard way. He learned the hard way, so he's trying to be careful.
Yes, he said what I like. He said, look, when Nancy said to him, we're supposed to have a quiet meeting so this can run. He said, no. Transparency is the way to go. You could see in her face that if she had a gun, she would just shoot him and let it go. But again, it's democracy. And then we're letting
all right.
So,
that's what we have on the Punch.
Okay, on the Punch here newspaper today seems to be a little bit packed with juicy stories. Says Nigeria at 65. Tinubu's reforms yet to ease hardship, according to experts. Another one says one medical doctor attends to 9,083 Nigerians. Nad lament. And then on page 3 says 853 billion naira crime proceeds recovered in 1 year by the EFCC. And right here says that Fubara sacks commissioners and orders. Whoa. If you ask me, that's a very bold move by the River State governor.
He comes with gifts as a get.
Oh my God. He's silent, but I think he's taking a lot of action in his silence. And still again, Pengasson strike and NPC laments losses as union halts action. Are they saying that they actually experienced losses or
within that time?
They would have, within the period?
I think the rider tells us more.
Because it says 16% of crude output, 30% of gas supply disrupted during strike.
Exactly.
Disputes risk economic instability, according to the federal government. And Penderson, suspension, not cancellation. We will strike again if deal fails.
Okay, they passed the message. It's suspension, it's not cancellation. So definitely.
And then they're saying that, yes.
The saying that goes this way.
Yeah.
Last kick of a dying horse. Pengasson. Relax. Dangote is in the boss. Lord's work. Let's continue.
And then here says Dangote denies victimizing staff. What else? Nigerians languish in prisons after Ethiopia stalls MOU. And that's in page 3. On page 4 and 5 says Kogi boats crash. Death toll hits 26. Tinubu mourns.
Wow.
So sad.
And that happened on the 1st of October.
Whoa.
That's it. If it did, then that's
a very sad one.
It's not a way to celebrate our independence.
And then here it says Nigeria's 8-month debt services bill hits $2.86 billion, and that's according to the Apex Bank, the CBN. And Nigerian arrested for attempted trafficking of daughter to Iraq. And then the last headline here says that Wale Tinubu bags Africa Energy Awards in South Africa. But then I was really curious about the EFCC, 853 billion naira crime proceeds recovered in 1 year. That's a lot.
It's actually a lot, but
so
I don't think we have enough time to dwell on it.
Yes, we do not have time to dwell on it because we have to check on the cartoon of the day. But then again, we should give kudos to EFCC and not just all about, beating them. They are trying.
They've actually been very active this year.
Are the proceeds actually entering into good use?
If it wasn't for EFCC, well, first and foremost, yes, the proceeds are being, well, when I say proceeds, not necessarily proceeds, it's actually called the recovery.
Okay, the recovery.
All those cash and monies are actually being stacked up and given back to the government to do what they need to do with it. But very quickly, EFCC, if it wasn't for EFCC, a lot of people could have gotten away.
True.
Agreed.
Our national,
assets and funds.
Agreed. So well done to you, EFCC. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. I think it has something to do with evil nest or something like that. That's the cartoon by Opara. So you see Dangote in the middle with his grey suit and red tie, and then you see him in the midst of serpent. One serpent called Pengasan, another serpent called Nupeng, and then the serpent below. And then the Minister of Petroleum looking, just looking like, okay, let's see what happens. And then he's trying to trample on those serpents, the one that the hawkish ones, the ones and the ones below, and he's trying to trample on the ones below. And then
but in all of that crisis, he seems to be laughing.
Exactly, like is
he winning?
It seems like he's winning. That's what it shows. It seems like he's winning despite all of the serpent, which is really what's happening right now. Right. All right, thank you so much. That's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment. Myself, as well as
and Destiny Momo.
And then Destiny will be kicking off with the Business Morning at 9 a.m. Do stay with us.
Good morning. You're still watching the breakfast show on Business Day television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring to you the news in details. The Naira appreciated significantly in the official foreign exchange markets in September, recording 50 Naira 75 kobo gain against the dollar. And according to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Naira strengthened to 1,475.34 Naira per dollar at the close of trading on Tuesday, marking a 3.3% gain from 1,526.09 Naira per dollar at the start of the month. Now, in the parallel market, the currency gained 3% over the month, closing at 1,495 Naira on Tuesday, compared to 1,540 Naira at the beginning of September. According to reports, the Naira's relative stability reflects the impact of tighter liquidity, growing investor confidence, and recent reforms in FX management. And moving on, the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, has suspended its industrial action following the reconciliatory meetings at the instance of the Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dingyadi. Reports revealed that at Dangote Refinery, the meeting which took place in Abuja agreed to deploy disengaged workers, while Pengasan committed to call off the strike. President of Pengasan, Festus Osifo, who announced the suspension on Wednesday in Abuja, noted that the union suspended the strike strictly out of respect for the federal government and its institutions involved in the conciliation process. Osifo warned that the union would not hesitate to resume the strike if Dangote's management fails to act in accordance with the agreement to recall their affected staff. Still on, a Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank PLC, Roosevelt Ogbonna, bought a mansion for £15 million on a street in London's Hampstead neighborhood, nicknamed Billionaires Row, marking a rare transaction in the city's beleaguered luxury housing market. A Bloomberg report on Wednesday revealed that Ogbonna, who has been the boss of Nigeria's largest bank by assets for over 3 years, purchased the sprawling mansion in August, according to a UK filing. And according to the report, the house, which has a spa and an entertainment suite, was listed for £17 million as recently as 2021. Ogbonna leads Access Bank, which is on an ambitious 5-year growth plan, seeking to double the share of assets outside its home, marked by 2027 ranking among Africa's 5 biggest banks. And now to end the news, gold prices soared to new highs on Wednesday, just shy of $4,000 per ounce, as the U.S. government entered its first shutdown in almost 7 years after lawmakers failed to reach a deal on government funding. Gold futures closed at a record of $3,897.50 per ounce, which spot gold was last trading at $3,866.66, up nearly 50% since the start of the year. Amid the uncertainty, risk assets lost ground, while gold, typically viewed as a safe haven asset in times of economic or geopolitical turbulence, continued its bumper rally to hit its 39th record high this year. And that's the news. Now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on Business Morning. Stay with us. You're welcome back to Business Morning. And now let's go straight to the first conversation. Talking about medical tourism on the rise as patients seek affordable quality care abroad.
I'm still talking about Nigeria at 65. And medical tourism is gaining global attention as more people travel across borders to access affordable and specialized healthcare, from cosmetic surgery in Turkey to advanced cancer treatment in India. Patients are increasingly seeking medical services outside their home countries. Experts say the trend is driven by rising healthcare costs, long waiting times, and the search for advanced technology and expertise. Countries like Thailand, Mexico, and the United Arab Emirates are emerging as major medical tourism hubs, offering not just treatment but also recovery-friendly hospitality. However, health professionals warn that patients must carefully research accreditation, follow-up care, and possible risk before embarking on medical trips. Analysts predict the industry could grow into a multi-billion-dollar market, reshaping global healthcare access. And now joining us this morning to discuss is Dr. Salome Odafe, a passion-driven medical professional in the diaspora. You're welcome to Business Morning, Salome.
Hi, Destiny. Thank you so much.
Very quickly, I'm so happy to have you. Now, medical tourism is projected to surpass $200 billion globally. What key factors do you believe are fueling this growth?
Well, I think you mentioned a few already with your introduction, but I would say the major fuel for this is solution. So one of the reasons why the healthcare space is so important is because it helps, as in people want to get better, people want to feel better, people want to live better lives, people want to give themselves better quality of life. So wherever there's a solution to their health problem, they will be willing to also go. And also it speaks also on the quality of services being offered by some of these countries. Thailand, for example, that you mentioned, has been known to actually have good quality services. I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you very clearly. Go ahead.
Okay, so Thailand, for example, has been known to provide very good quality services, despite being quite affordable. So people will look for solutions, and people will also look for where they can get the best, even while seeking for solutions. So if I'm going to go to a country and I have the chance of getting cancer cured, then definitely, if it gives me more time with my family, if it gives me more time to do things that I want to do on the earth, then I would definitely go for it.
Oh, wow. That's nice. So now how can countries balance the influx of international patients with the healthcare needs of their local populations?
Okay. So I think really this has to do with on the borders of ethics, and currently I'm doing a lot in the ethical space for medicine. Okay. So I would say this really borders on ethics, and one of the major ethical principles when doing medical practice is justice, the principle of justice, and that means being fair and ensuring equity. Now, how can the government be sure that, okay, these hospitals are not just going to ignore locals and then take on international patients because of the revenue? So one of the ways that I would suggest countries could do this, or governments could do this, is, for example, ensure that hospitals that are known to do medical tourism, they also have a quota that is allocated, a composite quota that is allocated to the locals, a composite quota of bed space and time that is allocated to the locals. So that way you ensure that even though you're having influx of international patients, also you have care for your locals as well. Then also another way you can say that countries can do this is put levies on these hospitals, on this medical tourism. So put like some sort of tax on it. It might not necessarily be so high, but then the taxes that you use this to actually fund your primary healthcare centers. Now, one thing that many people don't realize is that primary healthcare centers are one of the key factors for improving healthcare for locals. So a couple of people within the country would not necessarily need the help of a specialist immediately. They might first need, and the first contact they will have is with the primary healthcare center. Now, if you can strengthen your primary healthcare, then you can also strengthen the quality of health that your locals are receiving. And then creating ways to fund this sector is another way to improve your healthcare while still being known as a hub for medical tourism and while still being known for improving specialist care. Then also another way is that in the primary healthcare center, you can also fund trainings for general practitioners within the country, and some of these trainings of give scholarships to young kids that are interested in going into the medical field, fund some of this their medical education, so by the time they're coming out, they are available for your locals as well.
Oh, wow. Then, what infrastructure investments are most critical for any country seeking to position itself as a medical tourism hub?
Well, I would say it would vary by country, really. It would vary by country, and it would vary on the aspect the country is trying to, the field of medicine, the country is trying to portray themselves as a tourism hub. Okay. So, for example, you mentioned, okay, Turkey for cosmetics, you mentioned India for cancer treatment. So countries do tend to pick their specific niche in which they want to be known worldwide as a hub for. But apart from that varying by country, but I think one thing that will be important for every country to know is you need to invest in your human capital. So you have people in your country, you have medical practitioners in your country. What are the investments you are making on specialists to be able to have such skills? What are the investments you are making technology wise? So what are the equipments available in your country? So you have to be thinking of, okay, we are investing in human resources, we are investing in technology, and another important thing is you need to invest in research. Why people are coming to these countries is because they've been able to provide solutions. How did they discover these solutions? Research. It was research, somebody funding research, somebody going through the process of researching and looking for ways to improve people's health. And then when they found this, they were able to implement this into their healthcare system. So you need to be able to invest in research, you need to be able to invest in human resources, and you also need to be able to invest in technology. Now, this will not also not depend on the area the country really wants to portray themselves as a field.
Oh, wow. Okay, then what role should government play in regulating standards to ensure patient safety while still promoting competitiveness?
Well, I would say it would be important for, first of all, to ensure that these centers are well accredited. So setting up accreditation bodies to be sure that these hospitals are delivering standard care. So no matter the country, there are certain standards of medical care that you must give to every patient. And there are guidelines with this, international guidelines within the country. So you must actually investigate and see, are these centers following the standard medical care, both internationally and nationally. Then also another area that the government can play an important role is ensuring that many of these centers release their outcomes and to see whether they are actually being effective, to be sure that they are not actually ripping people off. So if you're known as a center for creating care for cancer, how much what is the percentage of outcome that you have been able to get? Like, how many patients have gotten cure from coming to your center? How many had to have, so we have to take like proper statistics. How many people had to be readmitted? What was your follow-up like? How was the continuity of care? So government has to closely monitor this to ensure that people are actually getting the proper care, and it is just not a money-making hub. So those are some of the ways I would say government can do that. Destiny? I'm not sure I can hear you anymore. I think I've lost you. Okay. I think I can hear you now.
Okay, so talking about, I just asked you a question. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, Salome, you can hear me, right? Okay, then I said, what makes a healthcare destination attractive to international patients beyond just affordability?
Okay. So all this I mentioned is the quality of care and how well you're able to portray that in the media space. So one of the reasons why Thailand is so well known is because they had people that did get better, and they were able to like give them a better image publicly, and speak to the care that they received there. So what are people saying about your center? The people actually get better. I mentioned earlier too that people do just want solutions. The reason why I would leave my country and travel to your country for health care is because I want a solution to my health problem. So the question is, are you actually providing solution? So that is the first question in anyone's mind. Like, would I get better? That's just the basic question. If you see someone coming to your hospital, to your clinic, the question is, would I get better? I don't want to spend money. I don't want to travel for hours not being able to get better. Then another thing I would say is having better follow-up care, as well as resources for care while within the country. So what are the available hotels in the area? Basically, also, what are just the tourist sites? Is the area calming? Is the area like peaceful? If after I do get my surgery done, is there a place for me to stay? What is hospitality like in that area? Is there a place for my family to stay if my family members do follow me? Then also another thing you would really like to look at is the visa laws, and how quickly people are able to actually get visas, and the cost of that, as well with the cost of flying over to that country, the cost of traveling over to that country. That will make them attractive. For example, India, I think India's e-visa takes about 3 to 5 days to come out. And that doesn't take too long. But if you want to compare that to Nigeria's e-visa, that takes about 15 business days. Then, so if I'm coming to your country for care, would I spend more time trying to get a visa before I even get to the hospital? So some of those things are what people really consider. And also, what's the proximity like? Are your airports accessible? These are things countries really need to consider if they're going to be like attractive for patients to come, and most importantly, just providing solution.
Okay then, but then in what medical tourism do you think Nigeria as a country can offer, and also what lessons can emerging economies learn from established medical tourism destinations like India or even Thailand?
Okay, for Nigeria, I feel personally, I think Nigeria has like it has such a wide potential. We have the human resources, we have the minds ready to learn. So I really think Nigeria's opportunity is endless, but there are a lot of things that are hindering us. And if we can fix things like electricity, basic things, electricity, water, how the hospital runs, the management of the hospital, I think we first need to fix the basics before we can become a hub in that sense. We have excellently trained some of best neurosurgeons in Africa. We have we have some of the best minds in Africa, really. So Nigeria's opportunities are endless. We just need to actually fix the basics. Then can you repeat your second question? Let me just be sure I got that well.
Them as a very good tourism destination.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, now. All right. I said, what lessons can emerging economies learn from established medical tourism destinations? You know, economies like Nigeria and maybe other emerging economies. What lessons can they learn from medical tourism destinations like India or Thailand?
Okay, all right. First of all, invest in your healthcare, in your healthcare system. That's the first thing. Invest in your resources, and invest in your resources, in your human resources, in your in technology, invest in infrastructure. And also, I think a major one to learn from India and Thailand is their tourist visa policies, and the process, the ease in this, and how many of them. Also, another thing that Thailand has been offering is wellness care as well. So bring something unique to the table apart from presenting care to people, but bring something that people are like, okay, this is an added benefit for me for coming to the country, for spending money to come here, and make it affordable. That's one thing that we could learn from Thailand. Make it affordable. Give people quality service, but make it affordable. We have the tendency to want to overcharge foreigners, to want to expect people that are coming from outside the country to bring more money. But what we can do is to encourage this booming area in our country. We can actually reduce, like we can actually create these services at an affordable rate, both for locals and both for international patients.
Okay, then, so that how can digital health and telemedicine expand the reach of medical tourism beyond physical travel?
Okay, one of the ways is consulting, online, as like now I'm speaking to you and I'm not in the same room with you. And this is something that can be done collaborating with local providers, local healthcare providers in another country. I mean, being able to share patients' medical records. There might be the issue of confidentiality, but then if it's between two medical practitioners that are working together to ensure the health of this patient. For example, if I know my patient needs a particular surgery and we do not offer this surgery in Nigeria, I do know another medical practitioner. I ask my patient's permission. Oh, we have a medical practitioner in India and he might be willing to take a look at your case. If you like, I could send some of your case files to him and some of your results to see whether this is something they can work on, and then create that avenue just to be able to speak to the patient online, review the patients, and that back and forth, that collaboration. It's a way to actually, because then once you start doing processes like that, even before the patient decides to travel, for example, for surgery or for care, there's already care the patient is receiving before meeting you. So that also puts the patient at a better chance of recovering as well.
What policies would you recommend, to ensure inclusivity and sustainability in the business of healing?
Well, I think policies should really focus on the area of equity. That's what I would say, ensuring equity, because it's very easy for us to like focus on the business aspect, making money, but we must ensure equity, and we must ensure that people are actually getting the solution they need. We are not just creating a money reaping area, but we are actually caring for the health of these people. First and foremost, every policy should view the patient not as a business, but as an individual that needs help and needs to feel well. So whatever policies we're doing, first of all, should focus on equity and should focus on ensuring healthcare. So in the aspect of equity, one of the things I mentioned is ensuring taxes on medical tourism in a way that it's able to benefit the locals. These taxes are used to fund primary healthcare centers and care for locals as well. Then another thing in the aspect of ensuring health, these people are actually getting better and ensuring the health and well-being of individuals is to create a policy that mandates hospitals to release their outcomes. How many patients came in for this? How many got better? What were the cases of reinfection or readmission? What were the things that were done to mitigate? Just make sure that countries actually release reports, sorry, not countries, rather, hospitals release reports on the care that they are giving individuals.
Okay, so lastly, how can local healthcare systems avoid brain drain while also attracting international talent?
This is a very interesting question.
Very.
I mean, Nigeria is one of the areas that has really suffered from brain drain. And one of the ways, there are so many ways, but one thing I would say, especially in the Nigeria context, is you need to invest in your human resources. You need to, Nigeria has like the largest population for a Black nation.
Okay.
And even in Africa, we still have some of the highest number of doctors, though we are still complaining that we don't have enough, but we still have a large number of doctors. So compared to other countries within the African space. So now the question is, when you train these doctors, what is your investment in them? What is your investment in research? One of the things that moves the healthcare space, and that's one thing I think Nigeria can learn from countries like even the United States, is research is such a big deal, or it used to be such a big deal. So you have to actually invest in research. You have to, that way you are providing solution. Healthcare is really about providing solution. Many patients might not even know what you are doing. Some of them might not even care to know, though it's important for you to inform them. But what you find that some people don't even want to know. All they want is, I want to get better. I want to feel better. I want to be able to see my children the next day. I want to be able to see my husband the next day. I want to be able to see my mother the next day. So the question is, are you investing in your human resources? The average doctor in Nigeria does he have hands-on experience with the latest endoscopic procedures? Does he have hands-on experience with the latest surgical procedures now that AI is coming into play? What is Nigeria doing about maybe making this available for medical doctors in Nigeria to be able to create like research opportunities in this area for medical doctors so that they can advance healthcare in Nigeria? Things like this are very important, but we're not having these discussions, and we're not really investing in our population a lot. So it's a very dicey and difficult situation. But if Nigeria can actually invest in the human resources, in the individuals that are there, the healthcare professionals, the nurses, are the nurses also aware of the latest care for patients? Are the pharmacists aware of drugs? What are we doing about research in the areas of drug? What drugs work better for our population? We have a long way to go we are going to actually known as a medical hub.
I want to really appreciate you, Salome Otefe, a medical practitioner, all the way from diaspora, joining us on Business Morning today and giving us so much information on business, on medical
tourism. Thank you so much, Salome. Looking
Thank
at
you.
you,
Thank you.
why
It was a
will
pleasure.
not envisage getting as much as we got from you, but you just gave us that shivers down there. I want to appreciate you because you've taught us so much this morning on Business Morning about medical tourism. Thank you and have a great day.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's the first segment on the Business Morning. When we come back, we'll be talking, having conversations on our second conversation, talking about Nigeria at 65, crossroads in our economy. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back to Business Morning. Now, very quickly to our second conversation, talking about Nigeria at 65, an economy at crossroads. Now, Nigeria marked its 65th independence anniversary just yesterday, with President Bola Tinubu declaring that the worst is over for Africa's largest economy. Official figures show the economy grew by over 4% in the second quarter, its fastest pace in 4 years. Now, foreign reserves have also climbed to more than $42 billion, signaling renewed investor confidence. But behind the numbers, hardship persists. Inflation hovers around 20%. Food prices remain high. And an estimated 129 million Nigerians still live below the poverty line. In a major shift, the central bank has cut interest rates for the first time in 5 years, easing borrowing costs to encourage investment. The government has also reduced electricity subsidies and banned the export of raw shea nuts in a push to strengthen local industries. Now, energy remains a critical battleground. A threatened oil workers' strike was averted after talks with Dangote Petroleum, while solar power is slowly emerging as an alternative for millions left in the dark by Nigeria's fragile grid. Analysts say reforms such as fuel subsidy removal and currency unification are bold steps, but the challenge is ensuring that growth is felt at household level, with floods, unemployment, and poverty still weighing on the nation. The question remains, can Nigeria's economy at 65 deliver prosperity for its people? For now, optimism meets reality in a country standing at an economic crossroads. But then again, joining us is Mokhtar Mohammed, the CEO Finance by Mokhtar and a top financial expert par excellence. Good morning, Mokhtar Mohammed.
Thank you for having me, Destiny. My pleasure to be on your program.
My pleasure once again, especially
Independence Day. Thank you.
As Nigeria has turned 65, I'm happy to be speaking with an expert like you that will analyze deeply into Nigeria's economic crossroads. So now on economic growth and policy, Nigeria actually recorded one of its fastest GDP growth rates in years. How sustainable is this growth given inflation and unemployment pressures?
And Destiny, I think during your introduction, you hit the nail on the head already.
Yeah.
You said the growth that the hardship is still in the land despite the growth. You have to look at this growth. Is it the real growth or the data-driven growth or the rebasing-driven growth? Because what about this growth, both in the area of GDP growth and inflation are all based on the inflation is based on the rebasing. The growth in GDP is also based on rebasing, and this rebasing is based on data that if you look by the data with the reality on ground, they are very different. So inflation is still there. It's still going on double digits, despite we bringing the inflation to rebasing. Rebasing has seen our GDP in the fastest growing mode that we've ever seen before. So for me, it's all about data. But again, where do we get this data from? If there's any challenge we have in these countries in the area of data.
Yeah.
But what they say the data is telling us today is what the president, what the economic team is telling us. But the reality on ground is that there is still challenges with the economy, whether in the area of inflation, whether in the area of GDP growth. You have to look at it. Yes, rebasing can grow your economy. Rebasing can bring in GDP coming down. But you have to say, what's the whole idea of rebasing? Rebasing is largely to getting new areas for investors, to get foreign direct investors to come into your economy, to develop those areas that was not there before. And this current rebasing was driven by the rebasing in the oil and gas sector, largely driven by refined petroleum product by Dangote refinery, and also modular refinery, and also illegal refinery was also included as part of this data. And then you have mining also coming there. You have fintech also coming there. You have the entertainment industry that has also grown. All these were responsible for the growth that we see in the city, in the economy and inflation. But again, for you to maintain that growth, then we need to see investors come in through the sector to grow that economy. That's why that's where the job will come in. That's where inflation will come down. Destiny inflation in Nigeria is not driven by liquidity reduction or lack of or what we call a shrink in terms of supply chain, or is largely driven by currency volatility. And we have seen that we are enjoying what we're enjoying today because, again, we've seen that the currency are definitely stable or still getting to stability from the high that it was before.
Now, the Apex Bank, Central Bank, has cut interest rates for the first time in 5 years. So what do you think the impact should, what impact should Nigerians expect on businesses and even households? Will it hold
Destiny, normally we should be excited about the cut of interest rates, and you have to see that, and that's been the cost of borrowing has come down. And then we also look at that. It's not just the rate cut that is exciting, it's the reduction in the liquidity ratio also has come down from 50 to 45%. Also, we've seen that should help the financial sector lend to the risk sector. But if you look at that again, are banks really ready to lend to the risk sector, because they also know that the economy is challenging. So it's not left for the physical side to come up with policy that would drive growth, that would drive lending. And some of these policies have to be in place, like you're looking at the cost of production, cost of energy is still very high. Even for the manufacturer, you have other challenges also that has to do with in transportation. Cost of transportation has not come down. Infrastructure is still a challenge, and the end user chain that will bring those products to the rural or the urban, from the rural to the urban area, are still challenges. So definitely it's good to cut rates. Again, in cutting your rate, we will see the banks moving most of their money from fixed income, from government security, into investing in the risk sector. From where I am now, Destiny, I don't think that will happen anytime soon. They are still looking at the risk sector of the Nigerian economy. Lending might improve, but again, will it be improving toward the smaller business? I doubt. It might improve toward the already established businesses.
So do you believe government reforms such as subsidy removal and even forex unification are addressing the root causes of economic instability? Do you think that?
Well, if you're going by data, definitely they are. Again, data normally is the new way to look at the economy. If you go by data, definitely. But again, if you look at sector by sector, you realize that what we've seen that some sectors were favored by that two policies that you just mentioned. One of those sectors that have really benefited from this policy, the Nigeria financial markets, the stock market, the fixed income, and even the financial sector. You saw that when that policy came, a lot of the manufacturing sector, the risk sector, suffered a lot of losses because of that floating of the currency. Now we are seeing that gradual recovery. If you look at that recovery, what they are saying, definitely you will say, okay, it's driving us towards stability in terms of FX stability, and also in terms of unification of the exchange rate. You can see that now we are going toward between the BDCs and also the official central bank. We are seeing that conversion, even now if it's not yet there, but hopefully it will be there. But Destiny, the challenge with Nigeria has never been, we've not had the challenge of converging, but it's maintaining that convergence when we have external shock that has always been our major challenge. But I think it's if you look at data, definitely you see the economy is stabilizing. But again, you look at where they were at that time. What were the exchanges when they came? Was the exchange really market driven? Remember, the CBN said that what they were first of all looking at is to make sure we have a competitive FX market. Naira, competitive Naira also. Now we've moved from competitive to stability, and we are seeing the Naira begin to stabilize. So you can see the CBN have been doing a lot in that area, but they need to be complemented by the monitoring side.
All right, complemented by the money.
But again, great data, fine.
All right. Okay, then talking about inflation and cost of living, right? Inflation is actually cooling, but still above 20%. Then, what more should policymakers do to reduce this cost of living for ordinary Nigerians?
And this, maybe we'll go and learn from Ghana. I'm reading today that Ghana inflation has come down to single digits. So we need to go and ask them what they are doing that we are not doing.
If you think it's necessary, then why not?
Drive down by monetary policies. I mean, fiscal side, monetary policy have done what they have to do. I think the fiscal side still have a lot to do. There's no that synergy. You see sometimes monetary policies trying to reduce inflation, fiscal policy, hiking rates here, there. Remember the FOB that was supposed to come in, new government that suspended it. Today, again, we are having issues that has to do with tinted glasses. All those are definitely going to have an effect on the economy. These are all monetary policies, tools that are affecting the economy in one way or the other. I think now what we need to see monetary policy taking a bite of some of their revenue. If we want to see that desired growth, we want to see tariff also reduce. You want to see power come down. You want to see that cost of businesses come down, and that is going to be largely driven by the physical side. I want to see security improve so that we can begin to have supply from those cities that we used to have food supply, bringing them to the urban towns, and then good infrastructure so that cars will move, and then that would drive down the cost of transportation and all that. We need to see that from government before we begin. Then you begin to see the required result. But for now, what we are enjoying is largely driven by the monetary policy. Until the physical side synergize with them, we'll continue to have those challenges.
Then again, so over 129 million Nigerians, are living below the poverty line. How can economic policies translate into like very real relief for citizens? This is important, Mr. Mokhtar.
Very, very important. And when you see the president say each household was giving 32,000 naira, resulting to the numbers that we're saying, you begin to ask yourself, why have we not seen this reduction in poverty? I think again, corruption is still part of it. Then again, I still go back to the physical side. What policy have we been able to create to enact to create jobs? That for me, the major challenge that would drive people out of poverty. Destiny, you might agree, you might not agree, but now we have two classes of people in Nigeria, the very rich and the very poor. The middle class are non-existent, and the middle class that have grown an economy. It's the middle class, once you start having middle class, that means you're beginning to create the very rich, the middle class, and so you are moving a lot of people from poverty. And the middle class thrive on jobs, thrive on consumables, because when you have those middle class, they are the one that consume more to grow your real sector. So for now, the middle class is non-existent, and the non-existence has to do with lack of job, and which have led to a lot of them leaving this country. So definitely, it has to be the physical side driving of policies that will encourage growth. That will also create the middle class. And so it's not just about throwing money at the challenges. We have seen that happen time, trader money, and that, but we've not seen the success of those stories. So now we need to see the success of those stories. We need not just throw money, but we need to enact policies that will help grow this, create a middle class, and then take people out of poverty. And that can only happen when we start creating jobs for those people to move from the very poor to the middle class.
All right. Now, one last question before I let you go. Talking about energy and infrastructure. You see, Nigeria remains dependent on oil, yet labor unrest and supply challenges persist. How vulnerable is the economy to these disruptions? Just give me this answer briefly, sir.
Destiny, you have to hit the nail. You have to hit the nail on the head. You have to say why is the Pengassin and others causing destruction in a sector that they have always cried that investment should come in there.
Okay,
we should have more refinery, but now we are seeing them, when we are seeing private refinery, they are fighting against the refinery for their own selfish good, and that will not encourage energy security. That will not encourage investment in that sector. If everything, I'm a private business, I put about $20 billion into that business, and you just want to go, actually you want to crumple that business because you feel that your union members are being unjustly treated, and when you have the industrial court, you have other places to go. So for me, that is the greatest challenge. There must be rule of law. There must also be protection of intellectual property for us to see that type of good. So for me, I personally think that the greatest challenge to Nigerian problems sometimes is Nigerians, and especially the so-called labor union.
Oh, wow. Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed. You are very, very indefatigable, and we really do appreciate you for your time always when we call on you on short notice. Thank you for everything you've said and how far you've educated us on Nigeria at 65 and the crossroads we're facing in the economy. Thank you and have a great day.
You too. Thank you, Destiny, for having me. My pleasure. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mokhtar Mohammed. And right now, this is where we draw the curtain on Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I'm Destiny Mama. Just stay tuned for more updates on the big story by Elizabeth Musa. And join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, if you get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Today we're looking at registrar services, a part of the capital market that most investors don't think about until they run into challenges. Whether it's getting dividends, transferring shares, or resolving queries, registrars play a huge role in the investment journey. But for years, the process has been anything but smooth. Many shareholders will tell you about long delays, piles of paperwork, or having to queue endlessly just to fix something simple. Now we're starting to see technology step in to change that experience. One company that says it is pushing this shift is Coronation Registrars Limited. They've been rolling out new digital tools to make shareholder services faster, more transparent, and more accessible. This morning, we'll explore how much of a difference that technology is making and what it means for the ordinary investor and how it might shape the future of Nigeria's capital market. Well, joining me this morning is Olusheye Doherty, is the head of information technology at Coronation Registrars Limited. Welcome to the show, Olusheye. Well, a lot of people don't understand, they don't fully understand what registrars actually do until they actually meet them. Can you break it down in simple terms? What role do registrars play for shareholders?
Thank you for the question. So for registrar, the first duty of registrar is record keeping. How do I mean? For example, if you go through the primary market, that is initial public offer, you buy stock, or you go through the secondary market, that is trading on the exchange, either the first channel or the second channel, everything comes to registrar, and we ensure that yes, we keep that record. Then also, we are also responsible for paying dividend, because definitely your investment in the company, when they pay dividend, we are responsible for ensuring that we pay your dividend. Also, for some company also, they will want to pass some form of communications to their shareholder. They get across to us, and we do that communication. Also, for investor, during annual general meetings, that's corporate action. They are there more or less like to pass resolution based on the way forward of the organization. So the registrar are the one in charge of managing that corporate action. That is a general meeting. Also, we have cases whereby there are other corporate action, let's say initial public offer, rights issue, and so on. The registrar also work with other stakeholders also to ensure that yes, we keep that record. So basically, our relationship between the shareholder is very, very key. Thank you.
Absolutely. Now, from your experience, what are some of the frustrations that shareholders have faced with traditional registrar services in Nigeria?
Thank you. Again, let me just take you through for some years ago. During the initial public offer, we find that yes, the investor, that's shareholder, they go through the stockbroker, they say, oh, I want to buy into this stock. And because those activities, they are manual, sometimes investors lose their investment because that channel didn't get to the registrar to keep that record. So that is one of the major concern around traditional registrar. Also, there are cases during those days also when during dividend payment, just like banking system whereby they have check, they print check, all those stuff like that. The same thing applies to registrar also, whereby we print check and we dispatch it to their address. And we notice that yes, during those process, sometimes we have the issue of theft, we have the issue of it doesn't even get to the destination. Probably some people have changed the address. So those are the more or less like concerns around traditional register that sometimes it more or less like erode the trust of investor in the registrar industry. But for us, we've changed that experience completely.
Right, and speaking of the change you said you've made, you've been talking about a digital first approach. I mean, coronation registrars. What does that really mean for the everyday shareholder?
Let me start this way. For us in registrar, it's not only about digital, because everybody more sometimes they can, if you're not careful, you can abuse that word digital. Mm-hmm. It's more or less like everybody just go and do. The first thing
seems like a buzzword.
Exactly. But the first thing you need to do is, do you understand the pain points of the investor? Now that, of course, you've articulated the pain point of the investor, the next thing to do, how can I change the experience of that investor? And that is where we started. And let me give you a use case sample. For investor, typically they will more or less like come into the physical location of registrar. Mm-hmm. You don't do that any longer. From the comfort of your home, just go to our digital platform, fill your information, just click submit, end-to-end automation, down to the point that, of course, you are going to give us your feedback of the experience. That is number one. The same thing also for an investor, because we all understand that investor, I want to more or less like make some quick decision. And this my investment. How I can make quick decision is for me to understand the valuation of my portfolio. How do I mean? If I have, let's say, 1 million units of MTN and the current price is, let's say, 13 naira. Some investors don't have that time to start. But what we've done using our shareholder life platform is to see, just go there. You see the value, your valuation of your. So at that point, you can quickly take a good decision. And a lot of digital implementations we've done around managing, changing the experience of investor. Thank you.
Right. Can you give us specifics, what new tools or what platforms have you introduced that make things like, onboarding, checking dividend history, or even attending AGMs easier?
Thank you. Let me start from the very last one. That is attending AGM. Gone are those days that, if I'm living in, let's say, Kafansha, I cannot participate in annual general meeting. No. There's a rule that supports virtual meeting now.
Okay.
So basically what we've done using our coronation virtual platform is to say, for investor, anywhere you are, don't worry. We will push the personalized URL to you. What you just need is click on it. It lands you on the page and you'll be able to participate remotely. You'll see what is going on in the meeting. And when the meeting starts, the pop-up comes and you cast your votes. So meaning that, yes, there are, I can strategize myself, all the stuff. It's normal. That's around meeting management. The same thing applies to shareholder, using this same shareholder life to say, me as a shareholder, what can I do? Maybe I want to more or less like I've changed my address. I've moved to another location. From that shareholder life platform also, because it's a seamless integration we've done into our internal process. Just from shareholder life, submit your request and we get it and we treat it, and real time you get your response. Thank you.
Right. And then you've seen real life improvement. You've seen improvements based on this inventions.
Completely. And for us, it's not about, we've seen improvement. We want to use data to back it up. And the data is, over the period of 3 years, what is the number of shareholders, investor that comes physically to your office? As at now, when you do that, it's about 20x different. Then also my digital platform, what is the number of usage of people using that platform? Today we process about 30,000 requests on our digital platform. So meaning that, yes, the dynamic has changed completely. Unlike those days that, of course, you just have to come physically to our environment. So there are data to it, to speak to it. And there are a lot of feedback from customer also that at least testify this digital experience we've pushed to investor.
And Mr. Doherty, one concern that people have when everything moves online is security. So how are you actually making sure that people's personal and financial data is safe?
Beautiful question. And again, remember where I started. It's not about, digital first. You are treat end to end. And this is where we started. For us to manage investor data, the NDPC needs to certify that, yes, the data with us is secure around data privacy. So today, even since 2021, annually we submit our NDPR reports. So meaning that, yes, that gives investor confidence around data privacy. Then the next thing, again, is to say, we need to at least build that trust. And one of the areas to build that trust is for you to certify in the international standard, and that is ISO 27001. That is information security. And these are international standard. You can't it's not something that you can pick on the road. It's something that the certification body will come to your environment validate and give that assurance that yes, information security in this organization is at a higher level. And we started that journey 2001. We started from version 2019. Last year, we recertified to the latest update, that is 2022. And not only that, also, we've also certified ISO 22301, that is business continuity. So meaning that, yes, these are our focus to say, oh, around information security or data privacy of investor, we can't joke with it. And we just have to ensure that, yes, we put the necessary standard in place to give our investor that level of trust in us. Thank you.
So you can guarantee that your investors, their data is safe with you. Now, you've worked with big companies, companies such as MTN, Access Holdings, and the likes. What really have you learned from handling these large volumes of shareholders that you can apply even to individual investors?
Let me add to the question again. It's not only MTN and Access Bank. We have Arade, one of those big guys yes, we have them. We also have Airtel. We have Dangote Cement. So meaning that, yes, we don't play at a lower level. We play at that higher standard of those big companies that entrusted their investments with us. So over the time, what we've learned is that their demands are high, very, very high. And for that demand, for you to meet it, you need to step up your game. You need to ensure that, yes, you implement different digital channels. And one of the things we've done, you remember I talked about Coronation Virtual for meeting. I talked about Shareholder Life for investor. We've also done what we call Israel Life for our Israel, the like of MTN, Arade, Access Bank, to say, oh, you don't need us. Go to this platform. Go and get insights around how your investment is doing out there. Thank you.
Right. And do you think that this level of technology adoption is setting a new bar for, other registrars in Nigeria?
For us, I won't say, let me speak for Coronation Registrar completely and what we do and what we know that, yes, we want to be a reference point, a complete reference point to how registrar industry be, how you practice registrar industry in this space. And as a matter of fact, we are not playing only in this local market also. We are more or less like benchmarking ourselves to international market to ensure that, yes, even when international company wants to come, just like Airtel, when Airtel wants to come into Nigeria, because we've set that standard that, oh, this is where we want to play, they were able at least to pick Coronation Registrar. So, and that's the standard we want to maintain. That for registrar industry, if you are coming from international company, or if you are coming from abroad, you want to set up registrar you want a registrar industry, you have no choice than to come to Coronation Registrar. Then also for registrar also, just pick some of the things we are doing so that at least you can scale up. Thank you.
And looking forward right now, what are some other changes that shareholders should expect as this industry continues to evolve with technology?
For us, the new thing now is AI. And what we need to start doing is to see what are the things we can use AI to do around this our digital platform to provide value to our shareholders, to our client company, and to the general capital market. And this is the catch. For registrar, we don't play maybe just only. We work directly with depository CSCS. We work with exchange, that is either NGX or NSD or FMDQ. We work with broker. We work with fund manager. We work with bond manager. So meaning that, yes, we are more or less like attached to every stakeholder in capital market. So meaning that we cannot stop evolving. Thank you.
Right. And finally, how do you see the registrar technology changing Nigeria's wider capital market? I know you've touched on it a bit. Are you seeing it making the system more competitive or even more attractive to investors?
Definitely more attractive. More attractive. It's not about competition. Don't, because if you want to start competing, then of course the value you might, but once you make it attractive to the investor, then that's what, that's what I said. It's about iterating the system. How can we bring value to the investor so that they can have trust in us as Coronation Registrar and also in the capital market at large? Thank you.
All right. Any final words now to people who are still doubting, technology and how it's revolutionizing, the registrar services in Nigeria? Do you have any final words for people like me, let's say?
Yeah, let me speak to our investor also. So for the investor also, I want you to have that confidence in the registrar that it's no more business as usual. We've changed the dynamics. And if you have any concern or anything, just get across to us. Seamless in a digital environment, in a digital way, then we'll be able to ensure that, yes, we meet your need. And because of the fact that, yes, it's not just about, one-way relationship, because we also go to shareholders association also to more or less like sensitize them, advise them. So we keep coming to your association and we'll keep ensuring that, yes, we bring you up to speed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Olusheye Doati, the Head of Information Technology at Coronation Registrars Limited. Thank you for joining us this morning. All this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushi inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Ijora Under Bridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking, so they engage in psychoactive substances to build, to just feeling more or less as killers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current timeline they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Emasibue, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the social listening segment. This is where we break down some of the stories making the rounds across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine, how are you?
Very
once
well,
again?
very well, very well, very well.
Let's get into the conversation today. Right. Emirates has banned the use of power banks on every flight. Now, the airline says lithium batteries can overheat and cause fires, so passengers can carry just one power bank in their hand luggage, but it must stay switched off throughout the journey. No charging phones and no topping up power banks on board. Now, this has caused quite a stir on social media. But firstly, I'm just thinking, I think we have this addiction to our phones that is crazy.
Right.
Just for the sake of a flight, why are you still making use of power banks? I've never seen that one happening. So I'm like, as much as I like my phones, when I'm on flight, I don't think I like my phones to the point where I'm thinking I need to keep this phone plugged. Because most of the time I put my phone on airplane mode. See that thing that people do where they say, oh, they still want to keep their phone on. I just put it on airplane mode. So I don't know how addicted you could be to your phone that even on a flight, however long the flight is, however short, because it could be an 8-hour flight, that you can't stay off your phone and maybe just watch a movie, you know, on the airplane, or just do something, read a book or sleep. You're so addicted, you're going to press that phone to the extent that you're charging it on the plane, and then when you step out of the plane, you continue with it. So what is it going to take to just be away from the phone that you have to use a power? So I've never seen it happen. So when I saw that story, I'm like, this story must be talked about, because I've never seen anybody on any flights have been making use of power bank, but definitely it's a thing. And I'm like, why?
I think first and foremost, let's So let's treat it from the origin itself.
Mm.
I think we need to understand that as much as we don't know it, it is happening.
Mm.
Social media and using of phones has stolen away the idea of proper social gathering. That being said, let's jump into the idea of phones. 90% of the reason why someone pick up their phone, right? I can tell you, we either be scrolling through what social media, trying to catch up with things. When you're on the flight, 1,000,000,001 things can go wrong.
Right.
Yes, I might be exaggerating, but let's be honest. But let's just be realistic. More than 100 things can go wrong. There are a lot of gadgets on the plane, a lot of signals that needs to be used. And in fact, there's some other secret things that the flight attendants and the pilot shouldn't even tell you. For your own safety, it's best you don't know. So on a need-to-know basis. And so when you now see individuals who don't understand the flow of aeronautics, they don't understand how, how that business of, aviation works. They begin to rant on social media. Oh, why should power bank not be allowed? Or why should this drink not be allowed? Or why should this liquid not be allowed? There's a lot of things involved in this thing. And it all boils down to your safety. It all boils down to other areas. In fact, people don't know this. A simple power bank, right? In fact, a simple flash can create chaos in many ways. Because that thing you think is a flash will not be a device to jam networks. So that way, those who are hijackers can hijack the plane. So I would think that saying that, coming forth to now say their power bank should be banned, I'm asking myself a question, which is, I'm asking that question out there. How come it wasn't banned all this time? Because, you see, so the power bank, it has some other device in it. Lithium battery, it's made up of a lot of content in it that can explode, right? Haven't you seen where people charge their phones at home? They walk out and by the time they come back, it's all social media. The phones either overheat or, burst into flames or whatever it is. So you can't even afford a simple thing as a match to go wrong on the plane. Where do you want to get help? Are you saying firefighters will go there and help you? Until it lands on the floor, isn't it so? So I think it's a great call to now say, look, power banks to zero. In fact, I think they should move further to now say, once you're on the plane, before you step on the plane, send all your important emails, your loved ones, let them know where you're going to, and turn off your phone.
Turn off your phones. I don't think it's too much to ask. When I see these wars, should I call it wars? Yeah, keypad wars, where people are saying, not even power banks, where they're talking about, remember the case of the Kwam1 issue, where it was about turn off your phone and all of that. And I'm thinking, it shouldn't be that hard. Maybe I'm that much of a simple person. I just feel like turning off my phone should be just a basic thing, really.
Like I said before, not every phone that you think is meant for traditional use, which is to make phone calls, can actually be for that. There are some secret devices. If you've ever worked or you maybe be opportune to have a friend who is in the SSS or DSS, right? Even in the CIA. Look, they are devices as small as your button, right? That can actually bring down the plane. You don't know these things. Exactly. As small as that could either be a bomb, it could be anything. It could be a device to jam network, so that way, they can derail the plane. There's a lot
because it affects the signals.
Exactly. So,
safety first.
So I think in this case, it's a no-brainer to go.
It is. I was going to ask you what do you think? Do you think travelers will accept this rule or push back? I know some people will push back, but honestly, I have nothing to say for those people that will push back. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how people are reacting to this story online. Are they for? Are they against? Are they indifferent? Let's see. Sovereign Jet burst. Sovereign Jet says safety first. Exactly what I said. It says safety first. Lithium-ion batteries can be unpredictable at altitude. Smart move by Emirates to keep everyone safe. Absolutely. Sademo of Kwara says, what are you doing with power banks when they're charging ports inside it? Honestly, when I saw that story, I asked myself, power banks. I've never seen it before, but honestly, Nigerians, I know they'll be big on that with that power bank thing. Briggs is great says, Emirates banning power banks mid-flight like it's contraband. Passengers now forced to pray their phones survive the trip. Long hauls about to feel twice as what? There is TV, watch movies.
Again, you see, it's good. That's why it's called social media. All opinions are out there. This way, we know who are the smart ones and who are the dumb ones.
I didn't say anything.
As far as I'm concerned.
Maxwell Ortega says better because passengers want to blow up planes by all means these days. Do we have more reactions to this conversation? Well, I don't think we have more reactions, but I mean, I think we've said all that needs to be said in respect to that conversation. It's a good move by Emirates Bank. I'm just going to beg people, you know, the general public to just try and adhere to it. It's just a few hours away from your phone won't kill you out of 365 days in a year. So you don't even need to power your phone. And if you're that addicted and you have something to do, there are charging ports on the planes. Plug in your phones.
There's something I want to tell you. Apart from even the planes, you see, I don't understand it when people go to bed, when they go to sleep, and they have their phones and power bank close to their head. What are you trying to achieve with that?
This phone thing, aside from the fact that they talk about radiations and all of that stuff, aren't we aware of it? Anyway, let's move on now. Still in the spirit of independence, you can see I'm still in the mood of independence with my green, white, green, very patriotic. Right. Now, in his Independence Day speech, President Bola Tinubu called on Nigerians to pay their taxes and patronize made in Nigeria goods. Right. He admitted that subsidy removal has made the economy hard, but said more revenue is needed to fix roads, schools, hospitals and power, while also urging citizens to buy locally made products to reduce dependence on import. I think we spoke about how important it is for us to buy Nigeria. We've been talking about buying Nigeria to grow the Naira for a while now, you know, buy Nigeria to grow the Naira, support Nigerian goods and all of that. I think I'm saying this with my full chest because I'm so proud of myself because I try my best to patronize. In fact, the way maybe they should. Maybe if there's a minister of patriotism, it should be me because I don't even know why I believe in this country so much. Despite I don't know. That's why I say minister. Well, I'm just saying minister of patriotism. I don't look the politics side of things. But really, I'm all for us buying made in Nigeria goods. I'm all for us getting taxes and more importantly, the government actually making use of these taxes for the country, for the people, for the betterment of the country itself. Not like we were paying taxes and then we don't even know where our money is going to. So it's a good one.
I mean, look, truth be told, all in all, if you ask me, why shouldn't we jubilate? I will ask you what kind of question is that. For what is worth, looking at our local content and it being able to generate funds still depends on making sure that those tariffs work. Actually, you can't have people coming in to make all the money, whether they are coming from a different country, they're foreigners or they're tourists. You know, I think his celebration speech, October 1st speech, was in line. And then picking all those areas of interest was also important. Most definitely on easy lies the head that wears the crown. You cannot please everybody, especially Nigerians. Nigerians are too hard to please, you know. But I'm not saying that he's doing 100%. But the bit that he is doing, I think that for what it's worth, for we who are true Nigerians, because you have people who say they're Nigerian, not true Nigerians. True Nigerian will wait out the storm and say, come what may. Patriotism runs in our blood. And more importantly, as it runs in your blood, you're able to say, whatever it is that is thrown at you, you will find a way to turn those lemons to lemonades. However, before you respond, I know you want to say something. Before you respond, I will say this. Yes, taxes are quite important. The way I'm going to go about it is even more important. That's where I will say regulators regulate properly, right? And don't regulate wrongly. So you don't scare away, you know, international investors that will bring, you know, that money. I see it nodding your head very quickly. It's like, yeah, someone's going to bring money to the country.
Before, yes, now we have products, we have services that
we do. And then just a couple of that, I would say, look, our local content has great potential. Nigerians, if you're listening, big investors, if you're listening, This is the time to say you want to bring in that 15 million pounds so go to buy a house in the UK. Invest in this country.
Is this
We need
you?
it.
Is this you firing shots?
Yes.
My hands are like, this is me.
Right.
I'm innocent.
So anyway,
Let's see some of the
we're
reactions
patient.
on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on paying taxes and supporting Nigerian made goods. Arabiota says, we've been hearing the same promises every Independence Day, yet nothing changes. People are hungry, jobs are scarce, and insecurity is everywhere. Until the government truly fixes the basics, which is power, food, job security, talk of prosperity is just empty words. Nigerians are already hardworking. It's the leaders that need to wake up. More reactions to this conversation on social media. That's one from Alaji Nala. It says, Tinubu just told the Nigerians the hard truth on Independence Day. We fixed the plumbing. Now open the taps of productivity. Okay. It says, translation, stop waiting for government miracles. If you want farm, innovate or even pay taxes. If you want farm, innovate or even pay taxes. I agree.
100%. Look, it gets to a point where even as a government, they cannot do everything for you. Nigerians have some Nigerians have become so complacent and become so lazy. Look, yes, we don't have 100% security. We don't have 100%, roads. We don't have 100% electric supply. But we're better off than some certain countries. The one we have, why wallow and cry over the fact that it's not working 100% when you can do your own part and see how you can make it happen? We are in the spirit of patriotism at 65. Don't just say, oh, nothing's working in the country. What about you? What have you done to make sure the country works? It is a public-private partnership. It is government of the people, by the people, and of the people. So I expect, for the people, I expect that if you are pointing fingers at the government, saying, oh, nothing to celebrate, ask the question, what about you? What have you done so your neighbors can celebrate? So it's not a one-man thing. Him alone cannot push this ship called Nigeria. We all have to, in our own little way, right? When it comes to security, you see something, say something. Don't say, it's not my business, let me go my own way. Then one day it become your business. If you, where you can help, you can give someone a lift, do that which you can. You're helping someone who has family depending on the person, right? So I can go on and on and on. This thing is a collective effort. And I think it's high time. We've come of age at 65. It's high time that Nigerians, both home and abroad, should begin to market Nigeria well. America is where it is today because people are proud to call themselves Americans, even with the problems they have. People don't know this back at home. But on social media, the way the algorithm has been designed, it pushes across the good things, the innovation, things that are working, and relegates the ones that are not working.
Yeah, let's see some of the more reactions onto this conversation on social media, just to see what more Nigerians are saying. Big Messi 1998 says the government must address food insecurity, rising unemployment, insecurity in the villages, care for widows, orphans, displaced. These ones need healing, not speeches. Interesting. Vira Niger says, you say all hands on deck, we agree. But the captain must steer the ship well. While you urge us to patronize made in Nigeria, our hands need stable electricity to produce, secure roads to transport, and purchasing power to buy. I agree. Purchasing power, most of the times, I'm saying this because I do work with like some high-end brand, and when I'm like maybe influencing or doing stuff for them, people are saying, oh, this is nice. But then when they look at the cost or when they make inquiries and find out the cost, they chicken out of buying. And I completely understand. Most of the times, those people I work with say that their target is the diaspora. And as much as it sounds good, I always have this conversation. It always I feel a little bit uncomfortable about it, because I say to myself, yeah, we have Nigerians scattered across, across the globe, no doubt, in the UK, in the United States. But how about, this quality of items? I don't like the fact that this quality of items only have to be for those people that are in the diaspora. it would be nice if people have the purchasing power, because because of the quality and everything that has gone into producing those goods, it has to be at that price. I'm not going to even say, oh, they should dumb down the price. I'm never for that. But I wish that more people can have the purchasing power, where those people that are also here can also purchase it. I think it's so unfair, and it can seem elitist when it seems like, okay, it's only the people that are abroad, or my products are for diaspora, it's for the people. And it's like, exactly, because people don't have the purchasing power, because they can't afford to reduce it. That's it. That's not even that's a non-negotiable. So as much as we want to patronize, it's like at the end of the day, those of us here cannot, many people cannot. You can only, it's just a slice of people, and those ones will even pay through their nose, and maybe because they really, really want it. Because when they think about the fact that if they're earning the naira and whatnot, they think about it like, why will I pay for this when I can get something else? But the people in diaspora, because they're earning in dollars, when they look at the plus or minus or whatever, it's nothing to them. So purchasing power is also is something that many Nigerians don't have.
Look, you're not wrong. And then if you look at it closely, one of the reasons why it is a challenge is because we know this: the dollar is knocking the naira so hard that whenever we try to breathe breath of fresh air, there comes another thing again. So before our purchasing power must increase, right, we must, as I said before, we must produce what we eat what we produce. We have the numbers. Do you know what it is to have 200 million plus people in a country? What this means is that if I have a pure water factory, right, and then I can turn out, say, 50 or 100,000 bags every day, okay? Look, I will need to have more staffs in another 2 or 3 weeks growing, because I have more people who you have to do what? You have to tend to. I only use that as an example. Meaning to say that we have the numbers, it can work for us. We want our purchasing power to be strong. We want our country to get better. You want the dollar to depreciate so Naira can appreciate, in the midst of the exchange. Then we must look inwards. Say, okay, we have this amount of people. Not every country has it. If I'm wrong, then how come some countries who will have only 20 million people, right? And they don't have natural resources, and they're doing very well. Meanwhile, we have natural resources making so much billions and trillions. We have the numbers. What is the problem? Leadership is the problem. Decisive decisions that will benefit the Nigerians instead of the few and then the so-called blue bloods is the problem. Until we begin to see all these things, the better for us. But are we going to see moving forward? Today is the 2nd of October. Like Abela will say, Kashimawo.
Kashimawo, indeed. Let's move on now. Finally, your social media personality Mandy Keys has been unveiled as an ambassador for Lagos State's anti-drug campaign, Laskara. Now, this appointment has divided opinions because she recently claimed she planned to sleep with 100 men in one day for a Guinness World Record, although I'd say that she's not really, I don't think she's mentally stable. Now, a claim Guinness had come out deny, and she later said it was a joke. The government insists that her influence and following can still help spread the message against drug abuse. Now, my quick take before I see the comments is, there's something that government do typically, because now this might seem a little bit outlandish to many people, like, why are you making her an ambassador or whatnot? But there's something that is done. There's a name for it, where if you, it's like the Quam, like we say, Quam 1, Quam 2, Quam 3 situation, where they now made him, they made him an anti-aviation something ambassador, where he's now the one in charge. Like, you're now like the point person, you're now like an ambassador for keeping, yes, to speak against him, because you've done that thing. So if perhaps, I don't want to mention anything, say perhaps I ate where I wasn't supposed to eat, and they now said, oh, they now say, they'll now make me anti-prohibiting something, anti-eating something ambassador, because now I've done it, I've repented, I've been punished, and then I have to now be that person that speaks against it. So because Mandy Keys, as we know, she seems, I never knew her. I only knew her recently. And when I did my research and asked around, people said she acts like she's not okay because let me tell you when I knew her was when she announced the 100, she wants to sleep with 100 people a day thing. I said, who's this person? So people were like, you don't know this lady. I said, I don't know her. For real, I did not know her. I don't, so the way my social media is filtered is, you can't see those I can't even see you. So I was shocked. And then I found out about her. And then when I did, I realized that this person is not stable. So I think that she might be put in that position because maybe she's been on drugs. Because the way she's looking, she seems like she's not okay to me. Right. She really seems like she's not okay. So I think she's in the best position because now it's like if you shot in a place and you're not supposed to, and they now make you that place, you know that you can never do that thing again. You have to be. So that's what I'm thinking. But let's see quickly some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Very quickly. Olusegun says everyone deserves a second chance. It's good to see her promoting a better cause. That's from Olusegun. Well, Shegun seems to be thinking like me. Safe House Prop says, I really don't know how you people think. How is this kind of person a role model or ambassador? What can she offer Lagosians? Shouldn't she be arrested for publicly confessing to be a prostitute? Is prostitution now legal? I'm lost for words. Well, for that, I mean, they say they want to be taxing Ron's girls. So what are we saying? Commonfield says, we say we want a good society, but always reward bad behavior. Boko Haram, amnesty. Naira Marley, drug ambassador. Quam 1, evasion honor after obstruction. Quam 2, paid trip to Delta State. Mandy Keys, drug abuse ambassador. But aren't we seeing there's a pattern here? There's another comment from Olumi where it says there are lots of youths who are doing great things worthy of emulation to inspire younger generations, but our government will rather award bad behavior with ambassadorial appointment. But it's not true. We have a number of youth that, like, I mean, my take is, I've said it, there are times where if you've committed a wrong act, an offense, after punishment, you are given certain positions to now make you that person that now holds people accountable. It's more like it's more like a deterrent. That person that said that, oh, there's some people that good people, they've not given, it's a lie. That's not true. Tunde Onokoya has been rewarded on so many, and that's one of the good ambassadors, youth ambassadors. What's her name? Pelumi Nubi has been rewarded for pushing tourism. A number of people.
I will say this very quickly, just to wrap it up. Until we see these people, because I have a lot to say about it, I'm just trying to make it short. Until we see people who constitute public nuisance, right, actually doing the time. All this
it's you opening your eyes for me
are just a waste of our time. I leave that down. Palm 1, Palm 2, Palm whatever, or what is that? This is as far as I'm concerned, this is what I call lack of character and proper understanding and that learning too. But as far as I'm concerned, look, it's demeaning. I don't think it makes any sense. If you create,
but don't you see from where I'm staying, where I'm coming from?
But I'm saying on the business angle, if this continues in this trajectory, those who want to really come in to invest in this country will say, are we jokers? Why would a government as responsible as Lagos State government decide to make her an ambassador for what? There are people out there who are doing great things. Let's have them. Not people who just wake up one morning and haven't gone through a lot of, mental breakdown. Now say they want to become, well known for sleeping with 100 men, and after that we want to have the ambassador.
I always like when you're angry. I always like when you're angry like this. You're really. It's actually a delight to see you angry. You're really angry. So sorry about this. Don't worry. I will advocate for you, right, so then you can be the ambassador for drugs. But you don't take drugs now, so how will you be the one?
No, so there's an ambassadorial post.
We will advocate for you. But let's wrap up.
Ambassador of of goodwill and ambassador of patriotism. That's kind of ambassador.
No problem. No problem. That's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We hope you've enjoyed the show, from the headlines to, of course, the front page review, to the big story, of course, to Business Morning, and, of course, to the social listening segment. We hope you enjoyed the show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
morning and thank you for joining us on the BDTV Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown and here are today's top business headlines. Top mutual funds extend 5-year inflation BT run. Open market operation repayment push banks deposit with CBN to record 5.5 trillion naira. Banks' digital earnings slow as fintechs expand dominance. Nigeria at 65, import-driven industrialization holds factories back. Federal Housing Authority mortgage bank to bridge housing gap with 27 billion naira loans. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where leading mutual funds have consistently delivered inflation-beating returns over the past 5 years, reinforcing their reputation as reliable hedges against economic volatility. BusinessDay's review of the 10 top performing mutual funds between 2021 and 2025 shows consistent outperformance despite surging inflation, while inflation rose from 17.2% in 2021 to 33.5% in 2024 before easing to 20.1% in 2025. The funds maintained positive real returns, notably 2022 and 2025 stood out, posting real returns of 65.37% and 48.81% respectively. The central bank's steep rate hikes boosted treasury bills and bonds, with funds such as ARM Fixed Income Fund and ARM Eurobond funds leading the pack. Moving on, commercial banks' deposits with the Central Bank of Nigeria through the standing deposit facilities surged to a record of 5.5 trillion naira on Tuesday, following the repayment of 731.13 billion naira in open market operation bills. The increase was also supported by inflows from Federation Account Allocation Committee disbursement. In September 2025 alone, the CBN repaid a total of 1.2 trillion naira in open market operations. Nigerians' broad money supply hit a record of 199.5 trillion naira in August 2025, reflecting the Apex Bank's tight monetary policy. Year-on-year money supply rose by 11.5% to 109.52 trillion naira. Meanwhile, credits to the private sector contracted to 73.83 trillion naira, down 1.2% from a year earlier, while credit to government fell sharply by 25.75% to 23.13 trillion naira. The CBN noted this shift reflects the impact of the tightening measures alongside strong investors' demand for government securities. And in other news, Nigerian banks are losing ground in digital payment as revenue from electronic business channels fell 3.7% in the first half of 2025, underscoring fintech's growing dominance and recurring service downtimes. BusinessDay analysis of 7 listed banks revealed mixed performances, with FCMB Group, Zenith Bank, Guarantee Trust Holding Company, and United Bank for Africa reporting declines, while First Holdco, Stanbic IBTC, and Sterling Holdco posted growth. Collectively, the banks generated 223.8 billion naira in e-business income in the first half of 2025, compared to 233.4 billion naira a year earlier. Analysts linked the uneven trend to network disruption, regulatory pressures, and intensified fintech competition. FCMB, GTCO, Zenith, and UBA recorded the steepest decline. However, First Holdco, Stanbic IBTC, and Sterling Holdco saw gains, supported by the Central Bank of Nigeria's new withdrawal charges introduced to align transaction costs with operational realities. And still on, 65 years after independence, Nigeria's manufacturing sector continues to underperform, constrained by decades of import dependence, structural bottlenecks, and policy inconsistencies. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that the sector contributed 9.62% to GDP in the first quarter of 2025, up from 7.62% in the previous quarter, but far below the 20% benchmark. In pair economics, manufactured goods account for less than 8% of export, compared to over 90% from oil and gas. Experts highlighted poor infrastructure, high energy costs, and weakening logistics. Let's go on a quick break now. When we come back, it's still the Business News Hour. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Welcome right back to the bdtv Business News Hour. Now, in other developments, the Federal Housing Authority Mortgage Bank has secured over 27 billion naira in housing loans for 3,427 Nigerians through the National Housing Fund scheme, describing the milestone as a major step towards closing Nigerians' housing finance gap. In addition, more than 6,000 Nigerians have accessed mortgages via the Pension Commission's retirement saving account window in just 2 years. This disclosure were made at the commissioning of the bank's new head office in Gwarinpa, Abuja. Chairman of the board, Honorable Oyetunde Ojo, said the development signals readiness to compete nationally, added that the bank is pursuing a commercial banking license to expand access to housing finance. Managing Director Dr. Ayatunde Owal described the loan approval as a transformational enabling thousands of middle-income earners and civil servants to become house owners. He added that the bank plans to expand nationwide, grow its loan portfolio to 100 billion naira, and open 20 new branches within 2 years. To end the Business News Hour, oil prices fell to a 17-week low on Wednesday, extending losses for a third straight day amid concerns over a U.S. government shutdown, slowing global demand and expectations for higher supply from OPEC+. Brent crude dropped 1.1% to $65.31 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate declined 68 cents to $61.69. Both benchmarks were added for their weakest level since mid-2024. Traders expect OPEC Plus to raise output by up to 500,000 barrels per day in November, following smaller hikes in recent months. However, OPEC dismissed reports of a confirmed increase as misleading. Rising U.S. crude inventories, which grew by 1.8 million barrels last week, also pressured prices. Analysts noted weaker U.S. private payrolls and falling Asia factories activities heightened demand concerns. The U.S. shutdown further concluded and clouded the economic outlook. And this is where we wrap it up this morning on the Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far
in Lagos. The team was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message: Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story. Today, Nigeria turns 65. It's been 6.5 decades since we lowered the Union Jack and raised the white green, stepping boldly into nationhood on October 1st, 1960. From the struggle of our founding fathers to the push for political independence and through the highs and lows of our journey. So far, the question remains, how well have we fared as an independent nation? Joining us this morning is veteran journalist and Executive Vice President, Insdec Limited GT, and he's also the chairman of YSOT, that's the Yaba School of Thought. We're being joined by Ipa OJ Eboigbe. It's great to have you on the show. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to be here.
All right, so let's go straight into it. Take us back to 1960. What was the mood of the country, and when Nigeria gained independence? Just briefly take us through the mood as a 19.
In 1960, I was just 6 years old.
Oh, really?
So I look older. But I know that then we were already in primary school, and then every 1st of October, all school children will be taken to the stadium to go and march, to go and feel the mood of independence. I also know that those days, it used to rain on those days, but we used to enjoy it. And the government would feed all of us. And the feeling of freedom was palpable, even though we as kids didn't know what it meant then. But that's a long time ago. 65 years is a long time ago. A lot has happened in the Nigerian space since then. I'm sure, and I know that I would say we as a people haven't done well. Knowing the promises that we made to ourselves at that time, it's good to have hope. That's why we are all still here. But after 65 years, we cannot still be like toddlers that are, just crawling. At 65 years, you are a senior citizen in every respect. So you should be considered to be a big man, somebody who has achieved. I'm not really sure we've achieved that much, but, well, like I said, there must be hope, and we're still hopeful.
So what do you think the founding fathers envisioned for Nigeria, and how far do you think we are from that vision?
The vision for those who fought for independence must have been that we will be able to take care of ourselves. We will be like our colonialists were, like Nigeria, UK will be on the same level. And I don't see any reason why that vision will not have been achieved in 10 years. In 10 years, we've had development plans. 20 years, we have different kinds of visions. 2000, 2010, 2020, 2050, looking ahead. Those visions were crafted by our leaders using the human resources, that we have, but they haven't taken us anywhere. I don't think we have achieved the dreams of our leaders then who fought for independence. We haven't. In fact, the situation is so dire that lots of Nigerians are in poverty. That would not have been the dream that they had, that after 65 years, we still have people who are living way beyond the poverty line. In fact, majority of the people, maybe almost 90% of the people who cannot afford 2 meals a day. Lots of our people are on that level.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take our focus to the political evolution. So, how would you describe the journey from the First Republic to the present day?
Now, we adopted the parliamentary system. That was the system passed down by the colonial masters, and we thought it would be a good thing for us. Somehow, it didn't work. And then the military came in. That was an aberration. I'm not a supporter of military regime in any way, because I don't think the soldiers are meant to, govern people, govern states. They were not trained for that. But that came in to truncate that, short space of post-colonial rule that we had. And they had their reasons. They felt the politicians were not doing well. Now, that parliamentary system, I'm not sure if it worked well for us. It could have worked well in Britain and been working well. I'm not sure it worked well for us. When the military left and they, knocked a constitution into our head, into our brain, they brought what they said was a presidential system, from parliamentary to presidential system. Both are un-African. They are not from the type of tradition and culture that we Africans, come from. But we just try to copy and paste. Copying and pasting does not work. If you look at other countries that have developed well, Singapore, China, Japan and all that, they didn't copy and paste. They try and develop something from within them that will work. That's why we are still in the position we are in the political sphere. All those systems we have saddled ourselves with have not worked. I still don't think they will work, because even as a people, we don't seem to be able to copy well. The Americans have run their presidential system. Well, I'm sure it's good for them. The British have run their parliamentary system. They know how they do their own. But people may not be able to copy well, do well how the British are running their parliamentary system. We are very selfish people. We are. Even when the leaders we have are there and you see they are not doing well, his family, his clan, his tribe people, they will insist, he's doing well, because he's a man, he's a woman. So we have not been able to copy that well. That doesn't happen elsewhere. Somebody from California can be president in Washington, D.C. It's not because he's from California or from D.C. or anywhere. It's the same thing with the UK system. They don't have all those tribal things that we have, or those, even religion also plays a big role in it too. But Nigerians they are in every part of the world. Some Nigerians are even in the governments of the US, the UK, Nigerian born. They are there. These are the same Nigerians, because we are very, how do I describe Nigerians? We are top everywhere we go. A friend of ours in Warsaw said, Nigerians are everywhere, but Nigeria is nowhere. How does that come about? That Nigerians are recognized everywhere. Nigerians are running the biggest airports in the world. They're running big tech companies in the world, big banks in the world, not based in Nigeria, because they know if they are here, their ideas will be shut down. They will not be able to develop all those ideas. So they go elsewhere. That's why we have the movement of people, of Nigerians moving to other parts of the world to develop those climes.
Okay, so let's move to the economy now, away from politics. What do you think stood out for you since the independence, 65 years? What part economically actually stands out for you?
You know, in the beginning, you know, we were running almost the same economy system as the British. You know, pound sterling, everything. We didn't have oil boom then. Somehow, some people do believe that the coming of oil maybe truncated our growth, because when the oil boom came, everybody's eyes opened. Oh, we can make this money. And they were not thinking of using that money to develop the country. That selfishness was still, you know, there. So the oil boom was there. And everybody was thinking about how they can have a share of the national cake. You have to bake a cake before you even eat it. But nobody wants to bake it. So they want to, the one that is there, almost, you know, automatic, you can just get it, the oil, the gas, you know, everybody wants to have a share of it. A lot of people, they can almost kill each other to have oil blocks, to, you know, set up oil companies. And you see what happened in the Niger Delta, where, you know, the militants took over, because they know that with the oil, they can take care of their own needs, because the country itself that was tapping the oil was not taking care of the needs of the people in those Niger Delta area. So oil had been the mainstay of Nigeria. And when a country has just one mainstay, there's no way that country can develop. The president says, well, we have diversified. I read a bit of his speech this morning. We are now exporting some things. We are now doing this and that. It's good to know that Nigeria is in the front to diversify, to move away from just dependence on oil. But it's going to be something difficult, because a lot of the people will fight back. You remember what's happening lately, you know, with the fight between the oil, the refineries, Pengassan, Nupeng, and all that. It's the same oil deal. People have been benefiting from it. The subsidy regime practically killed Nigeria. People made trillions of naira, whereas there are people who cannot make 3 naira a day. But those people will not look down to say, oh, let me help this country. So on the economic front, yeah, we say our GDP has gone up. Interest rate has gone down a bit. Inflation has gone down a bit, but even those are still way above what they should be. So we are not where we should be at all. We are still a long way from where we should be as far as the economy is concerned.
So do you think we are underachieved? As many Nigerians, we argue that in as much as all of these things, you know, has been highlighted, do you think we're actually underachieved here in the country?
Underachieved?
Yes.
Of course. What does our exchange rate say to the dollar, for instance? 1,500 and something to the dollar. You know, as a young man, I knew the time that, you know, the naira was higher than the dollar. You know, as a young man, I was given a job. I had a job I did that were paying me in naira equivalent, the dollar. You know, and I was earning more. So you can imagine what it is now when the naira is now 1,500 to $1. But even those using that naira to pay salaries is not equated to the dollar. So if you have been working for 30 years and you compare it to the dollar, your naira salary has been going down. And it's not going to take you anywhere. You can't pay your rent. I'm told now that even 2-bedroom flats in even some low areas are going for 2 million naira. 2-bedroom apartments. I'm not sure how much we as journalists get paid, or broadcasters, how much you get paid that you can afford to pay rent of 2-point-something million naira for a 2-bedroom apartment. You're not talking about the power. Whether you're a band A or B or C or Z, whatever, you're going to pay that. The price of petroleum is not what it was before. When I bought my first car, I would fill that car with 4 naira. The following year, petroleum was increased, it became 7 naira. okay, just to fill the car. I'm not talking about per liter. But now, about almost 900 naira per liter to buy. You know, I probably need to pay about 70-something thousand naira to fill the tank. That's the minimum wage, I think.
Yeah. So what then would you highlight as Nigeria's biggest success since independence?
Success. I would have said her people, resilience. You know, we are very resilient people. In spite of all the things that are thrown at us, Nigerians are very resilient. And we still develop with the, you know, low education quality we have now, we still develop some of the top brains in the world. That different countries, different companies come to Nigeria to recruit Nigerians to take care of, you know, top organizations, even take care of governments in those locations. So our people are very resilient. So that's why we are still here. I spoke about hope before. Yeah, that hope is there, you know. But that resilience of the people is number one. Education was free for some of us when we were growing up. At independence, where I came from, education was free. Now, to get into a good school, you're going to have to cough. The parents will cough things out. So whatever they earn, no matter how rich you are, you spend your money. Those who have all the dollars and all that can always send their kids abroad. They are doing it. I don't think it's the money they made themselves. Probably made it from some other areas. The national cake that I spoke about earlier. But the regular people who are sweating and they are afraid to send their children to public schools because of the quality there. The parents are practically sweating and killing themselves and having high blood pressure to pay the school fees of their children. But in spite of that, the children are still learning well and doing well compared to children in other parts of the world. Nigerians are doing very well. But in terms of the economy, I think there should be room for us to do better. I know that the new tax reform law that have been brought into place may help us to boost the government's coffers. But whether that money will still be used judiciously to take care of the people is another thing. But it's good for us to pay our taxes. Most of the countries we try to copy, many of them don't have natural resources. The people pay their taxes, and they can afford to provide whatever needs to be provided for their people, so that the country, you know, is better for them. They can provide all the necessities of life for their children, all the social amenities that they need. Our healthcare is basically, you know, at the bottom, just like education. So there's still a lot to do to be able to make Nigerians' lives better than it is now.
Yeah. On the other side, what do you think has been the country's most costly mistake since independence?
Costly?
Yeah.
Military rule.
Okay.
Military rule. And it's the same military rule that have put us here now to make us be running this constitution we are running now. The military, they have not been trained, you know, to run governments. They will not be trained. If there are disagreements among politicians, that's why we need to advise politicians. They should know how to come to agreements, you know, to sort out their problems. Because the problems they are sorting out is a national problem. You know, so when they now invite, you know, external forces, so to speak, I regard the military as external forces when it comes to, you know, running governments, then it doesn't do well for the whole country. So military rule, as I said, is an aberration. We should not do anything and not make it possible anymore for a non-democratic system to come into place in Nigeria. And to also make that possible, we must make sure that the democratic system we are running now is run well. Elections are properly, you know, conducted. We also talk about census will be properly conducted so that people will have hope in the system. They are counted well, the votes are counted well. Then those who offer themselves are people that we can trust, they have integrity. If not, then we'll make them accountable. We are not making our rulers, our leaders, especially the politicians, we are not making them accountable at all. If it's our man, it's our man. So we think that will benefit. That is the wrong attitude to take to it.
Okay, we understand that you can agree with me that Independence Day or anniversaries are moments of reflection, you know. So what lessons do you think leaders and both citizens can actually take away from, you know, today's Independence Day celebration?
I don't think we should be talking only about leaders and leaders too, us, the followers. Yes, you know, yes, the leaders have been put there, were elected, so to speak, too. So they made promises before they came. They provided agenda, what they are going to do. They must try and do those promises, make those promises come true. Those promises that they made, they must try to fulfill them. The people too, for the leaders to work well, the people must also be good followers. The first way to follow is to make your leaders accountable. If you don't make them accountable, then they will just do whatever they are doing. They don't care, what you say or what you do. You know, so we must make every leader accountable. That's us, citizens. Tell them, this is what you promised, you must fulfill this. The judiciary too has a huge role to play, because from what we've read lately, what we are seeing, there's a lot to be done with the judiciary. It's supposed to be the last hope of the common man. Is it now? Or is the judiciary cash and carry? They need to answer that question. The media too has a big role to play. I'm not satisfied about the role the media has played. They are also becoming cash and carry. So we must put ourselves in the forefront to demand the same accountability that we are asking the citizens to do. Because advocacy, you say the pen is mightier than the sword. Is that what we are, implementing? Are we able to do that? Can you beat your chest and say, yes, what I've written it from the bottom of my heart, and it's to this purpose, to ensure that this country is a better place. Because this is the only country we have. I've been privileged to work for international governments, international companies and governments and all that. But I don't think I've ever stayed longer than 3 weeks outside Nigeria, anytime. You know, I was working for a foreign government in the past. I could have decided to move. I did not. You know, many people are comfortable moving. You know, but this is the only country we have. Even those so-called people who have green or red or blue cards in wherever they are, they still come home. They still call Nigeria home. Even when they are alive. I know that especially when they are dead, they bring them home though. But they can't turn our country into a cemetery. So we should call on our leaders, make sure their integrity will stand for them before we even put them there. For us too, we should have our own integrity, the followers. You know, the promises those people have made, let us make them accountable to those promises. Let us be sure that when we are not satisfied, we go to the judiciary to sort it out for us. They will do the right thing and provide the right judgment. The police too has a role to play. Police, sometimes they seem to think that, the regular Nigerian is an enemy. Whereas the Nigerians that will be able to advocate for them, because the police have not been treated well. If you go to a police barrack, see where they live, you will not like your enemy to live there. And see some policemen in bathroom slippers on the way. No, that is not the police we knew those days. They were smartly dressed. It's the same police we see. All those are people who go abroad. They see policemen. Yes, they train them very well. They are very polite in every way, but they implement the law. And then they hand over to the judiciary to take charge, and then to the correction centers. It's every level. The whole people we who are following, we need to play a role wherever we are. Whether we are in the forces, we are in the ministries, we are in the private sector. God, private sector too, they have a huge role to play. I know that in Nigeria, the informal sector is even bigger than the formal sector. That's when the government needs to provide all the infrastructure and facilities for them. But the formal sector, they have a huge role to play. They are making their money from their customers. Who are the customers? You and I, regular people. In the banks, for instance, if they are not customers, will the banks be there? No, they won't make all the money. So they shouldn't be giving you all those little charges they charge for everything, 5 naira, 6 naira, 58 kobo, for whatever transaction you make. In some areas, in some countries, the banks will be sending you messages on a regular basis. This is your interest. This loan you are due for now. Come and apply for this. Come and apply for that. Yeah, to apply for a loan as a regular person, you're going to go through the eye of the needle.
All right. So finally, what advice do you have, for young Nigerians who would one day, be there to shape the trajectory of the nation? What advice do you have for them?
They should not look at, the bad leaders that we have. They should not. They can make the difference. They have opportunities to study, to read, to decide the direction that, the country can go. A lot of our young people, like I said, they're in every sphere of life. IT, banking, wherever. They set up here, they make millions of naira, they take care of themselves. Who are they copying? They have resources in their brain, all the things that have been developed all over the world in technology, they have all of them. They use that to set up their own businesses, different fintechs, different apps that are being used here. The Nigerian youths can do well. You study well in school. There's no need to go and start looking for expo for exam. No reason if you study well. And education is not supposed to be easy. Otherwise, they will not have exams to try to test you at the end to see whether you passed or not. But a lot of us went through it. You went through it. I went through it. And some of us got to where we are because of the education we had. And it was a country that was the bedrock of that education that we had. So the youths, the opportunities are out there. Try and be an entrepreneur. Stop looking for jobs that are not there. Jobs are not there. If you are going to study courses that will ensure that you are able to take care of yourself. You are able to set up yourself and be an entrepreneur on your own.
All right. Thank you so much, Ekpa. It was really good to have you on the big story.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're on to Ekpa Oge Eboigwe. He's a public affairs analyst, a veteran journalist, and also the chairman of YSOT. That's the Yaba School of Thought. Quite interesting. Well, up next is social listening with myself and Valentine Onyeka. To stay with us. Good morning and welcome.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi, and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda. Certainly, they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you are enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you gave it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obona for Business Day Television. Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation,
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibui. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. OMO repayments push banks' deposits with CBN to record 5.5 trillion naira. Private sector records strongest job growth in 23 months. Nigeria's 8-month debt service bill hits $2.86 billion. Musk becomes first world half-trillionaire. Ramos breaks Barcelona with late winner in PSG 2-1 comeback. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the commercial bank deposits with the Central Bank of Nigeria through the standing deposit facility climbed to a record 5.5 trillion naira on Tuesday, following the repayment of open market operation bills. According to reports, the CBN repaid 731.13 billion naira to investors on Tuesday, pushing banks' deposits with their regulator to an all-time high of 5.5 trillion naira. The surge followed an earlier increase on Monday when the SDF reached 5.38 trillion naira, boosted by excess liquidity from the Federation Account Allocation Committee disbursements and OMO repayments. The CBN conducted OMO repayments worth 1.2 trillion naira in September 2025 alone, while the overall average yield across the curve in the secondary market on Tuesday fell by 44 basis points to 21%, down from 21.44% the previous day. Moving on, Stanbic IBTC Purchasing Managers Index has revealed Nigeria's private sector registered its strongest pace of jobs creation in almost 2 years as the third quarter closed. According to the PMR, the strong rate of job creation was buoyed by sustained growth in output and new orders, while rising business confidence, driven by easing inflationary pressures, resulted in firms expanding their workforce to meet growing demands. The monthly report revealed that the country's private sector remained comfortably inside growth territory as the third quarter of the year came to an end, with the headline PMI posting above the 50.0 no-mark change for the 10th month running in September, to signal a sustained improvement in the health of the Nigerian private sector. Speaking on the report, the head of Equity Research West Africa at Stanbic IBTC Bank, Muyiwa Oni, says Nigeria's business conditions ended the quarter on a strong note, despite the pace of strengthening moderating relative to August. Still on, Nigeria spent a total of $2.86 billion servicing external debt in the first 8 months of 2025. This is according to the international payment data from the Central Bank of Nigeria on Wednesday, accounting for 69.1% of the country's total foreign payments of $4.14 billion in the period. In the same 8-month stretch of 2024, debt service stood at $3.06 billion, representing 70.7% of total foreign payments of $4.33 billion. These figures reportedly show that while the absolute value of debt service fell by $198 million between 2024 and 2025, the share of debt in overall foreign payments has remained persistently high, with about 7 out of every $10 leaving the country used to meet debt obligations. The figures show that despite spending nearly $200 million on debt this year, compared to 2024, debt still accounted for the overwhelming majority of foreign exchange outflows. Also, River State Governor Siminalaya Fubara has sacked all commissioners and other public office holders serving in his administration. The decision, according to a statement issued in Port Harcourt on Wednesday evening by his chief press secretary, Nelson Chukudi, took immediate effect following the recent Supreme Court judgment. The governor, during a valedictory session with his cabinet to mark Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary at Government House, Port Harcourt, thanked the outgoing officials for their services and contributions to the state's development over the past 2 years. Fubara highlighted the significance of Nigeria's independence, calling on all Nigerians to work together with Mr. President to build a peaceful, secure and prosperous country and a brighter future for all. To end the local news, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Olufemi Orutola, has declared that the ministry's annual budgetary allocations are a fraction of what is required to modernize boats, secure waters, grow fishing, promote tourism, and invest in renewable mining resources. Oloruntola revealed this while presenting a paper titled imperatives of public investment for marine and blue economy development in Lagos recently, stressing that the gap between the mandate and resources underscores the urgency of innovative financing mechanisms and stronger public-private partnerships if the country is to truly move from policy to impact. In his words, the resources currently received from the national budget are grossly inadequate compared to the elements being submitted before the ministry and its sector. The Permanent Secretary insists that the mining and bricklaying sector is a vast, complex, and capital-intensive sector, while annual budgetary allocations remain a fraction of what is required to modernize boats, secure waters, grow fishing, promote tourism, and invest in renewable mining resources. We're going on a quick break now, and when we come back, we bring you the foreign news.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, Tesla boss Elon Musk has become the first person ever to achieve a net worth of more than $500 billion as the value of the electric car company and his other businesses continue to rise this year. The tech magnate's net worth briefly reached $500.1 billion on Wednesday afternoon New York time before dipping slightly to just over $499 billion later in the day after the Forbes Billionaires Index report. Alongside Tesla, valuations of his other ventures, including the artificial intelligence startup XAI and rocket company SpaceX, have also reportedly climbed in recent months, cements Musk's status as the world's richest person, well ahead of rivals in the global tech sector. According to Forbes Billionaires Index, Oracle founder Larry Ellison is the world's second richest person with a fortune of about $350.7 billion. Musk's huge wealth is reportedly tied to his more than 12% stake in Tesla, which has seen its shares rise sharply this year. Also, the White House has revealed that mass layoff of U.S. federal workers will begin within 2 days as lawmakers trade blame over the first government shutdown in almost 7 years. The shutdown began on Wednesday after Republicans and Democrats in Congress failed to agree on a new spending plan before the midnight deadline. According to reports, the Senate has since adjourned, raising fears, that the shutdown could drag on and threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs, as well as risk costing the U.S. economy billions in lost output. At a White House briefing on Wednesday afternoon, Vice President J.D. Vance made a rare appearance alongside Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, accusing the Democrats of playing political games. Now in sports, Paris Saint-Germain came from behind to snatch a dramatic 2-1 victory over Barcelona in the UEFA Champions League group stage clash at the Estadio Olímpico Luis Company. Gonzalo Ramos struck in the 90th minute to complete the turnaround for Luis Enrique's side, handing the Parisians a precious away win. Barcelona had taken the lead in the 19th minute when Ferran Torres finished calmly after linking up with teenage star Lamine Yamal and Pedri. Despite being depleted by injuries, PSG leveled before halftime through 18-year-old Senyi Mayulu, who converted smartly to silence the home crowd. Meanwhile, Barcelona midfielder Frenkie de Jong admitted the late defeat was a tough to take. To end the news, Jude Bellingham has been named England's Men's Player of the Year for the 2024-25 campaign. The 22-year-old midfielder scored once in 8 games as England achieved Nations League promotion under interim boss Lee Castley before beginning World Cup qualifying with a new manager, Thomas Tuchel. The Real Madrid midfielder finished above Declan Rice and Harry Kane, who took second and third places interviewed by supporters. Real Madrid's Bellingham is just the second player to win the award while playing for a non-English club, with Bayern Munich Owens Hargreaves the first in 2006. Bellingham scored against Greece in the Nations League in October 2024, assisted twice and won a penalty against the Republic of Ireland in November, and also assisted once against Albania in World Cup qualifying in March. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day television news at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Keep watching BDTV.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
This is Oluwapelumi Badmus. I am a legal practitioner. I want to say Happy Independence Day, Nigeria.
Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. So, happy independence. At least we are in peace.
I wish Nigeria happy independence.
So, happy independent Nigeria.
Happy independent Nigeria. I wish Nigeria well. God be with all of us in Jesus' name.
Happy independence in Nigeria. Nigeria has been since 1960s, 1963 up to this time. Nigeria have never changed. Nigeria remains as it is. I don't know who is going to change in Nigeria.
A journey through defining moments of Nigeria's independence, from the struggle for freedom to the vibrant celebration of today, exploring what it truly means to be Nigerian on October 1st. For decades, the destiny of Nigeria was a story told in foreign tongue, a land of vibrant cultures, vast resources, and diverse people, governed by a distant power, but beneath the surface of colonial rule. A new narrative was taking a shape. It was a story of defiance, of unity, and of sheer desire for self-determination. This was the era of nationalists, men and women who truly understood what intellect and courage really meant. This began to push back against the tide of imperialism. As the clock ticked away, midnight on September 30th, 1960, a nation held its breath at Lagos Race Course under the watchful gaze of thousands. A momentous exchange took place the Union Jack, a symbol of colonial rule, was lowered, and in its place, for the very first time, the green, white, green flag of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was raised, unfolding a new chapter in African history. The air was filled with not just cheers, but with palpable sense of hope. A new nation was born. And with the promise of unity, peace, and prosperity for all, this was the story for us to enjoy. So today, October 1st, is more than a historic date. It is living in the tradition. Across the nation, from bustling cities to quiet villages, the spirit of independence is celebrated with parades, cultural displays, and the feast of national pride. It is a day when green, white, green colors of our flag become a symbol of unity. A reminder that despite our differences, we are bound by the common identity. For many, it is a day for family, food, and for reflection on the long road that we have traveled so far. Also, it is a day to honor our past and to look to the future. And so the journey since 1960 has not been without trials, true, and the dream of a new nation was soon tested by internal conflicts and a series of political upheavals. We have faced periods of great difficulties, but through it all, the resilience of Nigerian people has shown through thick and thin. We have persevered, not by ignoring our challenges, but by facing them with a tenacious spirit that is uniquely Nigerian. It is a story for our ongoing struggle for perfect union, one that we all will keep on writing together.
I see a lot of problems with governance and execution of our policies and just following the law essentially. Government should fix the road. They should do what they ought to do. They should not delegate governance to the people. We can't always be crying to private individuals to fix our roads, to give us clean water. We can't always rely on the good of the citizens. The government is there for a reason. They should do their job.
I think they can fulfill all their promises. Nothing wrong. They will say they will do something. When they get there, they will not do it. I think they are doing it. And they give us proper security. Our security, let me say, police station, now you get to police, you have to be paying before they can attend to you. The only thing that we are celebrating is that at least, even without nothing, we are still living hoping only God.
As you look into the matters, especially for these people that don't have work, what are you celebrating the October work? So is it the people that work on the streets that don't have work, or the one who do not even have anything to eat? No job, and some people that is just one work, one food, and some is 001 before you eat. What are you celebrating? You didn't celebrate anything, because let the leaders look into the masses, the people that don't have work, that don't have job, and the costly of petrol and the costly of foods. We are just proud to say we are giant of Africa. What are we giant for? We are nothing.
I wish Nigeria happy independent. But one thing in this country is that, okay, I'm a student before, so when I was going to school, I dropped out because of money to further my education. If you want to change Nigeria, they need a better government, a better Nigeria. Like, we should love one another, because some other big men, they stole money from making the country to better. So they need love and unite. That's what they said. I'm going to enjoy my country, enjoy our country. So we need to make changes in our country. There is one thing I want the government to do for we Nigerians. We need good roads, hospital, and electricity. If government can do that for we Nigerians, we'll be okay. And the scarcity of food is too high. We need the government to do something for us.
We are suffering in Nigeria. No food, accommodation is our problem. Safe. No food, no house. Anything we have, they reach us. We no get food, we no get anything. Hungry, they
they kill us for Nigeria. Help us to beg our government should help us.
Happy independence in Nigeria. Nigeria has been since 1960s, 1963 up to this time. Nigeria have never changed. Nigeria remains as it is. I don't know who is going to change Nigeria. I don't know who is going to change Nigeria. This government, as he said, this government can change Nigeria. This government did not change Nigeria. Nigeria remains as it is. Corruption is from Nigeria in 1980 up till now. Nigeria have never changed.
So what do you think we should do to make Nigeria better now?
Only God will do Nigeria better. For me, I don't think human being can do Nigeria better except to God.
Nigerians have said what they need to say about October 1st celebration. Those that we captured anyways, but the question now is this. Nigeria has come a long way, 65 years. Do we have much to celebrate? Can we afford to say that Nigeria is truly the giant of Africa or not? Happy Independence, Nigeria. We are a nation. We should be proud of our nation. After all, it's a wonderful nation. Onyeka Valentine is my name, BDTV. Until next time, happy Independence, Nigeria.
The National Health Financing Dialogue held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now. That the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably. That there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand. And so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together this these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Financing Dialogue held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of
watching Business Day Television.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this special edition of the Business Day Millennial Hangout. My name is Ethel Adono, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and I'm honored to be your moderator for what I believe will be one of the most relatable conversations yet. Our topic for today is passion for profit, balancing work and entrepreneurship. I'll take that again. Passion to profit, balancing work and entrepreneurship. They often say, do what you love and the money will follow. But for most millennials, it's just not that simple. You are passionate about something and somehow you are passionate about your side hustle, but somehow you still need that 9 to 5 job just to maintain a stable paycheck. So the big question is, how do you manage your time and avoid burnout when trying to balance the both of them? And most importantly, how do you turn that passion into real, sustainable and profitable business without jeopardizing your work and also your side hustle? That's what we are here to unpack today. And as you all know, I am not here alone. I have got with me 5 incredible business experts who are living proof that balancing work and passion is possible and doable. So permit me to introduce them to you all. First, we have Damola Richard Salvador Adebayo, a seasoned marketing professional with over 14 years of experience and a firm believer in disruptive thinking. He is the CEO and lead strategist at DigiSplash, an award-winning content-led marketing and advertising agency, and also he is the founder of Polar Reef Studio, a modern photography and video production company. Welcome, and it's great to have you, Damola. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Temitope Okesenyi, a distinguished HR and tech specialist, AI strategist, and global talent consultant. She is the founder and CEO of Outnovately, where she leads groundbreaking HR and tech innovation. Also, she is the visionary behind the University of Freelancing, where she has trained thousands of professionals across the globe. Welcome, Temitope, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Please, if you can hear me, can you say hello to our listeners?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here with us. We are also joined by Nkechi Alade, the principal business consultant at Elvarida Limited, a business development and consulting firm dedicated to building and scaling businesses. She is also the founder of Hire Right Nigeria, a recruitment platform supporting medium and small businesses and also startups across Africa. Welcome on board, Nkechi. It's great to have you join this conversation today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us today. Also, we have Peter Michael, a visionary travel entrepreneur and a global business strategist. He is the founder of Fly Connect 102 Limited, an IATA certified and NCAA accredited travel and logistic company, as well as the creator of Rome Paddy, a fast rising tourism and lifestyle brand. Thank you for joining us today, Peter. You are welcome to the show.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
All right. And finally, we have Ebunoluwa Opelami, who is a seasoned professional with vast and rare combination of experiences. She assists organizations in achieving extensive and sustainable business growth by formulating business strategies, driving business performance, and also identifying, nurturing, and developing talent. Thank you for joining us, Ebunoluwa. All right. Thank you also, our viewers, for joining this crucial conversation. With the careful hand-picked panelists we have today, I can guarantee you that we all will be leaving this conversation today with a life-changing nugget. All right. Now, let's kick off with the conversation with some very important question that is on everybody's mind. So I would like to start the Q&A section with, balancing, how to balance work and entrepreneurship. And again, I'll be asking the question in no particular order. So permit me to start with the last person, our last speaker, Ebunoluwa. This question is for you. What practical strategies can help young professionals balance a full-time job with a side hustle or entrepreneur venture?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, and thank you for having me on the session.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, and good morning and good afternoon to all the speakers. Okay, so I want to start by saying every entrepreneur, it starts with you. It starts with you in the sense that you must know yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your goals? How are you wired? And by that I mean, are you a morning person? Are you an evening person? Do you function better at night? All of those questions you need to answer clearly so that you can understand what works for you in terms of how you want to structure your daytime job with your moonlighting or your entrepreneurial journey. Because without this clarity, it will be a struggle. For instance, if you're an early morning person, you may decide to wake up very early in the morning, get some things done before going to work, and then you can work well and come back at night to rest or do some less intensive things can still get done later in the evening. But if, on the other hand, you're an evening person, you know that you have to work during the day, close early enough so that you can be back at home to carry out your entrepreneurial work by the side in the evening as well. So understanding yourself very well, what are your strengths as well? What are the things you do so well that you need to focus on? What are the other ones that you need to get help with? And sometimes when we say get help, depending on what stage you are on your business journey, you don't always have all the resources you require. But the thing is, we don't always need resources in terms of capital or revenue or money. Sometimes it's resources of people. What sort of network do you have? And when we talk about network also, I always like to lead with value. What am I bringing to the table? So take, for instance, I'm in a network, a pool of human resource capital people. What do I do well that can offer the other person, so that if I need the other person to do something for me too, I can get it done through them, so that way is a symbiotic relationship and not a parasitic one. So when you have clarity on all of this in terms of who you are, you can better structure things. And of course, equally important is understanding your goals. What are your goals in the next 5 to 10 years? Because understanding that will help you also set priorities per time. If you know you want to have your full-blown business in the next 5 years, you don't want to work for anybody in the next 5 years. That means your decision or priority on what kind of job, what kind of 9-to-5 job you're going to take would also feed into how you will structure your 5-year plan. Because you can't afford to take a job that takes maybe 20 hours out of your time. I mean, it can't be 20 hours, maybe 10 hours out of your time. You don't really have time for yourself. Your business is going to be suffering. Because when we talk about balance, most times, it's about understanding our priorities per time, really. Because there's always a price to pay for everything we do. So you need to get it right. What is important to me at this phase of my life? I want to build my business. I have a family. I have a side hustle. So those 3 things are the balls you're going to be juggling. And one must not suffer for the other. So you are not going to be adding some other extra things. Maybe you need to cut down on socializing, partying, and those other things that you would have ordinarily done. But at that phase, you need to be clear on what your priorities are. Just to reiterate some of the things I've said, one is clearly understanding who you are as a person, because you're the one starting the business and everything starts with you. You need to understand who you are, the way you are wired. What areas do you even need improvement as well? Because you are bringing yourself to the business, in terms of when we talk about organizational culture, I always say that it is the character of the owner of the business we are actually speaking to, because it is you are the one that is going to transcend throughout the organization. Your behavior, your character is what people are going to pick on, that will then inform or form the culture of the business. So you have a lot to do on yourself in terms of your personal growth. That is if you're just starting up. And even if you've started after a while, there's always room for improvement. So know who you are, know how you are wired, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, what kind of network do you have in terms of people, and what value do you bring to the table? Then what are your goals? Clearly set goals. And what are those things you are prioritizing per time? So these are the key things I would say anybody who wants to juggle these 2 feats, which is possible, must first of all put into consideration. And I'll stop here so that I can allow other people to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibn-Oluwa. That was amazing. Thank you for setting the tone for our conversation today. So I would like to ask our next speaker, Peter. From your experience having to run 2 companies side by side, what are the biggest challenges in balancing work and entrepreneurship, and how can they be overcome?
Thank you so much, BusinessDay, for having me once again. We know that 9 to 5 and side also are both sophisticated, right? But what I tell people is you're the software and you must learn to manage the software. How do you do that? First, your 9 to 5 is like what I tell people is your job is funding your future and not the other way around. So once you know that your job is funding your future, it is then easy to know how to structure yourself. And so you learn everything on your job, every skill acquired on your job in your 9 to 5 to help create, a micro system that runs your business. So you're given the leverage on your 9 to 5 to understand how to run your own business effectively. And so what you need to structure your time, like, Ebolua said, know when you function. Some are morning people, some are night people. Know when, your energy is, higher, when you're more productive. Channel your hustle into that. So you do your 9 to 5, that is, non-negotiable. But once you do your 9 to 5, at least 3 hours a day or 2, depending on how fast you want to go, how far you want to go, structure yourself in that way, and then begin to build little by little. And so when you build, you have the leverage, to test run. And it's almost risk-free, right? You have a backup system, which is your 9 to 5. You can begin to test run things. If they work out fine, you don't work out, you learn and then you move again. And so that's how to balance it. There is no particular system or structure assigned to how to balance, but you understanding your 9 to 5 perfectly well, understand the system and the software that runs your 9 to 5, then find a way to replicate that in your hustle, and then it's easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you also for sharing that brilliant answer, how to prioritize your time and energy while running your 9 to 5 and also trying to maintain your business. So let me ask, the next question is for Temitokwe. I mean, as a HR specialist you are, how should one prioritize time and energy between their career and also their business without compromising either of them?
Thank you for that question. And the truth is, you got the job because you needed the job. And you were employed because the organization needs your skills and your capacity. And I believe they are paying for that value. So we're going to be very honest here, because some of you are running businesses or you want to run a business and you expect to have people on board as well. My first advice always would be to give your 100% commitment to the organization that is paying your bills. Yes, you have dreams on the side. Yes, you want to start your businesses on the side. But what you've signed an agreement to give is what you should give. Except you are a 1099, meaning you're a contractor or you're a consultant working with that organization, there are some things that you are able to excuse yourself from. But because you are full-time, first let's establish that you need to give that attention to that. But you also need the attention for your 5 to, because now you've left 9 to 5, you have your 5 to 9 left, which is your business. You must audit your role per time. And what does that mean? Some of you are wives, you are moms, you are sisters, you are fathers, you are brothers, you're a CEO, you are an employee at the same time. There are many things you're doing. And different seasons of your life, you must prioritize what works, what must live. There are times that you give maybe 2 hours to social media a day. You know that in this season, I'm trying to build a baby, because that business, that idea that you have is a baby. You must give it time. As someone who's done business all my life and always been a corporate girly, because I started my business from the university day, I started selling bags. I remembered when my brother wanted to give me capital to start my business, I was in 200 level, that have you surveyed around you in school what business you would love to start? I told him, no, I don't have the time. I want to build my CGPA, and I also don't want to do business. I don't want to be asking people for money. People can owe. But when I got to 300 level, nobody told me. I myself knew that, okay, I have built what I needed to build. Of course, I've lost access to the capital they wanted to give me, because they were willing to give me. They were asking me. I wasn't ready mentally. But by 300 level, I knew that I was ready mentally, but I was also ready physically to accommodate that. And by myself, I started the bag business. And I did that with schooling, came out with good scores, came out of school, started working the first year that I came out, running a fashion business. From there, I moved to freelancing online, running my own digital agency. I have 2 startups now, have a company. I still work at the same time. And I realized that the same attention that you give to someone else, you must be willing to give it to your work. So audit your role. What sacrifices can I make, in this season? And another thing that can help you is believing in yourself. Because one of the privileges we have as adults and millennials is the audacity to believe in ourselves. Because if you don't believe in yourself, nobody will. That attention you give to yourself, that belief will wake you up at night even when you're tired. Sometimes I'm getting back 6 p.m. Nigerian time. It's probably 12, just like it is right now, like 12 p.m. for my clients in another country. I need to get up to work. I'm tired, but I know that that is what I needed in that season. So you must believe in yourself enough. The conviction must be enough to drive you through that process. So that's what I think every millennial or every entrepreneur who is trying to balance both and trying to give their commitment, that's what I think they need to do, right? That's what I think they need to do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Temitope. Thank you for, quickly sharing your moments with us, and also for spotlighting for us that, you have to believe in yourself first if you want to find a way to balance your passion and also your career goal. You have to find a way to believe in yourself and also audit your work properly, just so you are able to balance the both of them. So now let's look at how to manage productivity and also how to manage your time. So this question is for Damola. As a seasoned marketing professionals, I know you deal a lot with marketing tools and all of that. So what tools, habits, or systems have you found most effective in staying organized and also productive? I mean, having to have over 14 years of experience, work experience, and also building your company, DigiSplash.
Okay, thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me.
Hi, Damola.
Okay, yes,
I can't
said I
hear
hope
you.
you can hear me. All right. Can anybody else hear me? Oh yes, she says she can.
Hi, Damola. I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
No, I'm not muted.
Okay.
Everybody else can hear.
Okay, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I think your question was on productivity.
Yes, how to manage productivity, to tools and habits that help you to stay organized.
Okay, I think the major thing is to, like some people already mentioned, identify your, what I call it, identify your majors and your minors. And I think prioritization is very important. So you need to prioritize what is important. You can use tools like Slack. For me, I'll say for work, Slack helps. Simple tools like just managing your time, Calendly, your calendar, reminders, things like that help a lot. For me, since I do digital marketing, a lot of the tools that we use are more inclined with managing an agency and managing people. So I'll say the major thing is there are a lot of tools now, and it's not really about the tools, it's majorly about the person. Some people have tools, but they don't really use the tools that they have available. But in terms of tools, I think Slack is a good one. I think Slack is one that I've used over the years and has really helped in prioritizing times, setting reminders. And I'll say set reminders. I think those are the major things. Set reminders, set goals would be major things to do. Yeah, I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damola. Thank you for listening some of the habits that help you to stay organized, setting reminders, getting yourself, your space organized and all of that. And also for mentioning some of the tools that help you to stay focused and balance your work. So my next question is for Nkechi Alade. How can entrepreneurs identify and focus on high leverage activities that move the needle? As a business consultant, I believe you should be able to give us some tips on how entrepreneurs can identify and focus high-level activities, and also, how to leverage them.
Okay, thank you very much for having me today.
Thank
And
you.
I do hope, glad you can hear me. Okay, so in terms of being an entrepreneur, so having worked with business owners and entrepreneurs, for quite a number of years, I've seen that it is very easy for people to do a lot of things in terms of just being busy, activity driven, but then they're actually not being productive. And that is because very few people are goal oriented. Lots of people are activity driven. So they just want to see that they're busy. But my first question to a lot of business owners is, what exactly is the outcome? What exactly is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing? So one question I usually would ask is, does this task actually help you to bring revenue? Does it help you with growth? What does it help you with, some form of scalability or sustainability? Or are you just looking to do something? And I'll tell you why these things happen. Now, lots of people go into business without having any formal knowledge about business or knowing how to work. Now, you think, working might just be waking up and going on social media and saying, come and buy from me. But if you don't understand the things you need to actually do behind the scenes to actually build a business that generates revenue, then it just becomes actually activity. So why I like the idea of this topic in terms of having a full-time job and then, being able to build a side business is that there are certain things that a business would task you with that you can only learn when you have worked in a formal environment. So when we speak about things like structure, things like systems, if you haven't experienced it before, you might not necessarily understand how to put it in your business. So my charge is this: in terms of being a corporate person, in terms of having a 9 to 5, ensure that you focus on what you're doing. It might look like, oh, what I'm doing 9 to 5 does not affect my business, but it does. Everything you're learning, it might be customer service, it might be operational, it might be administrative. You're able to see how it's done and then take those learnings into your business. And it helps you to see, okay, how do I prioritize these tasks? What do I need to do here? How do I ensure that the outcome is clear? So when I say don't just be busy, be clear on what these tasks are. I like to do things called deep work. When your high productivity hours are during the day, and make the most out of them. I always work with pen, and I'm a book and pen kind of person. So I always list out those things I need to do every day. So at the end of the day, it might be 2 or 3 very, very important things, but I ensure that I finish them. Because we live in a generation now where attention is very, very limited. It's difficult for you to just do one thing because there's so many distractions. You pick up your phone, you want to be on a call, you want to do something else, but you need to learn to focus. You need to learn to narrow in so that you're able to ensure that you get out the results that you want as a business owner. So it is very important. We don't have the leverage of time. Time is one thing that we all have. It's 24 hours every day. You can't have 36, I can't have 40, you can't have 2. And you can't take back the time of yesterday. So you have to ensure that you're doing the most you can every given point in time with the time that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nkechi. Thank you for, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us and also reminding us how to manage our time effectively. So let's just take the last question on time management. This would be for you, Temitope. As someone who has juggled many hats, running your business on the side and also being a corporate girly, like you said, what are the common time management mistakes? Like, do you think young entrepreneurs make, and how can they avoid it?
Thank you for that question. First, I think it's trying to overestimate what you can achieve within a time limit and also underestimate what you can achieve. And just like Nkechi highlighted, I'm also a pen and a note kind of person. But of course, we have digital notepads now. One of the mistakes that I see is, we want to do a lot of things, right? But you end up doing nothing. There's a lot of distraction. A lot of things are looking for your attention. And we also want to perfect almost everything as we're starting. But the idea is you must start from where you are. And because of the fear of maybe rejection, if I don't do it well, you end up doing haphazard work, half work here, and eventually you get nothing done. So you must realize that I must be accountable to myself. I create consequences for myself. that if I don't do this at the time I need to do it, this is the consequence. You must have release dates or deadlines for your work. And these are the things you also learn in 9 to 5, that you've learned structure, time of resumption, consequences if you don't come early or if you come late. You must apply that to your business. That this is the same thing. If I'm not able to do this, this is the consequence. So maybe I'm not going to get this for myself, this that I plan to do for myself, or this that I plan to do in the business, I'm not able to do it. The bigger picture must always be in front of you at all time. There's a word I call people like us who are, running businesses and also being in corporate is youpreneurship. So there is entrepreneurship, but there is youpreneurship. It's the business of you. So it is you that needs to be accountable. With that, you are able to create automations, you are able to create systems. But if you yourself personally, you're not efficient, trust me, it will show in the things that you're doing and in the businesses that you're running, because balls will begin to drop somewhere. And be open-minded to outsourcing. If you think you've grown to the level where there's a part of the business that you're struggling with, and you can afford to pay, even if it is an intern, a volunteer, an assistant that can take care of that for you, you have to do it. I got to a point that my mentor had to say, Tops, you are doing a lot, and this needs your priority this year. You need to get it done. Get an assistant. That was like 4 or 5 years. I'm like, assistant. Even me, I'm an assistant to some people. But I had to. I got someone who could work with me with the budget that I had so that she can focus on some of the administrative things I needed to do. And I was able to deliver that project that year. I think that is how we must begin to think as business owners as well. You cannot do everything. If you need to outsource with the resources that you have, please go ahead to do it so that you can begin to create systems and a business that can eventually function without you and outlive you if possible. So that's what I think and how people can handle that.
Thank you so much, Temitope. That was amazing. Thank you for that, sharing that word with us, youpreneur. It reminds me that if I want to actually focus on pursuing my passion while maintaining my corporate life, I have to also, always know that this is about me, this is about my passion, and, try to do things that would get the both of them aligned. Thank you. Now let's look at the financial strategy and stability. So this question will be for you, Ebunoloa. How can one fund a business without sacrificing financial stability from their job? Assuming someone is passionate about a side hustle, how can they fund it without sacrificing their financial stability from their job?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think I mentioned earlier that sometimes when you're starting up a business, you need to have clarity on the kind of resources you need per time. Most people think it's financial resources that is the biggest issue they have, whereas it may actually be resources in people. And I cited an example earlier to say that you're starting up, you also have value you bring to the table. Do you have people in your own network that can do what you need for you without you paying for it? Which means that when they also need your services, you are able to pay back, right? With your own skills and strength or whatever it may be. That is one. But that doesn't still negate the fact that finance is required in the business. And at every point in time, you must know where you're at in your business journey, the maturity level of your business, and what is really required. I will go back to requirements again. So take, for instance, you are a startup. You want to go into the market. You know the value you are adding to your customers. But you can't start competing at some certain levels because you don't have what it takes to be there yet. So you need to be able to identify who are my target audience that I can meet their needs at this point in time. For instance, you can't say you are into consulting and from day one you want to compete with a KPMG, for instance. You can't meet, from where to where, on any level at all. But if what you are focusing on, for instance, is that you want to hire for people, you are going into hiring, make sure you are sound at what it takes to hire. You are leading with value so that when you pitch to your customers, your target audience, you are able to add value, they're able to pay you, right? The kind of resources they can at that time, and even refer you, and gradually you are growing the business. Of course, when it comes to funding, there are various sources of funds, right, that are available now. But you must demonstrate value to those kind of places for you to even have access to those kind of funds. So I always say lead with value. What value are you bringing to the table? Don't go into the market to say, I want to make money. I need more money. I'm not earning enough. That's why I want. No. What are you bringing to, what value, what need are you meeting? And who are your target audience per time? Who are those you can effectively serve per time? Because having a clear understanding of the persona of your target audience really helps. You can't be aiming for people in blue chip companies from day one, right? And I'll just quickly share a story with you just to buttress this point. So there is one of these mentors of mine, right? He was telling us about when he just started his business. And from day one, you know, he went into business strategy. And then they went to pitch to one man who owned a multi-million naira company at the time. And then they kept telling him about the business strategy and everything. And then the guy just kept looking at them like, okay, if you had those strategies and you've applied it to yourself, you won't be looking this way. Do you understand? Of course, they didn't get the business. But guess what? It was a lesson to him because they actually gave him the feedback. Say, hey, look at your car. Look at how you look at this time. And you're preaching business strategy to us. Go apply that strategy to yourself first, and then we can listen to you. But he went back to the drawing board. And I can say for free today that is number one in his line of business. I don't want to mention names, but if I do, I'm sure most of us would know him. Today, he's running a multi-million-dollar business. What am I trying to say? Come with value, lead with value. Value always attracts resources. So when you lead with value, when people can perceive or even they've tested what you have to offer, then they can pay you. Then you can also even access some funding sources, right? But you must always be clear on what value you bring to the table before thinking of money. Because a lot of times you think, oh, money is my problem. Money may not be your problem. It may be you yourself understanding the value you bring to the table, the quality of your work, your efficiency, your dependability, a lot of things, which still centers around you being the youpreneur, like Temi said earlier. Understand the value you bring to the table. That's how it will attract resources. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ebunoluwa. Thank you for sharing that beautiful stories. It's funny how a lot of millennials are in this table because they first think of how to fund a business without really focusing on the value they want to deliver. And thank you for highlighting again that once you have a solid value, you're ready to deliver, then money will follow. Thank you. The next question would be for Peter. What key financial metrics should entrepreneurs track as they grow their business? I mean, having to scale your two businesses, what are the metrics that entrepreneurs should, always track as they grow their business?
Thank you very much. So first, cash flow is like the oxygen of your business. So first, cash flow. Always cash flow. And then you look at your profit margin, which is the second thing. So once you're able to track your cash flow, it's coming in, your business is going, then begin to monitor the profit margin. And then with your profit margin, you can know when to scale, right? So if you're not able to track your cash flow correctly to make sure that is working effectively, you cannot move from there. And so it is important that you understand how your cash flow works. Like Ebun said, value. Value brings in the cash flow. And as the value brings in the cash flow, what next thing you think about is how to create experience with that value. And so with the experience, you scale. And as you scale, your profit margin begins to increase. And as that begins to increase, then you begin to expand. And so you narrow everything down to three things. Number one is which part of these three core areas of business am I? Are you the innovator or the initiator? Are you the aggregator or you are the executor? But of course, as a business owner, you can never be the executor. So you stay on top, right? You keep thinking, you keep redefining, you keep realigning, working with your numbers, working with your spreadsheets, your cash flow, and then move from there. Look at the aggregators. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? Look at the index. Understand what is working, what is not. Eliminate when necessary. Substitute when necessary, and then you begin to move from there. That is the key, to maximize, profits, to understand the metrics of the business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, for highlighting the keys to maximizing profits as a business owner, and also to how to know when and where to draw the margins in your business operations. Thank you. Now let's look at how to make the transitions. I know a lot of people are often bothered with the situation of when to say goodbye to their 9 to 5 and focus mainly on their business, or some are also of the emotion that you can run the both of them side to side. So let's look at some questions in that area. The next question will be for Damola. How does an entrepreneur know when is the right time to move from part-time to full-time entrepreneurship?
Okay. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I don't think that it's like a time-based thing. I think it's more on the person and the opportunities that come. So for me, I only worked for another agency. I only worked for another agency for 2 years. And after 2 years, I just started mine. So I think that you also have to just gauge the opportunities that you get and how prepared you are as well. I'll say you also need to take risks as well. So the reason why a lot of people stay longer and some of the things that people do, they're afraid of taking risks. And I think you need to be brave. You need to evaluate the situation. Be sure what, like, people have spoken about value. So if you have value, things will be attracted to value. I think you can even compete with the big people, with the bigger brands in a short space of time. I don't think that it even needs time. What people just need to identify is value. So people notice value no matter when you start. Once they can recognize that you know what you're doing and you have results to prove it, then you get the customers. So for me, I'll say that once you have identified, for marketing, we'll call it your unique selling proposition. Once you've identified the opportunities that you have, so we see companies like Money Points, Flutterwave, that it didn't take them that long to compete with some of the biggest brands that we've known for 50, 100 years. The major thing that they had was value. They had value to give, and they scaled really fast because people are attracted to value. So if you can solve problems, and what's your business venture is going to actually solve problems, people will gravitate towards you. And then once people have spoken about appearance and things like that, once perception is the most important thing. So you can be good, but people don't perceive you as good. And it's the same thing for a business as well. So you can have great ideas. You can actually be able to solve problems at a small stage. People need to perceive that value from you. So I think the days have gone that people are looking at how long you started. It's kind of like when you're hiring people today. It's not really about how long you worked. It's about the value you can bring. You meet people that, in a 1 year experience, they can do things better than people that have done things for 10 years. So I don't really want to focus on the traditional way that we evaluate when to start. I think it's different for different people. The major thing is you can have value at any time. So it's kind of like, maybe I will use football to explain it. There are players that can compete at a young age, even from 17, 18, 16. There are players that they need to wait to 35 for them to be good enough to compete at the highest stage. I think it's the same for businesses and even for an entrepreneur as well. So I won't say you need to wait for a long time. You need to get certain things in place. Because there's some things that first mover advantage will give you. There's some opportunities that you can identify early that you need to dive in and take. So for me, like people have already mentioned the word value, I'll say that's the major thing. Once you can identify the value that you bring and you can see the opportunities to take them, I think it's a good time to go. Some people will tell you wait 5 years, wait 10 years, wait 3 years. I just think that if the opportunities come in 1 year, you can move. If the opportunity even comes in 6 months. I have a friend that he resigned after 2 weeks. He started the job after 2 weeks. He resigned and started his own business, and he's doing great. So the major thing is, I won't say that's the general rule. It depends on the person, depends on the things that you built yourself. So if you've taken your time to study, to train, things that you're doing in your own personal time, and you're equipped enough to start a venture, lead a business, go on your own, you have your proper plan in place to sustain the business, to sustain certain things. Looking at it, maybe a married person or a single person would have to evaluate things differently because they have other people they're responsible for. So I'll say things like that, but I would say opportunity, just identify the opportunities you have, look at the value that you can give, and if the opportunity arises, I think that you should take it. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damola. Thank you for already highlighting some of the important factors to look into before you transition. And also, I like the fact that, you mentioned, you kept on hammering on there is no such thing like it is this time. You can't just say, oh, it's 5 years or 10 years before you can transition to pursue your side hustle, your passion. Just understand your time and be confident with your value, the value you bring to the table, then you're good to go. Thank you. Let's still look more deeply into some of the factors to consider. So over to you, Nkechi. What are the most important factors to consider before making that transition? Hi, Nkechi, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Did you get my question? I should take it again.
Please, can you take it again?
Okay, what are the most important factors to consider before making career or that transition?
Okay, all right, thank you for the question. So first of all, right, I would like to really say that entrepreneurship, or rather full-time entrepreneurship, is not for everybody. There is no hard and fast rule to it. Everybody must not be an entrepreneur. The reason why I'm saying this is when you work a full 9-to-5 job and you're transitioning, it's almost like going from having your bath with warm water to cold water. You have been promised a paycheck at the end of the month. If you're not in sales, right, most of the time you have a salary every month, whether or not that business makes money. That is their commitment to you. Now, when you're going into full-time entrepreneurship, it's a different ballgame. You have to be someone who has discipline, resilience, someone who has grit, someone who's able to take no, keep moving, be vision-oriented, and the kind of person that has control over their mindset. So for you to be that kind of person and for you to be able to transition full-time, you need to, first of all, be honest with yourself. Am I an entrepreneur? Am I someone who is ready to commit to this decision for the next 10 years? Am I ready to continue to say yes to myself? Because entrepreneurship is really beyond earning money. It's beyond revenue. It has a lot to do with who you are as a person. So one of the major mistakes that I've seen with people looking to transition is quitting too early. You cannot make this decision based on feelings. It cannot be how you feel because your feelings are too fickle for you to make decisions with them. You have to be quite objective. You need to be able to see that, okay, this is where I am now. This is my plan for the next 60, 90, 120 days. This is how I'm going about it. Remember that as a person, you might have obligations, you might have a family, you might have dependents. And again, it starts with you. So you have to be ready to understand that once you're moving, right? So that is one thing I would say. So also in terms of mistakes people make is that they don't pay attention to the market they are going into. You can't go into business blinded. You have to be sure, okay, this is what the market currently is saying. This is how people are doing things. Imagine being in the business today of maybe entertainment, and then you start selling your own CDs or something. I mean, you're really, really, really competing with the past. So you need to know what exactly the market is saying. You need to be sure how much people are charging. What do you charge? What kind of people do you need on board? So there are certain questions you need to be asking yourself. You need to also understand how to do business. When you're running a business, you have to, of course, register it. You have to ensure your tax is in place. You need to ensure, your legal, any other paperwork that you need to have. You can't just go into it and just sort of start to wing it. We are in an age where you can, with a click of a button, find out what is required for you to start to render these services within a particular environment. So don't just rush in and close your eyes and say, oh, you know what, I'm going to do it right now. Yes, I believe you should take risks. I believe you should do it while you can. I believe you should have momentum, but it doesn't mean you should do it without, putting in the right things in place, without doing your research. And of course, someone had also mentioned value. You need to ensure, what am I bringing into the market? How am I different? Now, you cannot compete right now by being the best or by having the best price, because there are so many options available. So one thing that I always say to people looking to start new businesses is, one way you can differentiate yourself is by being a human being. What is the human factor you are bringing into what it is you're doing? Yes, you're a small business. People might want to work with you because they feel like you are human. How can you be more human in your business? And another thing I would say is, try as much as possible to aim for excellence. I didn't say perfection, because perfection is a myth and it doesn't exist, but excellence. And one thing I recently learned is that excellence can be practiced. So you can every day become better at what you do or what it is that you're doing. So if you have that at the core of your mind, if you have that in front, as you're building the business, as you're hiring people, as you're speaking to clients, you continue to build and become even better, so that even if you have so much value to give, you're giving it in a way that is deemed excellent, and you're able to retain customers, and they're also able to refer people to you. And when people are bringing leads, or leads are coming into your pipeline, they are able to convert. So I hope that has helped.
Thank you so much, Nkechi. Yes, that's actually answered my question. And thank you for, you have already set stone for the next thing that we'll be looking at, talking about aiming for excellence. Let's look at business growth and branding, how to properly brand your side hustle, your passion, and any other thing that you have on the side that you're interested in building. So the question would be for Ebunoloa. What are the biggest planning mistakes entrepreneurs make when starting or growing a business?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think one of the mistakes entrepreneurs make, and it may not be all their fault, maybe it's what has been shown as what matters the most. You want to look the part, fake it till you make it, dress in a certain way, be this, be that. But what the customers want goes beyond your looks. It's still about value. It's still about who you are, what you bring to the table, how you do things. Take, for instance, you have an appointment for 10 a.m., you are there by 9:30, not 2 p.m., and start giving flimsy excuses, forgetting that the people who you are, their customer, also have customers. Having integrity. I'm going to deliver by this time, and you deliver by that time, to quality as well. And all of these things don't happen by accident. There are things you need to build over time. And that's why I've said it, and a lot of us have also emphasized on you being that person first. Being a person of integrity, knowing what matters to people, the kind of customers you are serving, what is key to them, what kind of business are they into, what matters the most. Take, for instance, the competition in the market is fierce. So a lot of people they have to be on top of their game. And so if you are going to be supporting their business in whatever way with your services, you must also be at the top of your game at all times. So not focusing on the right things in terms of what quality means to the customer. Understand what the customer's needs are first and foremost, but paying attention to the way you speak or the way you look or, kind of dress you're wearing. That's, of course, people see you first before they see the value you bring to the table. I'm not saying that is not important, but I'm saying also that you must pay attention to how you deliver value. how do you communicate? So you can't even make up, you can't make a particular time for some reason beyond your control, which shouldn't be all the time. You must communicate. At times you've given something to somebody, you're trying to get them on the phone, they're not picking up, and you're wondering what's going on here. And no communication, and probably they're stuck somewhere. Especially professionals, people who are learned, those kind of behaviors shouldn't be, be named amongst us, really. So we need to be able to differentiate ourselves with those seemingly little things, but they matter a lot. Like I always say, understand your customers' needs. What sort of business are they doing? What are their key requirements so that you can match up? If you're not matching up, then you're not delivering value. So those are the things I would say in terms of it, and that's your brand, really. Your brand can be, hey, that person that is always coming late, please don't even bring them on board. But that, hey, is that the person you're calling? Be sure that they will deliver. They are dependable, they are reliable. So those are the kind of values or descriptions that should be named concerning an entrepreneur who wants to excel, really. Not necessarily, oh, she speaks well or she went to Harvard, or, those things are good as well. But I'm saying pay attention to what really matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ebunoluwa. Thank you for, urging us to pay attention to what really matters. And talking about building your brand and, maintaining a good reputation as a business person. Let's look at this question. That would be for you, Peter. How can millennials build a strong online presence and personal brand to support their business goals?
All right, thank you very much for that question. So first, what I would like to say is you are the brand. It is not separate from the name you give to your value. It is not separate from your product. It's not separate from the service. You are the brand. And so there's a book I'm writing. It's called Phones and Ring Lights, right? How to make your own noise for attention. And so whatever you do, particularly in this day and age, you need to learn how to make your own noise. You need to learn what language is required in your own industry. You need to learn how whatever value or product or service you sell is being accepted. Understand the old ways, understand the new ways. Now everything is crashing down when it comes to corporate branding, and all of those things. So everything is coming down to person, not to entity anymore. Entity can sort out your legal issues, your structure, your system, your approach. But when it comes to penetration, when it comes to reaching to your customers, when it comes to appearing as you should, it boils down to you. How do you show up? What language do you speak? Do they even understand the language? And so the new branding is you. And you must know what works for you. You must know how to express. You must know how to receive. You must know how to give. So you understand your customers. You know what they like. You know what they don't like. You know how to navigate things. And so everything comes back to you. So you see that even big brands now are using human beings as the brand. And so it's becoming difficult to make a merger between so-called ambassadors, influencers, and all with a brand. So the brand is now the human being. The brand is now the brain, pushing and, advancing whatever value you're advancing to the world. And so you need to pay attention to you. So you is the new brand. So you have to brand yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you for closing with that line. You are the new brand. So you have to focus on building your personal brand. Take it serious because, you are the face of your business. So let's look at the last question around branding. That will be for you, Temitope. What sales strategies or technique can help young entrepreneurs close deals and build a lasting customer relationship? I mean, having to have scaled your business from an early stage.
Thank you for that question. So I'm not a salesperson and I don't brand myself as one. But if there is anything I always do in all of my expressions, and having done several businesses and still running several businesses, is to ensure that I understand the pain point of my customers. Now, sometimes people do a top-down approach. Some people do, down up, bottom-up approach, which is, are you creating a product for a market you have identified, or you are, identifying the market and then you are trying to create a product? I don't like to waste my time on a product I don't know is going to sell. And it doesn't mean I've not made mistakes, that I put up maybe a product or a service or even a training. As a Forbes coach, I do a lot of trainings and coaching. And sometimes I put up a training because I assume that that's something that people would need. And trust me, cricket, no sound, like maybe one or two that I've had to refund. Like, guys, I'm not doing this training again. So I have had to make that mistakes in my business and in my career, but I don't do that anymore. I need to understand and see that there is a pain point somewhere. I listen first and then I sell second. So I identify the market and then I go ahead to create the product. So I have a lot of online courses, for example. I don't just go to create, get a camera, get a ring light, start, creating courses and recording. No. Create a wait list. I need to see the interest, that people are actually interested in this product that I'm putting together. So you must manage time and manage resources and conserve your energy to be able to channel them in the right direction. That's one of the things that we must do. The second thing is also to building trust. I realized in my EdTech, which is the University of Freelancing, where we teach professionals how to, freelance on the side with the skills and expertise that they have while still maintaining their 9 to 5. I realized that a lot of our students keeps coming back. So if you come to do AI today, you learn AI this month. By next month, they're coming back to learn virtual assistant. The third month, they're like, Coach T, I'm coming back to learn HR technology. What's going on? And before, we used to do a lot of art, put it out there because I thought the source was outside. Yes. But from data, I found that because data speaks, I found out that because we've built trust, our first line of new customers, they are our current students. So they've seen the value that we deliver. They've seen results. They keep coming back. So you must, as a matter of priority in the business that you're trying to do, as a sales technique, build trust. Because that helps you to deliver the value we've been talking about up front. Because you have built trust in them, they trust your brand, they can recommend. So referrals, because now the customers you have that you are looking for, we live in an age where bad news fly faster than good news. For your good news, you need to pay for it to be promoted. You will pay for people to carry it on the blog. But if it was a bad news, something bad happened to your business, blogs will begin to carry it without your attention. And you must now understand that it means that word of mouth, the testimonials from people, what people say about your brand, whether you are there in the room or not, it matters. Then that helps you to begin to think about the current customers that we have, the current sales that we're running or that we have. Where is the source? What is the data saying? How can we satisfy these people that they become the one, preaching the gospel of the good things that you're doing in your brand and in your business? And last but not the least, what I've said, and this is something that has worked for me as well, and I don't think a lot of businesses or brands do it, is to take care of their customer service unit and department a lot. You see people, you chat them up these days, they're almost rude to you, customer, that they want to beat you. Like, I want to make an encouragement. I'm the one bringing money to buy something from you. So that first approach that people have with your brand creates an impression, and a lasting one at that. Sometimes I've had to jump into the DM myself to say, I understand you are trying to respond professionally. I need to quickly respond to this person myself because I know I'm the one losing money, not you. People want to do their job and then move on. So as a business owner, your eyes must be on the communication department or unit or channel of your business. You need to ensure that your brand is being communicated in the way that you want it to communicate. Sometimes I'm seeing my business page, maybe one of them is liking a particular post or a particular comment. You cannot do that with a business page. Maybe something went viral on a blog, you are liking it with a business page. What if it's something that is counter to the brand that you are building and the culture that you are building? You liking it and responding means you endorse it. And people don't care whether it was a customer service person that did it or not. So you must pay attention to how your brand is being communicated, how it is being seen. All of this might not sound like the traditional sales techniques, like run ads, like, get a brand ambassador. No, but this is the core and the foundation that really helps us Because you have a job. Let's not forget, you have a job that you are doing and you have something on the side. So you must be able to manage them with the little resources and the time attention that you can. And you must build something solid at the end of the day that can help you transition eventually to full-time entrepreneurship, if that is what you want. I hope that answers the question.
Temitope, that was fantastic. Thank you for wrapping up the conversation. Really good. I just want to, time is no longer on our side, and you can see the way I'm excited because it has been an awesome conversation so far. Thank you all for sharing your expertise and all of that. I just want Damola and Nkechi to wrap up the conversation with this last question, which is just, what is one advice you would give to a business person listening to us right now? What advice will you give to the person or someone who is looking forward to starting their own business in no time? Let's start with you, Damola.
All right, thank you. So what I would advise, I think, is similar to what Timmy just said. I think a lot of times people focus on logo and all those other things, and your branding is more than your logo, is more than your website and all those things. Your user experience is part of your branding. So the perception that you have, focus on maintaining good relationships with the clients that you have. You don't know how important one small opportunity was to create. So for me, I'll say the majority of the clients that I have now are referrals. And when you can't compete with money, you can't compete with size and all those things. It's relationship that's going to sway it. So let's say Temi was coming to Nigeria or something, or maybe she's in Lagos or something. Well, maybe I come to Texas or before now, she won't have, there will be no rapport. So she doesn't know me, I'm just a stranger. But because we've had this meeting, like I just sent her a message to remember me from our BusinessDay Connect. That will open a door for me, a door that wouldn't have opened in the past, just because we've built a relationship. So I think that building relationships is very important. And people are your doors. People are the biggest doors for a business. So don't treat any opportunity you get lightly. Take them, maximize every opportunity you get. Understand that perception is reality. It doesn't matter what you think. You may say, oh, my business is great, because your customers are the ones that determine that. And what people have to say when they're not seeing your logo. When they think of your brand, what do they think of? You'll think of their last experiences with you. So for me, I think that would be my advice, my closing advice. Thank you. Don't speak.
Thank you, Damola. Thank you for that's awesome advice. From Damola, you shouldn't focus on just the physical aspect of your branding. Focus on building relationship. Thank you. Over to you, Nkechi.
Okay, thank you. So in conclusion, I'll just say that if you're looking to start a business, you need to start with clarity. Be very clear. And I would also say, ensure you're solving a real problem. Don't just, solve a problem that you think is peculiar to just you, because you are not your own market. So be sure that what you're solving is actually a real problem. And I will now say that you need to learn to be able to build momentum. When you're starting a business, there's this excitement, family and friends might support you in the beginning, everything is rosy, but you need to learn to be able to keep doing things. Like every day, you have to continue to move. There are days that you don't feel like it, but you have to keep moving. The excitement is not going to be there all the time. So you need to learn to drive yourself, to hype yourself, to push yourself forward, right? And learn fast, take your notes quickly, learn from the mistakes and ensure you don't make yesterday's mistakes today. And whatever you learn from today, you're able to apply tomorrow. And also ensure you quickly identify what your weaknesses are. Be very clear on them so that when you're hiring people, you hire people who have your weaknesses as strengths and you're able to complement and quickly build fast. So those are the things that I would say to anyone looking to start a new business. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Nkechi. I would like to quickly thank our panelists. Thank you, Damola. Thank you, Temitope. Thank you, Nkechi. Thank you, Ebunolowa. And finally, thank you, Peter. Thank you all for sharing your invaluable insight and practical advice. I also want to say a huge thank you to everyone who joined us today. This conversation has highlighted that turning your passion into profit isn't just about finding the perfect balance, but about creating a rhythm that works for you. Remember, your journey is your own, whether you're just starting a side hustle, planning to transition into a full-time entrepreneurship, or looking for a way to grow your business. The key is to stay consistent. Don't just plan, but also celebrate every win along the way. Thank you once again. And until next time, I am Ethel Adorno, your host here on the Millennial Hangout. Have a great day. Hi everyone, and welcome to
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
While we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still doesn't have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for BusinessDay.
Today, for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved in social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with LOMA, and then LOMA has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform LOMA that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is right. It's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? So what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there. They don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Road is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Whiskey to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt, and that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal, it's for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, we use our scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with Loma actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of Loma to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is news update reaching you from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, repayment push banks deposits with CBN to record 5.5 trillion naira. Zenith GTCO lead banks 126.8 billion naira IT spending in HR 2025. External debt servicing slows to $2.86 billion in 8 months. And SEC urges youth to build wealth through capital market investment. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Mama. Now, commercial banks in Nigeria have raised their deposits with the Central Bank of Nigeria to a record of 5.5 trillion naira following the repayment of over 700 billion naira in open market operations bills. The CBN confirmed that in September alone, more than 1.2 trillion naira worth of OMO bills were repaid, boosting liquidity in the banking sector. Analysts say this drove yields lower as investors showed strong appetite for the securities. Despite the surge in deposits, banks' opening balances dropped to around 2.3 trillion naira, reflecting tighter daily operating conditions. The central bank described the development as part of its broader monetary tightening strategy aimed at curbing inflation and stabilizing the economy. Meanwhile, official figures show Nigeria's money supply rose to nearly 200 trillion naira in August, while credit to both the private sector and government declined, underscoring the impact of the bank's restrictive stance on lending and liquidity. And moving on, 5 Nigerian banks led by Zenith and GTCO spent a combined 126.8 billion naira on information technology in the first half of 2025 as lenders intensify investments in digital infrastructure and cybersecurity, with some more than doubling their IT budgets compared with last year. Zenith Bank tops the chart with 49.88 billion naira, more than double its spend in the same period of 2024. GTCO followed with 37.76 billion naira, while Stanbic IBTC spent 23.74 billion. And UBA's figure remained flat at 6.72 billion naira. But Rama Bank recorded the sharpest rise, investing 8.65 billion naira compared with just 1.13 billion a year earlier. The push comes amid a rise in cashless transactions spurred by the central bank's policies and the growing dominance of fintechs. Analysts say the spending aims to improve efficiency, enhance customer experience, and strengthen security across platforms. And also, Nigeria has reduced its external debt service bill by $198 million, or about 6.5% year-on-year. Monthly figures reveal wide fluctuations in payments. In January, Nigeria spent $550.67 million on debt before dropping to $276.73 million in February and then surging to $632.36 million in March. Payments remained high in April but fell sharply in May, and by August, debt service stood at $302.3 million, slightly higher than the same period last year. Overall, debt servicing accounted for 69.1% of Nigeria's foreign outflows in the first 8 months of 2025, only slightly lower than 70.7% in the same period of 2024. Analysts warn that this trend pressures foreign reserves, limits funds for important capital goods, and exposes the country to fiscal vulnerabilities since debt obligations cannot be deferred. And despite these, Nigeria's external reserves have climbed above $42 billion, the highest in more than 6 years. Up ahead, SEC urges youth to build wealth through capital market investment. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Stay with us.
Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys, the Allah. All the ladies, the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam your speed. You feed them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. Tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition, and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys, the Allah. All the ladies, the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam your speed. You feed them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. Tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. The Securities and Exchange Commission has urged Nigerians, especially the youth, to embrace the capital market as a pathway to financial independence. In his Independence Day message in Abuja, SEC Director General Dr. Imamotimi Agama said true freedom extends beyond politics to include economic empowerment. He highlighted reforms under President Bola Tinubu's administration aimed at making the market more inclusive, and these include easier access to shares, new asset classes, fintech partnerships, and tougher actions against Ponzi schemes. Dr. Agama described investing in shares and bonds as the new phase of patriotism, noting that shareholders become part owners of Nigerian companies, while bondholders help fund infrastructure. And meanwhile, the SEC has raised alarm over a surge in AI-driven investment scams, warning that fraudsters are using fake videos of public figures to deceive Nigerians. The Commission says it is deploying new surveillance tools to detect and block such schemes in real time. And now the United States Embassy in Nigeria says it will scale back public communications as Washington enters a government shutdown. In an online notice, the embassy explained that routine updates will be suspended until full operations resume, with exceptions only for urgent safety and security information. Passport and visa services in Nigeria will continue as the situation permits, though applicants have been warned of possible delays if the shutdown lingers. The move follows a funding deadlock in Washington between President Donald Trump's Republicans and opposition Democrats, which forced a shutdown at midnight and disrupted federal operations across the U.S. Analysts warn that if the standoff persists, U.S. services abroad could face wider disruptions, and even though the embassy in Abuja and the consulate in Lagos remain open with limited public engagement. And away from that, a story that Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, says Nigeria is steadily marching to a true food security under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu. He made this known in his message on the occasion of Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary in Abuja. Kyari said the Tinubu administration has prioritized agriculture as the backbone of the economy by implementing bold policies that empower farmers and boost productivity and reduce reliance on imported food. He, however, highlighted the renewed hope agenda as a key driver, noting that smallholder farmers are being supported to ensure that staple foods are produced locally. The minister stressed that the administration is committed to achieving food sovereignty when Nigeria's granaries overflow with homegrown produce. And meanwhile, food prices in Abuja showed a mixed trend in September, with some staples falling while others spiked. Market surveys in Wuse, Kubwa, Nyanya, and Orange Market revealed sharp increases in onions and goat meat, but declines in rice, beans, tomatoes, and yam. A sack of onions now sells for as high as 60,000 naira, up from 45,000 naira in July. Goat meat also climbed, ranging between 7,500 naira and 13,000 naira. By contrast, tomatoes fell by half to 3,000 naira per mudu, while a bag of foreign rice dropped from 79,000 naira to 65,000 naira. Traders attributed the fall in beans, rice, and tomato prices to improved supply from northern states as the highest season begins. But high transport costs and insecurity in farming areas continue to push up onion and meat prices. Consumers welcome the relief on staples, though many say overall household spending remains under pressure. Experts link the easing of food costs to government policies and a more stable exchange rate, adding that directives from President Bola Tinubu could push prices lower in the months ahead. Still to come, Ghana inflation eases to 9.4%, lowest level since August 2021. These and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. Ghana's annual consumer inflation rate is slowed for the 9th consecutive month, falling to 9.4% in September from 11.5% in August, its lowest level since August 2021. Government statistician Al-Hassan Idrisu says the decline was largely driven by easing food prices compared to non-food items. He noted that the steady drop signals that Ghana is firmly on the path to macroeconomic stability. The gold, oil, and cocoa producing nation is gradually emerging from its most severe economic crisis in decades. In response to the positive outlook, Ghana Central Bank cuts its benchmark interest rate by a record 350 basis points, bringing it down to 21.5% in September. The Bank of Ghana projects that inflation will reach its medium-term target of 6 to 10% by the final quarter of 2025. And meanwhile, the South African rand strengthened on Wednesday, buoyed by upbeat manufacturing data and a softer US dollar by 14.23 GMT. The rand traded at 17.18 at a dollar, up 0.4% from Tuesday's close and at its strongest level in a year. According to the APSA Purchasing Managers Index, manufacturing sentiment improved in September, driven by strong domestic demand. Now, even as global trade faced the headwinds from steep U.S. tariffs, a challenging environment, and port delays. The U.S. dollar was about 0.3% weaker against a basket of currencies as fears of a U.S. government shutdown unsettled markets and threatened to delay key jobs data, a critical input for Federal Reserve policy. And back home, investor attention now turns to September vehicle sales data, which will provide insight into consumer demand for big-ticket items. Economists at Netbank expect sales to have remained strong, supported by lower interest rates, reduced debt cost, and subdued prices. On the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the top 40 index gained 0.8%, while in fixed income, government bonds firmed with yields on debt maturing in 2035, slipping to 9.16%. And still on the African scene, Capitec Bank has posted a 26% jump in half-year profits, driven by strong growth across its banking, insurance, and fintech businesses. The results further cement its position as South Africa's largest retail bank by customer base. Headline earnings rose to 8 billion rand, and that's about $464 million for the 6 months ending August 31, up from 6.4 billion rand a year earlier. The bank's client base grew to 25 million customers, while net interest income after credit impairments climbed 27% to 7.1 billion rand, boosted by higher loan earnings. Net non-interest income also advanced 19% to 13.4 billion rand. CEO Graham Lee, who took over from founder Gary Fore in June, said the Capitec's ability to scale, simplify costs, and innovate has delivered both client benefits and strong financial results. And loan disbursements surged 40%, with personal loans up 32% and business banking loans jumping 42%. Insurance also performed strongly, with income rising 45% on the back of higher funeral and life cover sales. Capitec declares an interim dividend of 26.20 rand per share, up from 20.85 rand last year. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. In the United States, President Donald Trump's administration has frozen $26 billion in funding for democratic-leaning states, escalating the fallout from the government shutdown. The targeted programs include $18 billion for transit projects in New York, home to Congress's top 2 Democrats, and another $8 billion for green energy initiatives in states such as California and Illinois. And Vice President J.D. Vance warned that if the shutdown continues, the administration may also extend its support to federal workers. And Trump, in a post on Truth Social, defended the courts, saying billions of dollars can be saved. The Department of Veteran Affairs said it would continue to provide burials at national cemeteries, but will halt services such as erecting headstones and mowing grass. Also, China's national railway network has set a new single-day travel record with 23.13 million passenger trips made on the first day of the country's 8-day national day holiday, up nearly 8% from last year, according to state broadcaster CCTV. And on Thursday alone, more than 19 million journeys were expected, with the Yangtze River Delta Railway handling around 4 million passengers, a year-on-year increase of over 10%. The extended holiday, which coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival, runs until October 8 and is traditionally one of the busiest periods on China's travel calendar. In 2024, the previous record stood at 21.45 million trips, while in 2019, the figure was 17.13 million. Travel platform Trip.com had focused this year to be one of the busiest in recent years, with authorities hoping the holiday rush will boost domestic spending at a time of sluggish economic growth. And many cost-conscious travelers are turning to smaller, lesser-known cities for affordable gateways on social media platforms like Shoe. Users are sharing money-saving tips from visiting villages in Anhui province to booking overnight trains to cut accommodation cost. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism is expected to release the full holiday travel data after October 8. Up next is sports news after this break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update, and now to sports news. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says the Gunners' strength in depth leaves them better prepared to go even further in this season's Champions League. Last year, Arsenal reached the semi-finals before being knocked out by eventual winners Paris Saint-Germain, but after Tuesday's 2-0 league phase victory over Olympiacos, Arteta highlighted how his squad has evolved. The Spaniard was able to rotate 6 players from the starting lineup with stars like Declan Rice, Eberechi Eze, and Bukayo Saka waiting on the bench. Saka came on to score the second goal and seal the win. Arteta noted that last season the bench was packed with academy players lacking experience, but this year the club can call on proven internationals to lift the level when needed. He praised the impact of his substitutes, saying that competition for places ensures that every player feels involved and adds a new dimension to the team. Arsenal will now look to carry that momentum deeper into Europe as they aim to surpass last year's Champions League run. And to end the news, at Old Trafford, the reports suggest Manchester United FA manager Ruben Amorim could resign rather than be sacked. According to the paper, Amorim has been taken aback by by the intense scrutiny that comes with the job since his appointment in November 2024. Despite the speculation, Sky Report News reports that Amarim still has the full backing of the club ahead of Saturday's crucial Premier League clash with Sunderland. Meanwhile, the Daily Mirror says that if Amarim were to step down, Gareth Southgate could be a candidate. The former England boss, who left the national team job in July 2024, is understood to have no interest in taking the United role. And that's the much we have for you on News Update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more update from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Credible entrepreneurs and business leaders who are walking this path and can share practical insight with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce our brilliant speakers for today's program. First, we have Onavi Daniel, founder of Precept and Mentors. With over 12 years of experience in project management, strategy, and mentoring, Onavi has worked with leading organizations across Africa, helping them to build systems that drive growth and resilience. He is passionate about equipping entrepreneurs with practical tools in finance and leadership, and his track record in mentoring SMEs makes his insights very valuable for today's conversation. Welcome, Onavi. It's great to have you here with us today. Next.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Next, we have Omolola Akimbode, the founder and CEO of Lola Express Hair. Lola Express Hair is one of the African leading luxury hair brands, and she is not only building a premium beauty empire, but also empowering women through LEH Academy and empowerment initiatives. Her story is proof that creativity and strategies can drive profitability even in uncertain times. Welcome. We are excited to have you here with us, Omolola.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here too.
Thank you. Joining us as well is Ozioma Okonkwo, founder and CEO of Obiuku Clothing. Ozioma is a fast-rising fashion entrepreneur redefining creativity and craftsmanship in the industry. She understands firsthand the importance of adapting to consumer behavior and the demand of staying agile in tough markets. Ozioma, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you for being on this panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. And finally, we have Success Abasiama Ajilore, the founder of Success Transformation Network and the creator of the Accelerated Plus program. She is a chartered accountant and strategist with over a decade of experience in consulting, and also Success is known for helping SMEs simplify complex financial challenges and remain profitable through resilience-focused strategies. Thank you for being here with us, Success. We can't wait to have and learn from your expertise.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. This SME clinic is designed to give you not just ideas, but also practical strategies you can apply right away. And with the incredible panelists we have today, I know you will be leaving here with insights that can move your business to the next level. So having said that, let's dive in and tackle some of the most pressing questions SMEs are facing right now. Okay, permit me to start with cash flow management, and I'll be taking the questions in no particular order. So one of the biggest challenges SMEs face, especially in tough times, is keeping cash flow under control. And that will bring us to the first question for today's program. That will be for you, Onavi. How can Nigerian SMEs effectively manage their cash flow during challenging economic times? Should I take the question again, Onavi?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, okay, yes. I didn't get that.
Okay, let me take the question again. How can Nigerian SMEs effectively manage their cash flow during challenging economic times?
Basically, just look at how you get, hold on. Okay, yeah, so basically, managing cash flow just has to do with, your finances, right? The way you actually get funds, right? You want to be able to find out how, the processes, the systems that are in your business, right? And you want to find out the areas where, the areas where your business is actually moving and the areas where, you need improvement basically in. So you check out all those systems in place.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Onavie. Thank you for, starting off the conversation with that brilliant answer. So let's even look at, having looked at cash flow, let's also look at adapting to the market changes. We have seen consumer behaviors shift a lot recently, and SMEs have to adjust quickly, or, risk being left behind. So my question is for Ozioma. I mean, having grown your business for a while now, how can Nigerian SMEs adapt to the changes in market demand and also consumer behavior?
Thank you so much for these questions. First, you need to do research on your brand, the industry you're in. You need to make a lot of research so you know what's happening and how the business is moving. Because for example, for a fashion designer like me, fashion evolves. So the fashion that we do today, like the fashion that people have been doing last year, is different from what we're doing today. So you need to keep doing your research and monitoring the markets. Read a lot. I know a lot of people are very, very, very lazy when it comes to reading about their field. So it's important that you get to read a lot. You also need to have social media presence, which is very important for your brand. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever works for you. It's very important that as a business person, you need to have a social media presence. It will help you reach international client, the global markets and all. Then partnership. We need to partner in terms of collaboration. So when I say collaboration, I'll use my line as an example. As a fashion designer, we collaborate with makeup artists and hairstylists because you can't wear you can't wear an outfit without styling your hair. You can't wear a bridal dress without styling your hair and doing makeup. So it's important to collaborate with people in your field. It will help you adjust to the demand faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omolola. That was brilliant. Because I was also even thinking about when I was, going through the questions, I knew I wanted to ask you this particular question because fashion industry is something that has evolved over time here in Nigeria. I mean, how we moved from sewing normal bridal clothes to, everybody swifting changing to sewing corset and all of that. So thank you for providing that brilliant answer. So let's look at reducing cost and, staying profitable while running your business. So this would be for you, Success. What strategies can SMEs use to reduce costs while still maintaining profitability?
Well, thank you so much for that question. With the high inflation and volatile effects we have in Nigeria, rising energy costs. So the game of business has to be very agile. And so to be able to reduce cost and maintain profitability, one has to now look into your operations and optimize your operations. If you were not digitalizing your operation, you are going to be taken unawares as costs are rising. So it is we want to look into digitalizing any manual process and making it automated using affordable tools. They're actually cheap tools to use. Lotterware, Wave Store, Soul Books, and also WhatsApp Business. You can also look at leaning your staffing, cross-train employees, so fewer people can handle multiple functions, Then also energy efficiency. Because of the rising energy costs, the truth is that many people are pulling out from the national grid and now rather investing in solar so that at the long run, you save energy costs. Also, you have to look into your vendor and your supply chain system, smarter procurement system. You have to now implement smarter procurement systems. If it's possible to join associations who can help with pool orders, negotiate wholesale discounts, so you don't have to spend so much to get your supplies, and also renegotiate with your suppliers. Also, you can also look at your inventory management. Most people now adopt just in time. So we don't just stock up goods and start and lose it out when the season of that goods, because there's always a seasonal goods. So after that season passes, what happens? So one has to adopt more of just in time. And this actually boils down to what my colleague says, because you have to understand the market very well and also understand the numbers of your business. So if you have not even taken track of the numbers of, okay, how many people ordered in the last 6 months, so do you not overstock? And also review your subscriptions. If there's any unnecessary software that you are subscribing to and just deducting from your cash flow, you look at that as well. Adjust products and services for profitability. If it's possible to offer smaller, affordable packs that move faster, and that can work, and reduce working capital needs as well. Prioritize your products. And I won't overemphasize, as my colleague has mentioned, collaboration, shared spaces, instead of spending so much on rent, because the truth is that it's what you bring out there, your social media presence, that matters, and your orders based on the kind of brand that you are building on social media. People will not care. Some people are looking for easy ways to get what you are doing, your services and your products. They don't have to come to your office. So as a small business, you just want to be strong. Your brand has to be strong on social media, and you have to now cut down on rent space. You don't need to rent one big space if you don't have the capacity to do that. Also, leverage technology, marketing automations. We have marketing automations now. New apps are coming up and all that. And I think the major thing here is actually financial discipline, because most entrepreneurs have not even perfected their own personal finance. And so when they are starting business, they meddle up their business finance and their own personal finance. And maybe their personal lifestyle is also cropping negatively on the business. So financial discipline is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Success. Thank you for, highlighting the importance of financial discipline. And also, one thing that also stood out from all you said is digital tools. And I also know that Ozoma also highlighted it. So let's look at digital tools and how SMEs can leverage it for their e-commerce marketing. So my question would be for you, Omolola. How can small businesses leverage digital marketing and e-commerce to reach new customers and grow sales?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Firstly, I would like to emphasize that you have to create an online presence through social media platforms, your website and search engines. Majorly, Instagram is what most Nigerians use. TikTok, Facebook, those are the social media platforms that you need to, establish your presence on to be able to reach your client, your international client, your local client. Then you also run targeted ads, sharing engaging content, and using customers' reviews to attract new customers and also build trust amongst your community. Because you can't just create an online store without looking for ways and expect people to find you. That is not possible. So you have to be able to utilize all the digital marketing tools available to you to be able to reach your client. And Instagram ads is one of that. It's one of those numerous digital marketing tools that you can use. It might be quite expensive, but we know that it converts most of the time. Of late, it has been expensive, but it also converts. So that's one of the things that you need to consider. And other e-commerce platforms and online payment solutions make it easy for your customers to be able to browse, order, and pay conveniently online. You have to have a working website. It makes it easier for international clients to order from your platforms. I always talk about the fact that most Nigerians don't like ordering from the website, but international clients they love ordering from the website. It gives you a level of credibility with people that are outside Nigeria. And if you're looking to be a global brand, this is one of the things that you need to utilize. You need to consider using frequently to be able to attract international clients. So combining existing online visibility with seamless shopping experience helps SMEs to reach wider audience and, boost their sales. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omolola. Thank you for, highlighting how SMEs can grow their global visibility, talking about having a good working website, because I see that also as a major problem here in Nigeria, where, a lot of small businesses, people want to order something from them, but because they're not really sure of sending them a DM on Instagram, they prefer to use the ones that have websites, just so that their mind would be at rest. So thank you so much.
Just use the credibility. Yeah.
Thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you. So let's also look at building resilience and agility. That will be for you, Onavi, having been in the business and also as a founder of Precepts and Mentors. This question, I think you would, provide more insight for it. So how can Nigerian SMEs build agility to survive and thrive despite economic uncertainties? We have seen a lot. Yes.
Thank you very much for that question. So basically, resilience has to do about preparation, right? Agility has to do about being able to make changes, right? Being able to adapt very quickly. So you don't have to wait for perfect conditions basically before you can make informed decisions, right? You don't have to wait. So to do that, you need to document your processes, right? You need to document your processes, your people, your tools, everything, so that you can actually adapt without causing problems in your business.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for that brilliant answer. Let's look at digital transformation. Technology is no longer optional for SMEs. So, we have to find a way to spread the news of small businesses to adopt it really good this time. So my question would be for you, Ozioma. What are some practical ways? What are some practical ways to implement digital transformation in a small business?
Okay, thank you so much. So first I'll say every business should have the basics, and it's WhatsApp. WhatsApp is one of the basic ways to actually communicate with your clients. So I would suggest that every business person should have WhatsApp business or WhatsApp to communicate easily with your clients. Also, I'll say email. It's really important because not everyone, based on my experience, I would say not everyone use WhatsApp actively. A lot of people, especially the corporate people, they use emails to communicate, because we have a lot of people reaching out to us through emails. That's via emails, sending us inquiries and all. So it just shows that people use emails too and use WhatsApp. So it's important that you communicate to your clients through those means. Then also I'll go back to social media. I know we've spoken so much about social media today, but social media is very important in the business of today. If you're running a business in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, social media is very important. So as a business person, you need to take clear content of your work, of your products, post regularly. I always tell people to show up regularly, the same way you wake up in the morning, get dressed for work and go to work every day. It's important that you show up that way on social media. So showing up means that posting regularly. That means you have to post regularly, whether on your story or on your page, that's on your main post. So it's important that you post regularly to engage prospective customers and clients. It also helps drive engagement. So digital transformation is very important in every business of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ozioma. Thank you for that
Thank you so
amazing
much.
answer. Yes. So as a business owner, if you're a business owner listening to us right now, this is your wake-up call to take your social media presence very important.
seriously.
I mean, you have heard all that have been said
Yeah.
today. So if you're not taking it serious, start taking it serious right now. All right,
Yeah.
let's look up at partnership and collaboration. I know somehow some of our guest speakers had already mentioned the importance of partnership and collaboration because, I mean, no business succeeds in isolation. So let's look at it in depth. This would be for you success. How can Nigerian SMEs build strategic partnership and collaboration to drive growth?
Yeah, I think the issue that we have here in Nigeria is sometimes this issue of lack of trust and one-man show. So as building a business, the truth is that it should outrun you. So if it's something has to outrun you, you have to understand that there's a bigger picture. There are people that have gone ahead of you, and there are people that you can use leverage. Leverage is what makes you stand out amongst every other entrepreneur. You want to leverage on people that already have the network, maybe the capital, even the market too as well. So when you are looking at strategic partnership, you are looking at long term. We want your business to outrun you. So it's very important to consider strategic partnership. First of all, we should even know that it's very important. And if we want to go about it, we have to be careful to ensure that we are not dealing with our competitors. We are dealing with non-competing but related businesses. So for instance, fashion brand partnering with photographer or stylist and all that. So the truth is that some people that are in the fashion industry, there are specific people that are the ones just styling, doing the design and all that. They are not necessarily the one doing everything, sewing, design, everything. So they are partnering with photographer so that the photographer can do nice pictures. So it's good for social media presence. Also, cross-industry alliance is important, like bakery collaborating with coffee shop for combo deals and all that. Then tech partnerships, we are looking at maybe SMEs can integrate with fintech solutions, Paystack, Flutterwave to offer flexible payment options. Also, the reason why we need to partner is maybe you are, as I mentioned, shared spaces, so that you don't have to take taking all the overheads. Then also bulk buying, because you are now working with somebody, another company, so you are buying things in bulk, then joint logistics, something delivery of items. When it is so high, you can consider partnership in that regard. And also joint marketing and customer acquisition, like co-branding campaigns, two brands promoting each other's products. You are working in sync. A very simple example can be salon and skincare brands together, working together, co-branding campaigns. Sometimes some campaigns are expensive, so you can work together in collaboration to do that. And also looking at referral agreements. For instance, a real estate agent giving referrals to a furniture SME, all that. So maybe a big real estate brand, so you have a discussion with the really big real estate brand, so they can showcase your products and all that. So, and also joint exhibitions. So it's good to go for events collaborations. So some people that organize events, you go to their events, you have a discussion with them, and so that you can showcase your product. And also expand distribution channels, so like retail collaborations, like clothing SMEs selling through lifestyle stores, or food SMEs facing markets. Issue of knowledge and skill partnership is one aspect people may not really it may not be so popular, but it's important. Training and mentorship. SMEs can collaborate with consultants or industry experts to build capacity, and also industry associations. It's very important as an SME to be a member of associations, established associations. So membership creates, access to collective advocacy, funding, networking. Networking is big when it comes to your business. So let's look at industry associations and all that. Then financial and investment collaborations. Let's look at cooperatives and clusters. So you can pool funds for, maybe capital intensive kind of procurement and all that, and partnership with fintech. So these are just areas of partnership one can consider and look into. For instance, I'll just give an example. Maybe a company, let me just use a lady runs an healthy snacks company, maybe here in Lagos, and so she can partner with local farmers, with local nuts and fruits farmers, and then you can partner with fitness centers, healthy cafe. She can partner with, so there are many options. So one has to just look at the option that works for you and is really a leverage for your business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omodola. Thank you for that extensive details about how to leverage collaboration and network. I think you mentioned about networking and leveraging your network as a business, trying to join some organizations and associations. So let's look at that. I know industry associations and support system, they are something that is really good, and we have quite a number of them here in Nigeria. So let's look at how SMEs can leverage it. My question will be for Onavi. How can SMEs leverage industry associations and trade organizations to access resources and support?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, you said how can SMEs leverage resources, right?
Yeah, leverage industry associations and trade organizations to access resources and support.
Because I think because these associations or these bodies, they're actually gold mines of knowledge, right? So some of them actually provide support, some provide mentoring, like SMEDAM, some provide training, advocacy, some even provide funding opportunities, right? And so you want to go there because they have the resources that you don't have, right? And sometimes you should not discount your own resource as well. You should not discount your own resource because, some of these associations also need your services, right? So you could actually, as an SME, as a small business owner, partner with some of all these. So for example, when I was in Abuja, I did a training for SMEDAN, right? And I was able to, to connect with their own shared resources as well. So anytime I needed support or anytime I needed a speaker, I needed resources, to share or to use personally or to share with my community, I could, it was easy for me to just, ask, right? So, when you are part of all these industry associations and trade organizations, right? And if you look at it, you find out that most of them membership is actually not that high, right? So the membership fees are actually low, so it's easy to join. Some of them join chambers of what do you call it now? Trade commerce, and all of that. All these associations, so that you can amplify your voice. You can also open doors. You can also have access to open doors to opportunities that may come your way. From the government sector, also from the private, sector as well.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for highlighting the role of association and how SMEs can leverage it to grow their business. Thank you. Let's look at government support and incentives. This would be for you, Ozioma. So as someone in the fashion industry, what are the roles of government, and what support or incentives are available to Nigerian SMEs, and how can they tap into it effectively? I mean, I don't know so much about fashion industry, but I believe there are some there will be some government incentive out there for SMEs. So how do you think they can tap into it and even discover one?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. But to be honest, I really don't know any government incentive because I've not used one. But I know that
Okay.
the government gives loan and grants to SMEs. That's people that actually need them. There are mediums where you can get loans, grants, like banks. I know Central Bank does that, and other bank, and there are different opportunities for grants. But personally, my business, I've not had to use any form of grants, loans to run the business. So yeah.
Thank you.
You can do a research.
Okay,
You can do a
thank
research.
you.
Can I chip in?
Thank
Can I
you.
chip in?
Sure, you
Yes,
can.
please.
Sure,
You
you
can
can.
help out.
All right, and there is this one, since you said there is this one I worked on, a popular fashion brand. We helped her
Okay.
to create a financial model. So it's called Creative Economic Development Fund. So if you go to cedf.gov.ng, you'll see the resource. I wanted to mention the name, but I don't think I'm allowed to. The name of that fashion brand, I think she was going for about 500 million, right? Yeah, so it's a grant. So you could go to the Creative Economic Development Fund. There are other funds as well. Bank of Industry, there is Development Bank of Nigeria as well. The CBN also has some, some incentives and some grants and all of that. Even NISAR, but I think NISAR has to do with agriculture, right? But there are a lot of opportunities, statewide as well as nationwide as well, that provide funding and grants and loans, investments, and, so
Thank
for the
you.
fashion industry, you can actually leverage on CBN.
All right. Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you for, chipping in and also highlighting ways that SMEs can access government grants and loans. Thank you. And for any for SMEs listening to us right now, you can do some personal research, and also you heard all that they have said. You can look them up online and see how you can leverage that, tap into that, and access it to grow your business. So let's look further into networking and relationship building. Relationship, they are often the currency of business. Like Success mentioned, you have to build relationship. You can't do a one-man business. So Success, I would like you to still put in more light into this question. What are some effective ways SMEs can network and build strong relationship with stakeholders?
Oh, thank you so much. So for SMEs, especially in Nigeria's dynamic and unpredictable environment, networking isn't just about exchanging contacts. It's about building trust-based relationships that leads to opportunities, that leads to partnership, that leads to growth. So in leveraging relationship, we have to understand that you should understand your industry. So as I mentioned earlier, join associations that people in that same industry join. Like Nigerian Association of Small Scale Industrialists, NASI, like Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, NASME, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, if you are in that field. Then some sector-specific groups. We have some sector-specific groups in fashion, agribusiness, in fintech, and all that. So also don't just join the association if you have to even be in the executive position. The truth is that when you are in that executive position, you see things that other members on the background don't see. So actively participate, volunteer for committee membership, attend their AGM, attend their events. So in preparing your business calendar for a year, you should draw out a plan that, okay, this association, we are having this event, So you put it in your calendar and you are planning to be actively involved in it. Attend business conferences, fairs, exhibitions. There are hubs for meeting suppliers. There are hubs for meeting distributors. There are hubs for meeting investors and even customers. And as we said, building online networking presence. On LinkedIn, so many people have gotten offers if you are in professional field, and not only professional field these days. I've seen that LinkedIn is actually open to just beyond the professional field. So on LinkedIn, you can connect with industry leaders. You can connect with potential clients. I think even sometimes the way you put your profile on LinkedIn will let people know, in fact, will attract the kind of clients that you are looking for. If it's possible to share I think it's very important. It's very important to share your success stories on these same platforms, LinkedIn, and also these events that you're going for. Attend workshops. Workshops increase your knowledge and awareness of what's happening. And I think my colleague has mentioned SMEDAN. So BOI, or Tony Elumelu Foundation is one foundation that supports, entrepreneurs and innovators. So you like to, be actively involved in those kind of associations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to mention CSR.
Okay.
Build your brand in such a way that you are trying to give back and, publicize those CSR. So this actually, brings a lot of attraction, or the market is attracted to you when you are involved in those community developments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Success. Thank you for highlighting all those opportunities. So my next question would be for you, Success. I know one of the speakers already mentioned something about leveraging fairs to promote your business. So as someone who is building a thriving hair business, how can SMEs leverage fairs and other opportunities to promote their business?
Hi, my name is Omolola, not Success, by the way, because I think you've been mixing the names up. My name is
My apologies, please. Omolola, thank you so much. Thank you.
It's fine. It's fine. So I personally do not go for fairs because of the cost, the selling price of my product. But I always recommend for small business owners that sell affordable items to please leverage on trade fairs. You would sell a lot, you would get a lot of customers, you will meet a lot of business owners, and you will learn so much from attending trade fairs, because it opens your eyes to the products that most of your clients love to get. For instance, if you're running an online store and you go for trade fairs, the people, right, once you display your items, people come there, they see what it is exactly you're selling. It gives you legibility. People know that, oh, you're legit, even for the fact that you're running an online business. If you do not have a walk-in store, they get to trust you. They see you everywhere. Other business, and the way it works for trade fairs, when a particular individual or company is advertising or about to have a trade fair, every other vendors begin to push each other. You begin to advertise for one another because you're coming, this other person is coming, you get to shoot adverts together. So it helps you, build connection with other brands, with other business owners, other business owners, you network with them, you meet your customers, you have personal relationship with your customers that way. So trade fairs is one important aspect. I would really recommend so many social media, so many small business owners to please leverage on, especially if your items are quite affordable to buy.
Thank you so much, Omolola. Yes, thank you. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much. So my next question is around mitigating risk. That will be for you, Onavi. what best practices can small businesses adopt to manage cyber security threats? I know we've spoke a lot about leveraging digital tools. So how can they mitigate cyber security threats?
Okay, so basically, especially if your business is online and you have resources online, or you have content online or digital products online, and you want to be able to safeguard them, right? You don't want people attacking, virtually and all of that. The basic one is just, training everybody in your team, right, on cybersecurity best practices, basically, right? Phishing, passwords, and all of that. Use multi-level authentication for your business. Almost all the apps I have two-factor authentication. In fact, some I have three. There are some that I even have up to four because of what the inside, and all of that. So the best practice is just to ensure that there are multi-level authentication, right? Apart from your general username and password, basically. Then also you want to be able to back up your data, regularly back up your data just in case of anything, even content on your website as well, right? You want to be able to update your software, back up your data, right? And you want to work with trusted vendors, trusted payment solutions, right? These days, even because I order a lot these days, when I see an ad on Instagram that I click, it takes me to maybe a Paystack or a Flutterwave page, and all of that. These days, people are becoming very smart. I've been scammed on Instagram before, so people are becoming very smart. So you want to ensure that, you double check on the vendors that you're working with, right? So when you're ordering for something that you like, there was a time, because I love guinea fowl a lot, so I just saw this ad, and this person was, selling guinea fowl and palm wine, and I loved it, but I was scammed. So you just have to, work with trusted vendors for everything, especially your payment solutions and all that, right? And small and medium scale enterprises should begin to invest in cybersecurity, right? There's cybersecurity solutions out there, antiviruses. There are some other products, right? Cybersecurity products that can help them safeguard, like Cloudflare, and all of that. So when you are, paying for your domain name and extension, your domain name, your what do you call it now, hosting and all of that, you could also just pay a little fee for protecting, your domain, and all of that, because you cannot afford to lose your reputation, right? Your digital reputation because of some careless or some preventable, breaches and all of that. So yeah, that's it. Basically, just the simple things, just understanding the risks that are out there and planning on how you can actually mitigate those risks. And those will actually help you to manage threats.
Thank you so much, Onavi. Thank you. I think you had even highlighted one of the risks, which is people getting scammed day by day and all of that. So, and I also think some businesses are already putting some measures around that, just so they don't get their customers get scammed all the time. So thank you so much. My next question will be for you, Success. As someone who is building a thriving fashion business here in Nigeria, let's look at customer retention and loyalty. I know it's something that you are really good at, looking at the kind of brand you're building. So winning customers is tough, but keeping them is even tougher. So what strategies can SMEs use to build loyalty and keep customers coming back?
So that question is not for me. You said the air branch of fashion business. It's not for Success.
Oh, My apologies. The question is for Ozioma. Thank you for that quick call out. Thank you so much. It is for Ozioma Obiku clearly. Yes. Thank you. Ozioma, please, if you can hear me, the question. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the question. Okay, so when it comes to customer communicate properly, I know a lot of people, a lot of businesses don't put in effort in terms of customer relationship, which is very important as a business person. So first, I will say you need to communicate to your clients regularly. These are people that trusted you with their funds, trusted you with their money. So it's important that we all try and communicate with them. I always suggest for WhatsApp, I always suggest quick response, because there are some times that you can't respond. When someone sends you a message, you cannot respond immediately. Maybe you're busy or you're engaged, but with quick response, it helps you just respond to the client, so that they know that, oh, this business is actually active. And also it's important that you respond to the clients fast as much as you can. Then also when it comes to delivering their products, for us, I would say that because I make a custom-made bridal dress, their processes. So there's fabric sourcing, there's first consultation, there's fabric sourcing, there's sketch, then there's production. So it's important that you put your clients through the process. So for every step you are in producing their outfits, in every step you are in producing the products that they request for, it's important that you take them through the process, because it gives them a form of peace. You will not want them paying a particular amount for a product and they don't have peace. They are worried. They are, oh, is she going to deliver or is she not going to deliver and all. So you need to create a platform where your customer are very, very relaxed whenever they order your product or whenever they patronize you. So communication is very important. Putting them through every process is very important. Then when it comes to delivery, I think we should also try and build your brand in a way that is your word is your word. For example, if you tell a client that, oh, I'm going to deliver your product in 2 to 3 working days, it's important that we work towards delivering that product in 2 to 3 working days, because your integrity is important as a brand. Keeping your integrity is important as a brand. So you need to constantly communicate. It all boils down to communicating. If you deliver, it's important that you communicate with them. If you're having delivery issues or production, please, we're going to deliver. Ask for extension if you need one. So yes, it helps in building customer relationship as a brand, and also keeping your integrity as a brand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ozioma. That was amazing. Thank you for sharing that practical tips of how SMEs can keep their customer loyalty and make them to keep coming back to patronize them. So my next question will be for you, Success, as a consultant and someone who specializes in helping SMEs simplify financial problems and all of that. What are when we talk about scaling, let's look at scaling and how SMEs can expand their business. So what are the lessons Nigerian SMEs can learn from those who have successfully scaled their business beyond local market? I know a lot of businesses right now, some of them not really afraid of scaling, but they don't even know the point at which they should start aiming to position their brand as a global brand. So what are the common lessons you think they can learn from those who have crossed that bridge?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So as an SME, first of all, the vision has to be plain. You may start small now, but the question is, where are you going to? Some SMEs don't even have a vision statement or mission statement, and that is like you have not even set the goal ahead of you. Because if the vision is not known, then you might just be enjoying mediocrity when you are getting small change. So let us look at maybe brands that have gone ahead of you and see, and let that networking also play a major role. You network with them, try and ask questions. Sometimes the quality of the questions you ask, they themselves are past through a teaching stage. So ask how they were able to scale. Because why I have to mention this, because that feels like making your journey shorter. You are learning by asking the right questions, and you're asking them how they're able to pass through their teaching stage and scale up. But generally, as a business, to be able to scale up your business, you have to understand you have a solid business model, have a clear value proposition, have your target customers, so that you know where your revenue stream, where you are expecting your revenue to come from at all times. And also try and make your processes efficient, automate repetitive tasks. The management of your energy and the management of your time is very important as a business to be able to scale. Major in major and minor in minor. Don't major in minor. And also to be able to scale in business, apply digital tools, leverage on e-commerce and digital payments. Also, when it say marketing automation and all that, then we need to also maybe invest more in, like, every business should have R&D, research and development units. You may start as you doing it, but you might also consider having somebody doing it for you, because you want to keep researching about your industry, about your business, about how to increase scale up, and so expand your market reach, so that you can expand your market reach. Also, be able to scale, you might consider diversifying your sales channel. Don't just sell offline. Don't just sell online on a particular platform. Look at other platforms you can use through distributorship and partnership. Some people can actually be your personal distributors, so you don't have to incur so much cost on logistics. Also, as usual, leverage social media. And as a business, consider having a very strong team. A very strong team. At least your financial, someone that is working in your handling your finances, someone that is handling your customer support. Have a strong team. Don't do it all by yourself. And also be patient to train and retrain those that are working with you, so that the business is not all roving around you. You know, as somebody who is the real innovator of that business, you need more time to think. But if you are doing the small things, you cannot channel your energy to think, ahead, because there will always be something you can add as a new innovation to your business. So you have to retrain your staff, so that people that are working with you can focus on those small things and administrative, areas, and while you keep, thinking ahead, keep innovating. Reinvest your profits, at least for now, so that you can scale higher. Somebody said that you can do investments outside, you can do treasury bills, you can do government bonds, you can do mutual funds, and all that. You get a particular percentage. But when you reinvest into your business, it's not limited. You can even get 300% to invest. So also, let us, make research about how to get grants, cheaper source of getting capital, so that we can reinvest it into the business. But take note that anybody that wants to give you loan or grant has to see the effort you are putting into the business And investor partnership, investor relations is very important. If you can partner with angel investors, that would be great. That will scale up your business a lot. We go back to strategic partnership and collaboration and all that. Then staying agile. So the truth is that the customer demands, tastes, keep changing. So we have to stay agile, monitor trends, know your numbers, so that we can do better when you understand how your market trend is going and how your consumer behavior is going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Success. This has really been an interesting conversation, and it's also been an interesting and a practical one for that matter. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists today. Thank you. They have really done justice to all the questions, and time is no longer on our side. So I would just like to walk around the room to get a final take from all our speakers today. So I will start with you, Omolola. If you could give Nigerian SMEs just one piece of advice today to stay resilient and positioned for a long-term growth in today's economy, what would that be?
Okay, I'll make this quick. So everything we've discussed there on this clinic would not matter if you do not put systems in place. Systems in place that can track your inventory, basically, because of nowadays it's so rampant that so many small business owners employ staff that ends up stealing from them because you as the business owner is either not present, not fully present. Even when you're fully present, you don't have systems in place that is tracking your inventory, tracking your finances. So all this efforts will just be to a waste if you don't put that in place. And most importantly, your faith in God really matters. You have to commit your business into God's hands for success and continuity. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Omolola. Thank you for, from Omolola, you have to put a quick question I directed to Onavi, or should I take it again? Hi, Ozioma. If you can hear me, please indicate. All right. Let me just take one quick advice from Success. What mindset shift do you think Nigerian SMEs need most to survive and thrive in uncertain time? All right, thank you so much. Apologies for that quick glitch from our side. Thank you so much. I want to really say a very big thank you to our amazing panelists today. Thank you, Onavi. Thank you, Omolola. Thank you, Ozioma. And thank you, Success, for sharing such practical strategies and real-world experience with us today. It has really been an incredible conversation. And to our audience, thank you for joining this SME clinic. Remember, thriving in tough times isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It is about building resilience, system and strategies that will help your business to stand strong no matter the season. Thank you all for joining us for this conversation today. And until the next time, I am Ethel Adono, your moderator here at Business Day SME Clinic. Stay focused, stay innovative, and keep thriving. Thank you, and do have a wonderful day. Credible entrepreneurs and business leaders who are walking this path and can share practical insight with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce our brilliant speakers for today's program. First, we have Onavi Daniel, founder of Precept and Mentors. With over 12 years of experience in project management, strategy, and mentoring, Onavi has worked with leading organizations across Africa, helping them to build systems that drive growth and resilience. He is passionate about equipping entrepreneurs with practical tools in finance and leadership, and his track record in mentoring SMEs makes his insights very valuable for today's conversation. Welcome, Onavi. It's great to have you here with us today. Next.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Next, we have Omolola Akimbode, the founder and CEO of Lola Express Hair. Lola Express Hair is one of the African leading luxury hair brands, and she is not only building a premium beauty empire, but also empowering women through LEH Academy and empowerment initiatives. Her story is proof that creativity and strategies can drive profitability even in uncertain times. Welcome. We are excited to have you here with us, Omolola.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here too.
Thank you. Joining us as well is Ozioma Okonkwo, founder and CEO of Obiuku Clothing. Ozioma is a fast-rising fashion entrepreneur redefining creativity and craftsmanship in the industry. She understands firsthand the importance of adapting to consumer behavior and the demand of staying agile in tough markets. Ozioma, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you for being on this panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. And finally, we have Success Abasiama Ajilore, the founder of Success